We've had some fun this week. We've had some real fun. And it's kind of continuing now. I just want to point out a few things, just in case the day doesn't quite go to plan. It's amazing, isn't it? If I'm such a friggin' loony, and I'm quite admit to that, I mean, you have to be called insane in this world for confirmation of your own flippin' sanity, it seems to me, because this world's bloody mad. But if I'm such a lunatic and what I'm saying is such a flippin' nonsense, then why all this attention on me? Because continuing now, we've got all this stuff, you know, all this stuff, all week and stuff. And the one thing I kind of didn't like was when they threw pies at me, it was like lemon meringue. My mother was trying to get me to eat lemon meringue all my childhood. I hated the stuff, you know, and it'd get thrown at me. It must be symbolic and synchronistic or something. But I had a... Well, can we turn the mic up? Is that possible? I had an interesting arrival in Vancouver, which is very relevant to today, just to fill you in. I had a real problem getting in Toronto last time. They kept me at immigration and stuff till 2 o'clock in the bloody morning. So this time, we went to immigration lawyers, found exactly what was necessary for me to come and speak. So I arrived with a Radio 4, or a Channel 4 rather, television film crew from Britain to go through Vancouver immigration. Now, a very strange thing happened. Because when we got to immigration, the big hall, you know, at Vancouver Airport, it was like empty. And there was like 6 or 7 people in the immigration booths, right? And the biggest queue was 2 people. So we turn up and we stand behind one person waiting to go to the next immigration booth, right? Suddenly, this guy appears out of nowhere like he kind of manifested. And calls us over to an empty booth, opens it up, and I've never gone through immigration so quick. I told him and the witnesses there exactly what I'd come to do. Speak like this and all that. I said, here's my papers. He said, witness will confirm it. Oh no, don't want to look at those. In fact, I can't even remember him punching me in the flipping computer. I've never been through so quick. And then I get through, and as I turn around, the guy's getting out of the booth and walking off. He's opened it just for me. I'm thinking things are looking up. Now there's a guy from immigration in this theater with about 3 policemen wanting to see the papers they didn't want to see when I arrived 10 days ago. Because if you can't stop an event by hurling lies and abuse at somebody and trying to intimidate venues and radio stations into stopping you having a platform, then play your final card if you can. So we'll see how today unfolds. If it doesn't unfold, you'll have confirmation that Canada, which masquerades as freedom, is in effect, like my country and America, a fascist state in disguise. So there. It's funny, you know. What kind of happens when you say something that's really outside the norm is people tend to hear only the first line. You see the Georgia Strait this week? Lizard people run the world. We've always known it. Right? Now, when you hear that, you go, understandably, from the conditioned view of reality, he's bloody mad. He's the bloody lizard people running the world. And that's where it ends, you see. They go back to watching The Price is Right. You get back to reality, you know. Right. So, but when you add a little bit of information to that opening line, maybe it doesn't sound quite so bizarre and ludicrous as it seems at first hearing. I'll give you an example. A few centuries ago, when people delivered the opening line that blew people away, the earth is round, people said, you're bloody mad, don't be so stupid, it can't be round. The people on the bottom would fall off. Right, opening line, bloody mad. And then you said, excuse me, can I have a word with you about the law of gravity, like, you know what I mean? Oh, really? Then it doesn't look so stupid once you know the law of gravity. If you don't, it sounds ridiculous. So what we're going to do today is go on a chronological story And that's not just a chronological story, in fact. I'm going to tell it in the order it happened. By, you know what I mean? Oh, that's not bad. We're awake. And I'm going to talk about a mass of things which, taken in isolation, is bloody mad. Put together, and it won't be completed, this cycle, until my last word, suddenly it all starts to fit. No one more than me found it more bizarre with the stuff that I've come across. And I'm into information, right? That's all I am. I tell you for what, information is a very, very good thing, you know. It can save you a lot of trouble. I found this card. There's this monkey here, you see, hanging here. And this monkey has just hit the ground at a terrible rate of knots. Now, if you'd have listened to this guy and his information, he wouldn't have done that, because this guy's saying, I've told you 100 times, don't scratch your ass with both ends, you know. And so... and what we're basically saying today is don't scratch your ass with both ends. This is information, and I'll make this point. Not only do I not care what people make of what I say, it's none of my business. How can I stand here with such arrogance and say, this is my research, this is all true, you must believe it, and if you don't, you're wrong. None of us have got all the answers, but we've all got some of them. And I say this to those who talk about being anti-fascist while acting in the very ways the fascists did in Nazi Germany by destroying the ability of another voice to have a say, a voice at that time, incidentally, that was warning about what the Nazis would do if they got to power. If we really believe in freedom, then let's have freedom for all to express their view, even if, call the police and Canadian immigration, even if people are saying something we don't actually agree with. Oh my goodness me, arrest them. So, all I'm putting out here today is information. What people make of it is up to them. And if anyone walks out of this theatre, beautiful theatre tonight, and says, everything that man says is true, every last detail, I'm the most disappointed man in the place, because I've got more questions than probably anyone in this room has got about what the hell's going on. I'm just on a journey, and this is an interim report, and it's staggering new information, which you'll see if you've heard me speak before. Now, we're in a kind of situation with this... we're in, I'm such a card. Hey, have you heard the latest about Clinton? The Roman Catholic Church has got involved. They've issued a Clinton commandment, the 11th commandment. Thou shalt not comfort thy rod with thy staff. One of the pieces of information we're going to be looking at, and one of the questions we're going to be seeking to answer today, is how people like Bill Clinton and others of like mind become presidents of the United States and get into the positions of power over millions and millions of people. And why, one might ask, are they all flipping related? And related to the very royal and noble lines, noble it says here, aristocratic lines of Europe, which ruled Europe all that time. And the same lines ruled Africa and all that stuff. So we'll be looking at that question. And the question moves on to, why is this guy front-running to be the next president of the United States? George W. Very bright man. I always quote him on his education policy. What we need to ask is our children learning? That's what he said. The Dan Quayle of the new millennium, you know. Dan Quayle, when he came back from South America, he said, I love Latin America. I just wish now I'd have studied Latin at school so I could converse with these people. It's a strange world that people like this come to power, because They are not elected by ballot. They are selected by blood, and that advances and attracts the money that allows you to become elected. And when I say about bloodlines, let me emphasize from the start, I am not talking about bloodlines that relate in any way whatsoever to Earth races as we know it. They work through all of them, particularly my own, which is my own. Let's take the flipping world over. Now, I don't know whether you saw that. I came across this program. I think it's brilliant. 22 minutes. Have you come across that? Well, I saw this great clip the other day. I thought I'd share it with anyone who's not seen it. You know this guy can't remember world leaders? Yeah? Well, they went along to one of his primaries, 22 minutes, and they asked him about the Canadian Prime Minister, which, for people watching this video version of this, is Jean Chrétien, or Chrétien, or Crétin, or something like that, you know what I mean? But they went along and questioned Bush and his aides as if the Prime Minister of Canada was Jean Poutine, which translates, apparently, I'm coming from secondary knowledge here, as French fries with cheese. Something like that. So, let's see. This image, which I found in an advertisement, obviously for vodka. Cool, I just fancy one of them, actually, to be honest. Give one to the immigration guy, cheer him up. Here you have all these sheep, and in the middle, with greatest respect to wolves, which are a wonderful, wonderful animal, but symbolically here, in the middle of it, is a wolf in sheep's clothing. That is how the Illuminati, the illuminated ones, the network that have manipulated the world for so long, manipulate the world. You can't control billions of people physically to put people like George W. Bush and Bill Clinton into power. You have to manipulate the way they think and feel. We had a couple of pigs in England a couple of years ago who they were being brought into the slaughterhouse, and they thought, sod this for a lot, this is no fun, and they made a run for it, right? Now, these two pigs ended up on the front pages of the national newspapers and in the national television news bulletins, because it took the might of the British Empire 5 to 6 days to catch these friggin' pigs, because catching something physically and controlling it physically is a nightmare, but you don't have to. The way the scam is played, and always has been played, is to manipulate the way we think and feel so we perceive the world and therefore behave in ways that the agenda wants us to. And, you know, when people first hear this line, a few people control the world, it kind of, again, like, it's rule the world. It just seems ridiculous. There's billions. Apparently there's 6 billion people. Who counts the buggers? I've always wondered that. Excuse me, over here. No, don't keep moving. Why? You know, I can't understand that. Can't understand that at all. Anyway, there's apparently 6 billion, so I'm told. I heard it on CNN, you know, claptrap, no news. It must be true, you know. The criminal news network. And Ted Turner's very good to his mother, you know, never goes home. But you don't have to do it that way physically. You do it mentally and emotionally. And when you first hear that line, few people control the world, it seems crazy. But you know the sad thing? Not only is it possible, if you control certain institutions and certain flows of information, it's a piece of cake. And it works like this. If you look at a sheep herd, a herd of sheep, you try to control them physically. You can't do it. You need 6 or 7 blokes for every sheep. They wouldn't be guaranteed to catch it even then. If they express their uniqueness. I am me, I am free, I'm munching here and I'm staying, but that doesn't happen. I've seen it happen, we've all seen it happen. Suddenly, the farmer arrives with the sheepdog and stuff, and suddenly 1 or 2 or 3 of these sheep start to walk. And then it's like friggin' Exodus. They're all going, ba, 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 ba. Well, always following, you know. And if any of those sheep shouted at the one in front, excuse me, where you going? He'd probably turn around and go, I don't know, really, I just... But we followed, don't we? Don't follow me, I'm lost. And so, then you have the few of the sheep here and there who don't fancy just following the one in front. Hold on, I'm all right here, you know. And then the sheepdog comes in, symbolizing fear. And then they're in line. And this combination of bar and fear, the prison with the bars, is what controls herds of sheep all over the world every day. And if we're honest, as a human race, a human family, if we look at ourselves, we find that not only are we controlled by bar and fear, most people following the one in front, and then for those who've sussed that it's all a scam, or at least we want to do something else with our lives, the fear of what other people think of us being different keeps out those people in line also. So that combination of bar and fear, which sorts sheep out, sorts sheeple out also. But we've gone one step further, you see. We've out-sheep the sheep because we've dispensed with the sheepdog. We police each other. What happens is that the symbolic wolf sets the norms in society. What is considered right and wrong, moral and immoral, sane and insane, possible or impossible. That sets the mental and emotional sheep pen, which the vast majority of people spend their entire physical existence in because they're not thinking for themselves. Oh, well, he's a professor, our Dave. He must know what he's talking about. He's at the University of British Columbia. You know, must be bright, you know. Not the bugger I met one, I'll tell you. But there we go. Anyway. And then you've got the people who see that that mental and emotional sheep pen of norms is actually limiting and at its extreme, calculatedly manipulating. But most of them still live their lives within it because they're terrified of what the other people who've given their minds away to the pen will do if they escape from it. The sheep are policing the sheep. You step out of line. I mean, take this as an example. You get to the edge of this hassle-free zone. You know that if you go any further in your lifestyle and your view, that you're going to get hassled and ridiculed and condemned for the crime, and that's what it's become, of being different. And you know, any society in which it is a crime to be different is a fascist society, because it means whoever sets the norms runs the friggin' world. So you're on the edge of that hassle-free zone, and you've gone as far as you can, and you know you're going to get trouble if you go any further. What's going through those people's minds? Fear of what Bill Clinton will think if they go any further? No. Gives a shit. Fear of what John Poutine thinks? No. Fear of what will my mother say? What will the guys down the bar say? What will the people at work say if I express my uniqueness and get out of the pen? In other words, we are being policed by those who have given their minds away, who are putting pressure on us to do the same. Now, I have no problem whatsoever, and I say that to the people who've been protesting this week. I have no problem whatsoever with them saying about me whatever they like. Be my guest. Whatever they say, I've had worse. And I don't have a problem with anyone giving their mind away to norms. That's a choice, and if we're going to talk about freedom, we must be free to do that also. It's not that which allows the few to control the world, although it makes it easier. The line that is crossed that makes the few able to run the world is when we cross the line of not only giving our mind away to norms, but insisting that everyone else does the same. That's the line we cross. And I've got a clip now, in 30 seconds, which sums up. I've just gone into the darkness. You see that? Let there be light. I think that guy's on the gin. This is from... That's how it's done. It is literally that simple. And then you go to the next stage. The idea is to take human consciousness, multidimensional infinity. There is no we, there's just one gigantic I, which is what, in the end, when you come from that spiritual perspective, makes racism not only grotesque, but utterly friggin' daft. It's just a body which eternal, infinite spirit, which we all are, is using to experience this world for a short time. If you can open that consciousness to infinity, you look through the same eyes and hear through the same ears, but what you see, and people in this audience will very much understand, suddenly transforms. You're not seeing what other people are seeing anymore. The idea, therefore, has been to use fear to put us in these eggshells, where we shut out all that consciousness which is screaming at us to get in, so we express our uniqueness, and we're going, oh my goodness, what will my mother say? What about the people at work? No, no, no. The eggshell of fear, which is an expression of the hassle-free zone within our very being. And then we go to the next stage. Once you have created that zone, that mental emotional sheep pen, the herd mentality, you then break the herd up into warring factions. Now, because within those norms there are no opposites, because it's so narrow and limited, you have to invent them so you can play them off against each other. If someone can tell me the difference between a Christian priest, a Jewish rabbi, an Islamic religious person, a Hindu religious person, or anyone imposing their version of life on their children or anyone else at the exclusion of all other information, then I'd like to know the difference. It's just the same state of being with a different dress on and a different name on the door. It is an opposame, not an opposite. And it's the same in politics. I'll give you a great opposame. During the Second World War, on the far, 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 far left, as symbolized by Joseph Stalin in Russia, was into centralized control, military dictatorship, and, oh yes, concentration camps. Now, they were played off, because they're left-wing, you see. They were played off from the far, against the far, 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 far right, as symbolized by Adolf Hitler, and he, of course, was into something very different, because he's far right and he's far left. Adolf Hitler was into centralized control, military dictatorship, and, oh yes, concentration camps. And these were played off against each other, and people still think they're opposites. Tell me the opposite of the fascist mentality of stopping those they don't want to have a public platform from having it. It's the desire, surely, to let everyone have a public platform so everyone has freedom of speech. But when you go to the opposite spectrum of that, you find that. Shut him up! I don't agree with him. We are so full of self-delusion. We're actually frightened of freedom. The freedom to passionately campaign for those we disagree with to have the same rights that we do. So, once you've got that hassle-free zone and you have to break it up into warring factions, then you have a situation of divide and rule, which is exactly the situation you always need, foundation, if a few are going to control the many. And I'll give you an example. This is why anyone that steps out of the pen publicly is jumped upon massively, because the system is terrified of the threat of a good example. This is why anyone that offers a different vision of possibility to the norms is jumped upon from a great height, because it's so dangerous to exposing there are other levels of possibility. And I don't know if you've seen this movie, Bug's Life, but I'm just going to show you a clip now, which sums up so profoundly what I'm talking about. It's a very profound film. It's kind of an animated film and all that stuff. It's supposed to be, for kids, I suppose, but it's so profound. The story, for those who haven't seen it, is there's an ant colony at a place called Ant Island. And these ants, these endless number of ants, symbolic, of course, of the human race. But these small few grasshoppers who are dictating to the ants. Every year, these grasshoppers go to Ant Island to collect the food which the ants have spent the whole year collecting, not for themselves, See tribes in black Africa and black people in Africa who are having empty bellies as I speak while the food-growing land is growing cocoa for the Western chocolate industry. These ants collect the food. The grasshoppers, the few, come, collect it, go away. They start again, and the whole process goes on. Now, 1 year, one ant stood up and spoke out against these grasshoppers and what they were doing. Just one ant. That's the start of a domino effect that people have to jump on if you want to keep the status quo. The scene you're going to see, these grasshoppers are in their winter quarters. They've got all the food they need for the winter. They don't have to go to Ant Island. So they're saying, hey, to the leader, we don't have to go to Ant Island. What do we need all that food for? Those ants have collected. We've got enough. We don't have to expend ourselves. And people say to me, why do the Rockefellers and all these people who've got more money than they could spend in 100 lifetimes, why do they go on accumulating more? Because the financial system is not geared just to make the few wealthy. It's geared to be used to control people's ability to make life decisions. That's why it's there. It's about keeping people in line. Now, when it is suggested to this grasshopper chief there's no need to go to Ant Island because they've got enough, he then tells them the facts of life if you're the few who want to control the many. And it's an extremely profound clip. Let's run it. That's the way it works. And it works so brilliantly, it works so simply. All genius is simple, and on the level it operates, this manipulation is genius on a mental level. The idea is to frighten us into keeping quiet. But I say this to the people who try to stop me speaking this week. People who try to stop me speaking in Toronto. People who try to stop me speaking all over the world. The immigration guy who may be still here. This is one ant. You cannot shut up, and I will not be silenced by anybody, because this is a wonderful time to be alive, because you know, I've said over the years, you know, this is going to be sorted, this is going to be sorted, and I've believed it passionately, but you always have, well, is it? Over the last couple of years, particularly over the last year, a very profound change has taken place. Many groups of which have confirmed this by what they've been doing in this part of Canada. We have stopped running. I saw a headline, was it in Conrad Black's National Post or Vancouver Sun? He owns the bloody lot anyway, but there was a big headline, a big picture of Chrétien. You see it this week? And the headline was, Chrétien, I'm running. And you're not going to be alone in the next few years, darling, I'll tell you. Because what's happened is we've been running away. Oh, my goodness me, all this is the system, and all this immigration, and all this revenue, Canada, and oh, my goodness, oh, what will my mother think? More and more people have gone, hold on a minute. You depend on your power on me running. Have some of this. And people have started running at this system. And we've started to see that what seems to be an all-powerful edifice is actually a house of cards, and the house of cards is coming down. It's a wonderful, wonderful time to be alive. So, what we're going to look at today is what comes out of this manipulation of the human mind. One of the great things that has been used to condition us is what we call the education system. I love that. The way they use words, isn't it? Indoctrination system. Can't call it that. That's just what's going on. Education system. Gandhi once was asked what he thought of Western civilization, and he said, I think it would be a very good idea. And the way the education system works, I think it would be a very good idea if we had some, is to turn people into left-brain prisoners. And I'll just give you an example. I'm now going to describe the examination system and the school college system, you know, because we're very bright, you see. What you do, as conventional science has accepted in the whole thing, that we have two sides of the brain. One, that's logic, worldview, the left brain, physical worldview, intellect. Can I see it, touch it, taste it? Oh, it exists then. And this is the inspiration, the bigger picture, the intuition, the filter of that. The idea of the education system, and indeed the whole system in general, is to turn us into left-brain prisoners so we're disconnected from higher levels of ourselves. So this is exams. You pour loads and loads of stuff, much of which is provable crap, particularly the history and all that stuff, into the left brain. And you say to these students, you hold it there, darling, just for a little while. And then someone comes along in the class and they say, ladies and gentlemen, you have 2 hours to complete this paper. Please pick up your pens. At which point, you have to spew this garbage out onto a page. Now, if you do it well enough, sponge out, in, sponge out, you pass your exams and you become very successful. My little girl's very good at school, you know, pass her exams, going to university. Poor sod. And you're successful in this system. Come on, yeah. Now what happens? If you are I am me, I am free, you take all this stuff into the left brain and you pass it over to the right brain. And the right brain looks at it and goes, ah, it's a piece of shit. If you then regurgitate the fact that it's a piece of shit onto your exam paper with provable support, you fail your flipping exam. The whole system's set up for the system to say, tell me what I want to hear and you'll be okay. Tell me what I don't want to hear and I'll jump on you. So what we're going to do today, we have this smoke screen in front of us. You know, this is reality. Oh, yeah. We're going to have a look behind and see what's really going on. Symbolized magnificently by this wonderful card I found. This is a peacock. This is a peacock projecting an illusion. But these 2 women peacocks have seen through it. Cut the crap and show us your willy. So what we're going to do today is look at this system there and say, cut the crap and show us whatever you got. It's going to be a laugh. This is the mechanism by which throughout history, this goes back so long, the few have always controlled the many. You set up a structure, a compartmentalized structure. Secret societies are wonderful for this, and the ancient mystery schools also, not all of which were malevolent by any means. I'm talking about the way this Illuminati has worked. You hoard significant knowledge at the top of the pyramid, and you keep the people in ignorance of that knowledge. If I know significant things that you don't know, you are in a position where I can manipulate you. If you know the same as me, because we have the free flow of information, then manipulating becomes very, very much more difficult. So over the period I'm talking about, literally thousands of years to today, a structure has been created in which significant knowledge is hoarded there, and it's passed over through initiation and other secret networks only to those chosen to have it, and the people are kept in ignorance of it. This is one of the key reasons why when the European nations, i.e. the Illuminati manipulated European nations, because it's European-centered at operational level, when they went into Africa, into the Americas, into Australia, and into the Asia as far as China, one of the key things they did under the guise of Christianity and destroying Satan was to destroy ancient knowledge and ancient accounts of history, because they wanted to keep the people in ignorance of what had happened and what was happening and even the true nature of who they are spiritually. And they've done it magnificently and hoarded it there. And I'll give you a quick example of the kind of stuff that's held there and not kept in the public arena. About 2 or 3 years ago now, I was invited through a third party to meet this guy in North America who works for the CIA as a scientist. He is an expert in magnetics, which is a cutting-edge area of expertise now. He told me the story of how he joined the CIA thinking he was serving his country, because most people, you know, people say, it's the Freemasons, it's the so-and-so. It's not it's the anything. Most Freemasons don't know their arse from the friggin' elbow in terms of what's going on in the world and how their organization's being used. They're totally innocent of it. Not all of them by any means, but the majority. But they need that unknowing majority to smokescreen what's going on behind the scenes. So he told me that he joined the CIA thinking he was serving his country. And one day, because he realized that his technology and knowledge was being used to advance this very agenda I'm exposing today, that he rebelled and he refused to work anymore. One day, he has missing time. He remembers leaving home, nothing else. Next thing he remembers, he's lying on this medical-type bench. And as he got his faculties back and woke up, he realized there was something on his chest. And as he was telling me this story, he opened his shirt. And on his chest was this see-through plastic with sachet, almost like a see-through shampoo sachet. And in it was this orangey golden liquid. And he said, what they did is they've manipulated my body to need this drug to survive, and it has to be replaced every 72 hours. And if he does not do as he's told and use his genius for malevolent reasons, then this is not replaced and he starts to die. And he's got kids. He wants to see them grow up. And he's not alone. And what he told me is that up there is the technology that can create abundant growth in deserts without water, using magnetics and resonating the natural energy fields and vibrational fields of the earth and indeed the plant itself. That free energy technology, which will mean we have no more utility bills, is known and has been known for decades. The cure for cancer has been known for decades. Why are these things kept out of the public arena? Because if there were no empty bellies, if everyone had abundance, which this planet could provide, if we ran it right and shared it out right, if we had abundance, we would have choice. Abundance equals choice, choice equals freedom. So they manipulate scarcity because scarcity equals dependency and dependency equals control. And if you have enough have-nots, then that frightens the friggin' life out of those who have, because they see what happens if they don't serve the system. You'll become one of them. It's all fear and manipulation. And so when I started to understand, particularly with a book called And the Truth Shall Set You Free, which incidentally was funded by a Jewish friend of mine in England, I'm going to wake up at the end of this week and I'm going to be lying in bed in London or Los Angeles somewhere. I'm going to think, well, that was a strange dream. I don't know. Anyway, I thought I was in Vancouver. Isn't it strange? When I started to see how this system worked, and towards the end of the day when we tell this chronological story and we get right into the modern world, I'm going to explain how this system works. It's ever so simple how a few can manipulate all the different institutions. I started to think, well, when the hell did this start? Because you know, this couldn't have been put together in 5 years or a few decades. It had to go back a very, very long way. So I started going back and back and back. And I got right back into the ancient world before I was picking up anything like an origin to this. And I'm probably nowhere near the start. It's just a kind of a point where you can pick it up and go with it. But it probably goes back further than that. And what you find when you get back there is that the idea that far back in the ancient world there were just primitive people is utterly, utterly ludicrous. But if you establish and you reveal publicly in mainstream that they weren't just primitive people, and in fact there was some very, very advanced technological knowledge back there, then the whole house of cards of conventional history starts to fall. You don't want that. As George Orwell said in his book 1984, words to the effect, he who controls history controls the present, and he who controls the present controls history. In other words, if you control the writing of history, you can give people a false fix of where they've come from, therefore giving them a false fix of where they are. That's why the rewriting of history has been so important, and that's why the destruction of historical accounts all over the world has been, and the destruction of them has actually been so important. So I started to go back, and when you realize that back in the ancient world was phenomenal knowledge as well as no knowledge, suddenly some questions start to be answered, some mysteries. And the mysteries are very important, you know. It's great, mysteries, because if something comes to light that demolishes your version of life or history, and you say, well, if that's true, mate, what about that? You go, it's a mystery. It's lovely. I just keep it, it's a mystery. Oh, it's a mystery. And you leave it there, because then you can concentrate with your vision of life. And so one of the things that I hear from the academics is that there was just these primitive people in the ancient world. The question, therefore, is, who built these buggers then? Simple question. What the academics say, you'll say, because, you know, we academics also. We academics of universities like Cambridge and Oxford and British Columbia, you know, we're very, very clever, you know, very bright indeed, very bright. And we've had a discussion, you'll see, and we've come to the conclusion, you'll see, that these pyramids were built like this, you'll see. These pyramid things, you'll see. What they did, you'll see, is they built these ramps, you'll see. No, I'm not kidding. They built these ramps, you'll see. I know they had to use as much stone to build the ramps as they did the pyramids, but we don't go into that because it gets a bit complicated. They built these ramps, you'll see, and then they pushed their stones, their little stones, yes, 270 tons, some of them, quite right, up their ramps, you'll see, and they built their pyramids. Very clever, but very primitive, right? There is enough stone staring at you to build 30 Empire State Buildings. There is enough stone to build a wall around the entire perimeter of France, which is a friggin' big country. There's enough, or the stone in the Great Pyramid weighs around 6.5 million tons. The idea that primitive people built that is off the flippin' planet. This is Peru, right? 440 tons this sodding thing is. I mean, Bill and Fred down the builder's yard have moved that in, haven't they? Oh, come on, Fred, bit more. 440 tons. And when you look at the way that these ancient structures all over the world, and interestingly, the older the structure, the more amazing it is. Obviously, some knowledge was lost the nearer we got to the modern world. I mean, I've only seen some of these documentaries recently, which is not exposing the manipulation, but just looking and asking the question, who the hell built these things? But they've shown that this phenomenal workmanship and the techniques are found all over the world. There was some kind of global knowledge way back in the ancient world. I mean, you know, Fred and Bill have hit this with an hammer, haven't they? Look at it. And it's just magnificent. That's just one stone. This is a place called Baalbek in the Lebanon. To build this, they had to put 3 chunks of stone, they're called the trilithon, each of which weigh 800 tons in this structure, and this one's 20 foot high up in a wall. There's another one that's 1,000 tons, which, so I read, is about 3 jumbo jets. Primitive people did this. When you keep going through, this is, if it bloody changes. There you go. Oh, yeah, this is... Oh, sorry, I slipped that one in. This is Jean Chrétien. That's a mistake. Sorry. No. This is Easter Island, the mystery statues, look. I mean, some people might wish that was Chrétien, because that weighs 10 tons, apparently. You know what I mean? Actually, it's more like Al Gore. He's also got some constipation. You know, keep trying, Gabe. You're all right. You'll be all right. You look at the Nazca lines in Peru, where with one continuous line, they scored away the top surface over vast areas of the Nazca Plains and created these amazing depictions of animals and spiders and insects. Fantastic, one line. And these were only seen in their entirety, some of them, in the middle of this century, just before the last war, when people were starting to fly over them, because some of these things can only be seen in their entirety from 1,000 feet, 2,000 feet. And on a hillside in Britain, in Dorset, you've got amazing confirmation of the prophecy abilities of ancient people. Because these people clearly knew that Bill Clinton was going to come at some point. Do you know, that's actually, it's reminded me. Do you know what they call Bill Clinton's Willie in the White House now? They call it the presidential clock. No, clock, madam, clock. You know why they call it the presidential clock? Because it's always got two hands in the face. No, I'm not kidding. Always got two hands in the face. No. That was rude, Dave. You stop that. Okay, right. He's a member of the club, look. Actually, talking to clocks, guy goes to heaven, sees St. Peter. St. Peter shows him around. And he sees this field of clocks in heaven. And they're all going around at different speeds. And he says to Peter, what that field of clocks? He says, well, everyone's got a clock when they go to the earth. And every time they tell a lie, the clock moves quicker, you'll see. Because St. Peter obviously went to British Columbia University or Oxford Ascension. I've only got one accent, you see. You'll get me. Anyway, so he said, well, that's interesting, he said, but what's that clock over there going round like an aircraft propeller? He says, oh, that's Bill Clinton's, he said. We use that as a fan. The question then came and comes, where did this knowledge come from that built these phenomenal structures that conventional archaeology and history does not want to look at because of where it would lead? This area of the world, what we now call Turkey, down through what is now Israel, Syria, encompassing Egypt, round including Iran, Iraq, and up to the Caucasus Mountains. Out of this area came phenomenal knowledge. Sumer is, by conventional history, supposed to be one of the cradles, or the cradle of civilization, extremely advanced. Babylon, down here, the same. Egypt, the same. And what's interesting about these amazing societies in the ancient world is that they went the opposite direction to how societies normally go. Normally, you start at this level, and through learning, trial and error, experience, you grow to greater levels of knowledge and understanding. They went like this. They started at their peak and then gradually fell away. Obviously, at this point, there was a massive infusion of knowledge. From where? So when I got back in the ancient world and I'm scanning around, I had two things in mind. One, where did this knowledge come from and when did this manipulation start? And secondly, why are the ruling families of the world today, whether it's the British royal family and the aristocracy of Europe or the Eastern establishment families of the United States, why are they obsessed with interbreeding with each other? It's not just snobbery. You go back as far as you want, these families have interbred incessantly. Why? What's the game? It's not just snobbery. So you go back and you ask the question, who were these gods in the endless ancient accounts? The gods that brought knowledge, the gods that brought civilizations of various kinds. The gods that endless accounts say, including the Old Testament in Genesis. The gods, or the sons of the gods, who interbred with humanity, creating hybrid bloodlines. The Old Testament calls them the Nephilim. But that's just one expression of a constant theme around the world. And for anyone who has a problem with the existence of life off this planet, that's just a little bit of the Milky Way galaxy. Conventional science suggests there are at least 1 billion planets, even in that vision of possibility, and 1 billion trillion stars. The idea that life as we know it has only evolved on this one little planet in one little solar system seems to me to be ludicrous. But when you talk about it, what do you get? He's bloody mad, he is. He thinks there's other life in the universe that's more intelligent than me. You know. And you're giving it, look, darling, I've seen cups of coffee more intelligent than you. We don't have to go off planet for this. And when you go and scan these ancient accounts, and my goodness me, I've only done a bit of it. There's so much. You find these recurring accounts. This is just part of something which has become known as the Sumerian tablets. In 1850, in what we now call Iraq, tens of thousands, and more were found later, of clay tablets were found that were buried, it's estimated, around 2000 BC, but they tell stories that go back thousands and thousands of years. They relate to that same area of the world, Sumer, between the Euphrates and the Tigris rivers, in what we now call Iraq, and that area that later became known as Assyria, same area. And in these tablets, as they've been increasingly translated, they tell, this is just one example of what I'm talking about, the story of a race of gods called the Anunnaki, which I understand from translators in Sumerian means those who from heaven to earth came. And it tells how these Anunnaki brought advanced knowledge, took over control, and interbred with humanity, creating hybrid bloodlines. And the hybrid bloodlines were put into the positions of ancient ruling royal power. Now, what do we talk about? What have we talked about all the way through the centuries? We talked about this thing about the divine right to rule. The divine right to be king or queen or leader as a result of your bloodline. And the more you research this, you find this has nothing to do with the divine, all that is, the gigantic I. It is to do with God's. In Genesis, where it talks about the sons of God interbreeding with the daughters of men, creating the Nephilim, when you go back to what that was translated into English from, it says the sons of the gods interbred with the daughters of men, creating the hybrid line, the Nephilim. And they even talk in the Sumerian tablets of how some of the first interbreeding was done by what we would call test tube methods. Now, in 1850, ludicrous. You would have thought 2000 BC, what? We're doing it now. This is an amazing man. One of my greatest friends on the planet, and it's such a privilege to say that. He's a 78-year-old Zulu shaman. He's the one on the left, by the way. Called Credo Mutwa. I met him first in 1998 when I first went to South Africa, where incidentally they dubbed me anti-Islam. You know, I'm getting a complex, you know. And we talked about the Illuminati, which he knows all about in Africa, because that glorious continent has been crucified and raped by this system. And we also talked about the extraterrestrial connection to the Illuminati. And we talked for hours, that's as far as it went. I went back this August, or last August, 99, and he'd read The Biggest Secret by this time, and the moment I kind of started circulating in Johannesburg, he was on the phone to me. I must talk to you, I must talk to you. And I went to speak with him, and he tells, and I've done a couple of videos with him, because once he started speaking, I thought, he's 78 years old, he's an ill man, diabetes and stuff, and I thought, he's got no one to pass this knowledge on to. And I thought, I've got to get this knowledge down, because my goodness me, it mustn't be lost. And I talked for him for hours and hours and hours. And he said, I've read the book, and I'm going to tell you what I know. I shouldn't tell you what I know because I was initiated not to, but the world's got to know this, not the few anymore. And he told me the story of Africa, the black African history. And what he told me was the same story that I'd uncovered around the so-called Western world. That a race of gods, which quite possibly started on Earth and went away and came back a long time ago, which is why possibly they think it's their planet, interbred with humanity, created hybrid bloodlines, and these entered the positions of power. Not only, he said, among the white aristocracy and royal families, but also the black African royal lines claim descendants from the same gods. And he showed me artifacts to support what he was saying, because being a Zulu shaman, and one of the last, he is a man that attracts loads and loads of these artifacts. And he showed me this. This is called the Necklace of the Mysteries. It's called a necklace. It goes on his shoulders, and it's incredibly heavy, made of copper. And he says that it's at least 500 years old. It's been mentioned 500 years back. He says it's at least 1,000 years old. And it tells the story, symbolically, of African history. And at the front, in pride of place, you have an earth woman, and you have an extraterrestrial with a big willy. And how can I put it? On the necklace, that fits into that. And what that is symbolic of, 500 years back this is now, at least, is of this interbreeding, which is at the heart of the African, black African knowledge in this underground stream, which had to go underground when the Illuminati European control races came in and destroyed. As Credo said, they milked the minds of the shaman and then killed them. So if we move through this necklace, this is a closer up version of it. This is the Earth Woman. Now, interestingly, this willy here is now copper. But what Credo says is that in the original, or originally, it was gold. Now, this is in southern Africa. And this reflects, of course, and relates to this classic legend of the ancient Egyptian culture, the golden penis of Osiris. And when you go through, here's a close-up of the extraterrestrial, and I'll tell you about him. I said, you know, did they really look like that, mate? You know, and he said, no, no, no. And the reason for this will become clear as we go along. He said, these gods, they call them the Chitahuri in the black African shamanistic stream. He said, they said, anyone that depicts us as we really look, instant death. So he said, what the people started to do and had to do was to symbolize the gods in a way that made them look not human, but not exactly as they looked. And here's the Earth Woman. In fact, as I recall, I went out with someone like that once. Now, I emphasize, this is 500 years old at least. He says 1,000. This is hanging from the hand. It's a classic flying saucer. This is the side view. In the African sun, it's very difficult to take pictures. But this goes down exactly the same as up there. And I said, what's that? He said, well, according to the African historical knowledge, this is what the Chitahuri came in. He said they never came all the way in these. These, according to what we're told from the ancient accounts, they came out of much bigger ships and went around the earth in ships like this. Also, interestingly, when you look at the hand, now this is a few things here are going to become very important as we go along, because the talk layers, as you'll see as we go along, layer on top of layer on top of layer. This is just the foundations here. Here we have the sun, and the symbolism of the sun is massive in the Illuminati, as you'll see. Here you have the constellation of Orion. Now, lots of people who have investigated in the modern world UFOs and stuff have connected some of these extraterrestrial beings to Orion. Here's a 500 at least year-old artifact from Black Africa showing the symbol of Orion. Over here you have what has become known as the Star of David. Again, people think it's a Jewish symbol. Well, the Jewish religion uses it. In fact, it is an ancient esoteric symbol that can be found all over the ancient world, going back as far as you want to go. It seems to be a symbol to do with the fusion of spirit into matter, the fusion of male and female, the fusion of opposites into harmony. Now, in the center here, you have that image, the cross in the circle. That will become very significant as the day unfolds. But here, perhaps the most significant in relation to the Illuminati is the eye, the all-seeing eye. We will see, as this day unfolds, the fundamental symbolism to the Illuminati, all around us again and again, of the eye, the all-seeing eye. So I said to Credo, what's that? He said, that symbolizes the Watchers, which is one of the names they used in the ancient world for these gods. He said that symbolizes the Watchers, the all-seeing eye of the Watchers. Now, as the day unfolds, you'll see the significance of that in terms of the Illuminati. Interestingly, you know, the arrogance of the European streams who think, and the arrogance of the modern world, where we think we're at the cutting edge of human knowledge. This is 500 years old, maybe 1,000. I keep repeating that for emphasis. This is on it also, and that is the depiction of the ancient Zulus of the earth. They knew it was round long before Galileo. Their name for time and space is almost exactly the same word, because they knew all that time back that time and space was the same. But it's Africa and they've got black faces, so they must be not very bright. The arrogance of it. And again, all around the world, you see the depictions of gods, this recurring theme. This is in the Hindu culture, where they talk about gods in very advanced technology flying through the sky. Also, interestingly, Credo talks about the fact that these gods had elongated skulls. I took this picture from it's a member of the royal family of ancient Egypt. And it's a very, very round skull, elongated skull. Now, I have a picture, couldn't get the computer to download it this morning, unfortunately, of a skull found at Chichen Itza in the Yucatan, in the old Maya area. And it was found some time ago. I think it might even be in Vancouver now, somebody was telling me. And it's a mirror of that. And again, when you look at other depictions of Egyptian royalty, no wonder they had big bloody hats, you know. This elongated head. And one of the things that Credo said to me, he said, look, he said, there's still black African tribes today, you might have heard of them, who when their children are born, they bind their heads to elongate the skull. And he said, when I've gone to them and said, why do you put your children through this agony? The reply is, because they have to look like the gods. And it's interesting, you see that elongated skull. This is from the Cairo Museum, just down from the Giza pyramids. This is a skull, I think this was found in South America. This was found in South America, again, the same thing. What I'm saying here is that there is far more to life and where we've come from and where we are than ever we are being told. Again, as Credo said, you know, whether they had big heads or not, they were imitating the gods with these big, high headgear. So, let's get down to it, shall we? Let's get down to it. So I then started thinking, okay, extraterrestrials, gods, interbreeding, bloodlines. And I wasn't really thinking, what did they look like? Because obviously your initial thought is, well, they must have looked like us then. And then I started on about 18 months ago, an amazing series of coincidences all over the world. People were coming up to me and telling me how they had seen people, overwhelmingly in positions of power, though not always, turn in front of their eyes into a reptilian humanoid figure and then go back again. And of course you hear one and you think, ooh. And you hear two and you think, oh my God, back burner. You hear 3, you hear 4, you hear 5, you hear 6 in different countries. 7, 8, 10, 20, 30. On my website, davidicke.com, there's 3,000 web pages now, and there's a whole area called the Reptilian Archive where people put their ancient and modern knowledge, research, and experiences, if you want to see how much there is to support some of this stuff. And so the story went that in 15 days, in one period, I met 12 separate people in 12 separate places who told me of this experience. Now, they were from many, many different walks of life. And I'm thinking, ooh, on the back burner, but I'll watch for this. This is strange. I then go to England and I meet someone who I was due to meet to tell me about satanic ritual, which is fundamentally connected to this, as you'll see this afternoon. She was the wife of the head keeper of a place called Burnham Beeches, which is owned by the City of London, which is the epicenter of operational Illuminati control. And it's a forest area with a few clearings. And because she was the wife of the warden, and she says, my husband was a Satanist. That's why he got the job, because of the Satanism the elite did on that Burnham Beeches area at night. She said, and one day, she said, I'm walking through the forest, and I saw a light. She said, I went through to see what the light was, and she said, I saw a satanic circle where all the usual horrors were going on. And she said, I was astonished to see that the man I was looking at conducting it was Ted Heath. Now, Ted Heath was the Prime Minister of Britain between 1970 and 74, and was the man that took us into the European Community, now Union. And she talked about one of his Chancellor of the Exchequer at the time, Anthony Barber, was next to him in this circle. And she explained what happened and all that stuff. And so I'm thinking, wow, this is amazing stuff. Anyway, we talk about it. And then I'm just finishing the conversation. I'm putting my cup of tea down. Thank you very much. I've just come back from America and this experience of 15 days. And I just threw away a line at her. I said, do you know, it's a bloody strange experience. I keep meeting people that have seen people turn into reptiles. And I turned to go. And I heard this, like that. I turned around. She's on a bloody seizure. She said, oh, my God. She said, I thought it was only me. She said, oh, my God, I wasn't going to tell you that bit. And she explains how she saw this guy, Ted Heath, during this circle, turn, shapeshift into a reptilian humanoid figure. And she said, you know the thing that fazed me most? No one else in the circle seemed at all bothered, as if it was the most natural thing in the world. I then get invited to go to the House of Lords to meet some lords, to talk about the conspiracy, which they know is going on. They just want to talk to me about it. And there was a woman there, and she was saying some very interesting things about Diana, you know, Diana, Princess of Wales. And after the meeting, I said to her, hey, I want to talk to you. We've got to talk. She says, we have. I said, how do you know this about Diana? She says, well, my closest friend was Diana's closest confidant for 9 years. She says, I think I can get her to talk to you. So we talked. I talked with this lady. I didn't go to see this confidant of Diana to talk about shape-shifting reptiles. I'm hoping this thing might go out of my life and just kind of, you know, be a strange phase. Because, I mean, do I want to stand up and say about reptiles? Well, I don't really bother, but I'd rather not. Anyway, we're talking, and she's telling me about the horrific things that happened to Diana in relation to the Windsors, and how the Windsors take people out and stuff like that. Anyway, he then says to me, do you know what Diana's nickname for the Windsors was? I said, no, go on. She said, the reptiles and the lizards. And she said, Diana used to say to me, in all seriousness, they're not human. And she said, you know the Windsors are a reptilian bloodline. And I'm thinking, not a friggin' nother. And she explained, because this lady is a healer, and she worked not only with Diana, but with other members of the aristocracy and the lower levels of the royal family. And she picked up a heck of a lot of knowledge in this. It's amazing how many people know about this. It doesn't go to the public arena, because, I mean, who's going to have the guts to stand up on a stage and say that reptiles run the world? I mean, who's going to do it? No one's ever going to do it. We're never going to find out, are we? So this went on and on and on. If you look in the Reptilian Archive of my website, you'll see just the constantly added stuff. The number of people that have had this experience blows me away. And the name that comes up more than any other, George Bush. There's a book by a lady called Kathy O'Brien, and she sees this as a holographic image. But when you put it together with all the other evidence, maybe there's another explanation here. She wrote this book in the early 1990s, before I was into any of this stuff. And when this started coming into my life, I thought, hold on a minute. I'm sure I read something about reptiles in that book. So I'm flicking through it, feeling a right prat, looking for reptiles in the index. There it was, about 4 references. And she talked about how George Bush had told her that they were an extraterrestrial race that had taken over the planet. No one knew it because they looked human. And how he turned into a reptile in front of her. Now, of course, understandably, in these mind control projects, you think, oh, well, you know, it's a holographic image. It can't be actually literally true. But when you get this other stuff, suddenly it takes on a different light. She also talked about being with a guy called Miguel de la Madrid, who was president of Mexico during the Bush years. And she tells at some greater length in the book how Miguel de la Madrid told her the story of what he called the iguana race. He told her that an extraterrestrial race of reptilian origin came to the Earth and needed bodies, as he put it, to work through, to operate through. And how they interbred with the ancient Mexican people, because this happened all over the world, creating hybrid bloodlines, and that these bloodlines could take either human or reptilian form. And to quote her own book, he added, perfect for world leaders. And more recently, I've met more and more people who have come from the inside and said the reptilians are behind the Illuminati. And it's interesting that when you go back, as I did, I thought, well, you know, time as we know it, a few thousand years, is actually nothing in truth. So if it's happening now, there must be references to it in the ancient world. Well, if you're looking for references to a serpent race, serpent people, snake people, it's absolutely friggin' enormous in the ancient world. And one example, the Nagas, the gods of the ancient Indus Valley, they said about them they could take either human or reptilian form. And it kind of sounds kind of amazing, but I was watching a film the other day, and someone said on that film, the difference between an ape and a human is 3% DNA. You know, and as I think it was Carl Sagan said, there are more potential combinations of DNA than there are atoms in the universe. This is the only humanoid form that's going to exist and evolve from that enormous infinity. Come on. And who dominated this planet for so long? The reptilian genetic stream. And I'm not seeking to demonize that. I'm just talking about one group that keeps coming up. I mean, the reptilians are just the reptilian genetic form is a genetic form. So what? I'm talking about one group within it. And we have a reptilian brain. The scientists call it the R complex. R for reptilian. And they say, interestingly, that from the R complex, we get the traits of obsession with ritual, not just like sacrificing people, but going to the supermarket at the same time every week. Oh, it's Friday, we've got to have fish. Why don't you have fish on Thursday? You know, be exciting, you know. Ritual, ritual, ritual. And as you'll see as we go through the day, the Illuminati are stunningly, breathtakingly obsessed with ritual. The R complex, the reptilian part of our brain, also produces, the scientists say, the concentration and the obsession with top-down hierarchical power over structures, the pyramids. And also, it's from, they say, that part of the brain that we get what we call cold-blooded behavior, being able to do things to people by being emotionally detached from the consequences of what you are creating for them. When I talk to a guy who's come out of the Montauk mind control project, they call them Montauk boys, there's been a lot of books written about this in recent years. He talked to me about this reptilian thing recently, and he makes speeches and does talks at conferences about DNA now. And I don't know, I'm not an expert on DNA, I'll just give this for information, make of it what you will. What he says happened, and is happening, is that this fusion of mammal genes with the reptilian genes, the hybrid, created a situation in which they could open reptilian DNA codes, close them, open mammal DNA codes, and close them. And they could switch between the two. What he's saying is that the DNA has open codes, which manifest as a physical expression, characteristic, and they have closed codes, which are dormant. And if these dormant codes open, or these other codes open, then they manifest a different characteristic. I didn't know this, but you know there are still people on this planet being born with tails. They call them in the trade causal appendages. When it happens in the Western world, they just whip them off and sort it you know, when they're babies. But in the third world, where they don't have that medical expertise, there are still people walking around with tails, because a DNA code that would manifest as that characteristic, which should remain closed in this point of our body's evolution, has in that one person opened, and it's created a characteristic. And he talks about how these particular bloodlines, and there are very few at this level, who can move between the two and open and close codes. And for some reason, drinking human blood, particularly the blood of blonde-haired, blue-eyed people, seems to be very beneficial to holding mammal codes open so that the reptilian ones don't manifest in the world around us, which will bring us later into why, when you follow these bloodlines from the ancient world to now, the obsession with blood-drinking, satanic rituals follows them everywhere. Now, when I started looking at this, I started scanning around, and someone sent me this. This is from a temple in Egypt, an ancient piece of artwork. And what you've got are the ancient Egyptians lining up here to give a gift and offering sheep and stuff to their god. And when you get to the end of the line and you see what the god looks like, well, it's kind of very strange. It's not what you think the god would look like. And when I started scanning around, there's not that many absolutely literal depictions of reptilian figures, reptilian gods, but there are some. What Credo Mutwa told me is that the Chitahuri, which incidentally in Black African translates as the children of the serpent, the children of the python, which is what they call these bloodlines. He said because they were reptilian, they said, as I said earlier, never depict us as we really look. So the symbolism of the snake, the symbolism of the serpent became depictions of the gods. But you can find some. This figurine and others of a reptilian humanoid figure with a reptilian kind of baby figure were found in graves in the Ubaid culture, which was in the same area that later became the Sumer culture that I mentioned earlier. China, where a lot of this interbreeding appears to have gone on in the ancient world, of course their whole culture is based on the dragon, which is another symbol, it seems, of these reptilian gods from the ancient world. Now, what I did, when I got some of these people together who had seen this shape-shifting situation, and I said, I got them together with an artist, and I said, depict through this artist what you see when this shape-shifting goes on. Another person who talks about this is a lady who conducted sacrificial rituals for some of these people, including the British royal family. And she confirmed exactly, with indeed more detail, what Diana's confidant was saying about the Windsors shape-shifting in the way that I'm talking about. Now, these nodules on their head are something that come up again and again with such consistency that it's just amazing, and you'll see more confirmation of that in a second. And these are also kind of depictions of what people see when suddenly the mammal, the human form disappears, and suddenly they're looking at something else. Talk about freak you out. In fact, someone was telling me backstage just before I came on about a couple of friends of theirs who are like big guys and really grounded and into none of this stuff, who had exactly this experience, completely freaked them. And that was in Vancouver. Now, when I said to Credo Mutwa, what do this Chitahuri look like? He said, I'll show you, because he's an artist. And we went down this rough track to where he paints, and he said, that's what the Chitahuri look like. In fact, there are many genetic streams, but that's one of them. The eyes are something that constantly get described. The glowing yellow eyes get constantly described by people who see this phenomena. And indeed, when you go back into the ancient world, you see the same depictions. So what I said to Credo, or what I did with Credo, was immediately get hold of a television crew and spend hours interviewing him to get this stuff down. I'm just going to show you a little clip. It lasts about 6 minutes of this man. He's the most incredibly articulate, brilliant man, telling information he has never spoken about publicly before, not least because he thought people would think he was mad. So let's play the video. The question I asked him was, Credo, what did this Chitahuri, the children of the serpent, look like?
This is how a Chitauri looks like. It stands about 11 feet high. It is a very slender being which seems not to have a bone structure. Its fingers have no joints. They are more as if the bones in here were flexible. Some of the Chitauri have got 3 claws with a thumb. Some have got 6 claws with a thumb. And some of the Chitauris have got horns on their heads. And what surprises me is this. Some film producers, like the producers who make the films Star Wars often show creatures in their films which actually exist, which even the most uneducated of Africans who knows this Chitauli can identify. For example, in the new Star Wars film, what is it called? Star Wars or something like that. There is a creature who amazes me called Darth Maul. Darth Maul is a red and black being with a ring of small horns right round his head. That is exactly what the Chitauli look like. Some have got ordinary heads without any horns on their heads. These are the lesser Chitauli. But the royal Chitauli have got a ring of sharp horns all around their heads. And the very high Chitauli, like their king, Mubaba Samahongo, they have got very long horns which grow this way. Not that way like a bull, but this way like certain antelopes. Now, I just wonder where these film producers get their information from. And in one strange film, which my student called me to come and watch, was the thing called Stargate 2. Mm-hmm. And in that film, there was a creature, a very slimy, cream-colored creature with heavy wrinkles on its face. It was a spitting likeness of Mubaba Samahongo, the terrible emperor of the Chitauli.
Well, clearly there's a tremendous amount of knowledge of what's been going on and what is going on, which comes out symbolically through films and areas of communication like Hollywood. But the thing that I'm totally stunned the more I talk to you about this is because I've been all over the world having people give me descriptions of seeing reptilian type figures, particularly people in positions of power in the world, changing into a reptilian figure and coming back again. And what they describe seeing is exactly what the knowledge of ancient Africa talks about seeing. We're talking about the same people there, which is an astonishing confirmation. And the eyes is something that keeps coming up being described. Yes. Tell me about the eyes of the Chitauli.
Say, a warrior Chitauri has got eyes like a snake. These eyes are yellowish with split pupils and they glow in darkness. So if a Chitauri, a warrior Chitauri, one of the lesser classes, is hiding in a cave, you can see its eyes burning. But a royal Chitauri has got 3 eyes. It's got the yellow eyes, which glow in a strange, almost ice-like way, like jewels, like certain types of yellow jewel. And then they have got an eye in the center of their foreheads, an eye which doesn't close up down like a normal eye does, but which closes from side to side and which opens this way. Now this eye of the Chitauri is the eye that kills, because it can knock a man down just by the fire, the glare that comes out of it.
Is this where the a constant recurring theme of the evil eye comes from?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. In fact, Mr. David, I would like to share a little thing with you. It is this: the best way to protect an evil thing is to deny its existence. And if you talk about things such as the Chitauri, if you talk about things such as the Mandinda, there are many people who say to you, rubbish, this thing does not exist. Now, in this way, this great evil is protected by being denied. One day in my long travels through the world, I was in New York, in that place called Harlem, and I saw a graffiti on a wall along a passage, and the graffiti was, "There is no such a thing as the mafia, and we will kill any asshole who says that there is." In this, again and again, in America, people deny the existence of the mafia, and by denying it, actually protect it wittingly or unwittingly. There are those who deny that a national and international conspiracy exists. They deny it ferociously. But by denying it, they are actually assisting it and actually protecting it. We must stop denying the existence of these things. We must stop saying that there are no Chitauri, that there are no aliens, that there are no Illuminati. There are.
Okay. He's an amazing man, and for those who seem to indicate from what they've said about me this week that by definition, if you talk of a global conspiracy, you are a far-right Nazi, maybe those people might ponder on this after hearing those words. Credo Mutwa had his son murdered, his house burnt down, and his body battered to the point of death for opposing the racist apartheid regime in South Africa. And what those that have their sweeping definitions and their lack of brain cell activity are saying is that he, as you've just heard, must therefore be a far-right, racist Nazi. The ludicrous of it takes the breath away. Now, one of the other things that people see is this kind of ethereal type, reptilian type figure, which locks in, again it comes up again, into these lower levels, these lower chakras, and almost like, as we've had repeated throughout history, people get possessed by this consciousness and starts taking over their thinking processes. This is an interesting painting where a guy was trying to depict a race trapped in a time-space dimension which they couldn't get out of. And interestingly, he chose reptiles to depict that race. And again, one of the things that comes up is that somehow, at least part of this reptilian situation, is reptilians on another dimension, the fourth dimension, very close to this. And of course, like all dimensions, occupying the same space, like radio frequencies and television frequencies, who are manipulating this dimension by working through physical bodies. And that's an interesting depiction that he made of that. Another thing that comes up is the Draco star constellation, again and again and again. And it's interesting when you see the writers and the artists, how they depict truth in symbolic terms and so-called fictional terms. We have Count Dracula. And when you look at the stories of Count Dracula, you're looking at the recurring themes that surround these reptilian figures, from the royal elite, supposed to come from Draco, according to the stuff I keep getting from various people. And the word draconian sums up the Illuminati magnificently. And Bram Stoker, who wrote Dracula, was a high initiate of this very network, who, like many others who've written books depicting truth as fiction, had access to what was really going on. You'll see as we go through, if you reflect on the day, how all these different elements of Dracula in the story come back in the stories of this Chitahuri. Even the depiction of the devil, the classic depiction of the devil, fits many of the descriptions of these reptilian figures. The other thing that Credo talks about is the connection between these reptilian bloodlines and ancient Egypt. And one of the things he talks about is that some of these Chitahuri have almost like a cartilage-type growth, especially the much older ones. They seem to live much longer than we do in physical bodies. And it grows from the chin and starts to curl under, which is interesting when you see the constant depictions of that in ancient Egypt. And from what people who've taken part in these Illuminati satanic rituals tell me, is that some of the garb they wear sometimes has that on, depicting exactly that, because they're crackers about symbolism. Now, as we get through the afternoon and we start to look at how this reflects in our everyday life and tell the story of how we've got to where we are from these ancient times, we can see that the epicenter at operational level of the Illuminati today in their manipulation of the planet is in London, the city of London. Nothing to do with Tony Blair's government, although that Prime Minister Tony Blair is a fundamental puppet for the Illuminati. It's to do with the fact that the center of the secret society Illuminati network is epicentered in London, for reasons we'll get to as the day unfolds. And when you go around the city of London, the reptilian symbolism, and these guys are seriously into symbolism, is enormous. When you enter the city of London even, you have to pass flying reptile figures on both sides of the road. All around you see these things. This is the City of London crest. I took this actually in Burnham Beaches, that area of satanic activity which they own. And again, the flying reptile comes up. It's a constantly recurring theme. And this one is at a key point in London where there are more elite secret societies per square inch than probably any other place in the world. The epicenter of the epicenter. There is a point where the area known as the City of London, the financial district, meets a place called Temple Bar, which is called Temple Bar because it used to be owned by the Knights Templar, who will appear in the story as we go along. And Temple Bar is the place in London which is not only the center of the British legal profession, it is the center of the global legal profession network. And these two places, massive Illuminati centers, the financial and the legal, which always go together, meet at a certain point. And at that point, they've put this massive depiction of a flying reptile in the middle of the road. Just here, that's the City of London. Just here, that's Temple Bar. And there you have that in pride of place in the center of the road. It comes up over and over again. Some of these families, because as these bloodlines we'll see this afternoon came out of the ancient Near and Middle East, they went into Europe and they manifested as the European aristocracy and royal families. And when you look at these aristocratic families, again and again, this is the Marlborough family, based at Blenheim Palace, just north of Oxford in England, that one of the offshoots of whom was Winston Churchill, Prime Minister during the last war. Just a coincidence, nothing to worry about. And again, you have the crest, the flying reptile. It comes up again and again and again, over and over. I've got to press that harder. And this is another symbol, it seems, of this reptilian stream behind the scenes and behind our backs. The gargoyle. Again, when you look at the great cathedrals which this Illuminati actually created on ancient pagan sites, energy sites, and the castles and the stately homes of these aristocratic lines, they're flipping flying reptiles, we call them gargoyles, all over. This is Notre Dame, but again, you see them all over the place. These different reptilian flying reptile figures. all over the world. This is actually a courthouse in Dallas, Dealey Plaza. Dallas, it's got gargoyles all over it, just down from where Kennedy died. There's an airport at Denver, brand new airport, very strange place. Now, there was a guy who was the son of a German wartime U-boat captain who was brought in to build, he was an engineer, some of the underground bases in America. And he said before he died, very strangely and very suddenly, that he actually was involved in building an underground reptilian base underneath this Denver airport. It's a brand new airport. It's supposed to be, when you go into Denver airport, very strange place, it's a plaque. It says, operated by the New World Airport Authority. Everybody's tried to trace that airport authority, New World, has never found it. And what do you find in this modern airport in Denver, on top of what this guy claims, who engineered part of it, is a reptilian underground facility? You find gargoyles of that kind. Why? They keep coming up again and again. Now, you find some also, I mean, obviously people make their own minds up, but you find some of these depictions also in the ancient world that have a very strange kind of feel in relation to the classic extraterrestrial that, of course, keeps coming up every time you talk about them, which is the grey. Now, it's interesting. Let me go back to Credo Mutwa here. It seems that nothing happens in the world unless it happens in Europe or America. So, we're still arguing about whether grey aliens were found at Roswell in 1947 and whether grey aliens exist. And in that enormous continent of Africa, which no one takes any notice of, they're just a black guy. They have actually been finding these beings, because they die from time to time, and they have, from time to time, cut them up, the dead body, to see what the hell they are. And Credo has been at one of these, or indeed more than one of these events, and talks about it on the video. But let me tell you what he said. He said, you might call them greys in your area of the world, but they're not grey. He said, when you cut through the outer shell, he said, that's what it is. It's not skin. It's not an outer body. It's a phenomenal material which is immensely strong. Not very thick, but immensely strong. And in his own words on the video, he said, you have to not just have a sharp axe, you have to have a new sharp axe to break out of this, through this outer shell. He said, and the big black eyes, he said, are not eyes. He said they are very sophisticated material. You might call them goggles, which protect the real eyes from the sun, because these beings seem to have a problem being out in bright sunlight. Dracula could go out in sun, remember? And he said, when you break through, what you find inside is a pinky-colored being. And indeed, in that state in Black Africa, they're called pinky, those people that have found them. And they have scaled skin, like a fish, as he said, and their eyes go straight down like a reptile. They are an expression, an offshoot of the reptilian genetic stream. So, what happened as I'm putting together this research is that this interbreeding, which I'm focusing on in this area of the world, it went around the world in other places, as I've talked about, but from this area of the world has come the bloodlines which have manifested overwhelmingly as the people in the positions of power. They moved across by land through various periods of time. They went through the name of the Phoenicians round to Britain about 3000 BC. I'll talk about that this afternoon. And basically they populated Europe. But within these bloodlines, or within these races that moved across in their various forms to populate Europe, were these hybrid bloodlines, which again and again, as you do the genealogical research, which is very painstaking, ended up in the positions of power which moved the world in a certain direction. And I'm going to come to that in a second when we get to the bloodlines. Now, what these bloodlines did was create a secret society network, which I'll talk about in more detail this afternoon, which kept the people in ignorance overwhelmingly that the bloodlines existed, and also, using things like inquisitions and what have you, sucked ancient knowledge and esoteric knowledge out of the public domain into the hands of the few, so they could be in complete ignorance of what was really possible and who they really were. Press it harder, you prat. Prison without the bars. Over a period of time, there has been an evolution as these bloodlines have moved into the modern world from over-control by them manifesting as royal kings and queens and such like, where you know where you are, you're in a dictatorship, they aren't elected, they just come in by bloodline. There has been a movement from the prison with bars, which you can see, to the prison without bars that you can't. There's two types of control. There's the dictatorship you can see, Nazi fascism, Stalinist communism, apartheid regime in South Africa. You know where you stand. You can touch it, you can feel it, you can taste it. And you can focus on that because you know that's your controller. Now, dictatorships like that have a finite life. Because in the end, the human desire for freedom will at some point rebel against that. Much better if you move, and this is what's happened, from overt control to covert control, the prison without the bars. And what has happened is that as these bloodlines have expanded across the world, first going into Europe and then through the British Empire, which wasn't the British Empire at all, it was the Illuminati Empire based in Britain, and through the other European empires, these bloodlines came out to the Americas, to Australia, to Africa, the Far East, etc. And at that point, because of the empires, etc., and the colonies, there was over-control by the Illuminati in Europe. You knew where you stood. Look, we're a colony. They tell us over there, thousands of miles away, what to do. What has happened, particularly in this century, earlier in North America, is that they have given the illusion of pulling back that control through independence. But as they have, on the surface, moved out of Africa, moved out of America and out of Canada, they're not so much out of Canada, what they've left behind are the secret society networks through which they operate and the bloodlines which enter the positions of power. And I'll give you a wonderful example of what I mean. No better example than this. During the apartheid regime in South Africa, there was overt control. They knew where they stood. They had never had a vote, they never had a say. A small clique of white people were controlling the vast majority. You could see it, you could touch it. You knew where you were. As a result of that, a build-up of resistance both within South Africa and increasingly outside South Africa built up, and eventually the apartheid regime had to fall. That was overt control gone. But before, this is provable, before Mandela was brought from Robben Island and a blackface was put in the presidency, a small clique of European-controlled families, very small clique, controlled more than 80% of the stock on the South African stock market. They own the diamond mines and the gold mines on which the economy depends, and they controlled the media through various frontmen. Then we had this massive movement to freedom. You give black people a vote every few years, but you stitch it up so only one party's going to get in anyway, so whoever's leading that is your guy. Now, 5 years after Mandela, now we have Thabo Mbeki, his successor in power. Many things have changed. On the surface they have, underneath, nothing. The same people who during apartheid held all that power still hold it. The same families still control more than 80% of the stock on the South African stock market. They still own the diamond and gold mines on which the economy depends, and they still own the media through various frontmen, not least an Irishman called Tony O'Reilly, Henry Kissinger's mate and the Rockefellers' mate. So nothing has changed. All that's happened is we've moved from overt to covert control, but now, even though the same people are controlling South Africa as before, where is all this shout about human rights? Where are all the banner wavers? Human rights, apartheid, freedom! They've gone off somewhere else. Oh yes, South Africa's sorted. No! Just appears to be. And I talked to Winnie Mandela, who came to one of my talks. She seems to understand that this is what's happened. It's all a scam. And this has happened in Canada, still controlled from Britain. By the time we got Madam off the bloody money, it seems to me. America still controlled from Britain. And of course the manipulation through Illuminati operations like the UN Food Programme. Look what she said. Catherine Bertini, Executive Director of the UN World Food Programme. Food is power. We use it to change behaviour. Some may call it bribery. We do not apologise. Africa is free? Nowhere's free. We just lost the plot because we think it is, because we have a vote for a series of puppets controlled by the same people. Which puppet of the Illuminati do you want this week? Oh, I think I'll have that one. It's nice. He smiles nice. Whoever gets in power, the same things happen because the same force is in control. Now, this is stunning, it seems to me. Given, I'm going to finish the morning on this. Let's bring this from the ancient world in its tenuous kind of esoteric kind of way, whack bang into the modern world. When you do the genealogy, I said earlier that the Sumerian tablets and other accounts say that this hybrid bloodline, this Nephilim, as the Bible talks about, were put into the positions of ruling royal power, the divine right to rule by your bloodline. When you do the genealogy, and I've gathered together from different sources, some of which are trying to expose the manipulation, most of which are just genealogical sources. And when you pull it all together, and I have to say this is an interim report because it's so painstaking, some astonishing things start to appear. We're going to start, and this is one bloodline. One, and its offshoots. It's very near offshoots. I've called it the Windsor-Bush bloodline. When you start to understand how this works, you are able, not through prophecy, not even through genius, to predict that George W. Bush, 3 years ago, is going to be pretty close to the presidency, if not the presidency itself. Here he is now one step from it as I talk. We start this bloodline with the ancient royal lines of Egypt, Sumer, the Phoenicians, another very, very advanced people from the ancient Near and Middle East, Babylon, which was seems to be the reptilian center of these bloodlines in the ancient world, Troy and Greece. Incidentally, what kind of happened was this Illuminati was based in Babylon, and when it moved to Rome, it moved its epicenter to Rome. That's when we had the Roman Empire. And then more recently, I'll come to this afternoon, it moved its epicenter to London. That's when we had the British Empire. Just a coincidence, nothing to worry about. So this bloodline comes down through Philip of Macedonia, the father of Alexander the Great, who before the age of 33, when he died in Babylon, took over the whole of that area you keep seeing on that repeating map. Egypt, Babylon, right up into India, etc. It took over the whole thing. This same bloodline comes down through Cleopatra, the Cleopatra, Julius Caesar, Mark Antony, Herod the Great, the king in the Jesus stories, and through the Piso family, a Roman aristocratic family, who, as I will talk about it more this afternoon, but particularly in my book, The Biggest Secret, and particularly on a website called the Piso homepage, the evidence is very compelling that the Piso family wrote the original gospel stories. Now, same bloodline, Constantine the Great, the Roman emperor who in 325 AD at the Council of Nicaea took those gospel stories and turned them into the religion we call Christianity as we know it today through something called the Nicene Creed. The coincidences are amazing. It comes down through the Merovingians in France. Now, the Merovingians have had a lot of stuff written about them recently in books like Holy Blood, Holy Grail, and others relating to the same story, indicating that the Merovingians have a right to rule because they are the bloodline of Jesus. Well, I think some people have misdirected us in that way by genuine accident, and I think there are some, particularly one, if you look in my website, who is misdirecting us absolutely knowingly to think that it's some bloodline of Jesus when actually it's a reptilian bloodline. He's a guy who is actually the current head of an ancient society called the Royal Court of the Dragon. The Merovingians were the people that founded Paris. They came, they knew their bloodline came from Troy and the Trojan Wars. So they named Paris after one of the people involved in the Trojan War stories, Prince Paris. They worshipped an ancient goddess, which these ancient people very much did, called the goddess Diana, a goddess of the moon. Just outside the original Paris, the Merovingians, they built sacrificial chambers, underground chambers, for their rituals to the goddess Diana. Where they built those chambers is now called the Pont d'Alma Tunnel, where Diana, Princess of Wales, died in the car crash. Pont d'Alma actually means bridge or passage of the moon goddess, which is what Diana was supposed to be. That was a ritual murder when you see the massive symbolism and other evidence surrounding it. The Merovingians, they come through to the Windsors, we'll see that. Now, Charlemagne was the most famous monarch of what we now call France. Massively powerful. Many offshoots came from him. 33 of the 42 presidents of the United States, from Washington to Clinton, go back to this guy alone. How many hundreds of millions of people have lived in the United States since 1776? Hundreds and hundreds of millions. Not only that, they come from a pool of, a gene pool of amazing diversity to create the people we call Americans. You would think that of the 42 that have become president of the United States, there might be a bit of genetic diversity, bit of a chance. No. Because presidents are not selected or elected by ballot, they are selected by blood. And we're having another experience that at this very time in America. Comes down through the Habsburgs, massively powerful, the most powerful family in the so-called Holy Roman Empire for centuries. Come down through the de Medici family and the House of Lorraine. The de Medici family and the House of Lorraine employed two people. Both of them did. And there's an interesting background to the two people they employed. One was called Christopher Columbus. Both major Illuminati bloodlines, this one massively so today, very much involved in the reptilian research, the area of Lorraine near the French-German border. And the other person, both of these Illuminati families with the underground stream of knowledge they were keeping from everybody employed, was a man called Nostradamus. The reason Nostradamus had phenomenal knowledge compared with the rest of the population, I'm not saying he was a bad man or anything like that, I'm just saying where he got it from. This underground stream that has been keeping it from the rest of us all this time, right to the present day. So the bloodline continues. Comes down through the Plantagenet royal dynasty that manifested out of France into Britain. King John, who signed the Magna Carta, the kings of England, Henry I, II, and III, the Stuart dynasty, the Georges, George III there, involved when the Declaration of Independence happened in the United States, through these Edwards to Queen Victoria, a German bloodline on the British throne, all the way through all these others up to the present day, Queen Elizabeth II, Prince Charles, and right down to the present day. It goes through the French royal dynasties, right the way through these to Louis XVI and his wife Marie Antoinette, who were both killed in the French Revolution. And one of their children, very small boy at the time, one of the princes, escaped that. And eventually, thanks to King George III of England, because they're all connected, he was brought to the United States under the name Daniel Peyser. When you do the research into the background of who really controlled the major industrial companies of America like Carnegie and Morgan, etc., you find that was the guy who owned the holding company that owned the flippin' lot. Same again, same bloodline. This bloodline comes down through the presidents, George Washington, again a British aristocratic bloodline, through all these down to the present day and down to Jeb Bush, George Bush's son, who's governor of Florida, and George W. Bush, who has a great chance of being the next president of the United States. There we go. Here comes the son. God, he's shape-shifted. No, he's not. No, he's all right. No, he's all right. But it is amazing that when you start to do the research of where this bloodline goes, you can start to predict where these various people are going to come from in the positions of power. What a coincidence that during the Gulf War, George Bush, Dan Quayle, his vice president, and Colin Powell, the head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, same bloodline, all involved in the Gulf War. It comes down through the Scottish bloodline families. Scotland's a major centre where these bloodlines came out of. Comes down through Kaiser Wilhelm II, the guy at the time of the First World War. Maximilian, the Emperor of Mexico, he was a Habsburg. Down through the Rockefellers, the Rothschilds, and the ruling financial and business elite of today. And that was a very symbolic picture, I felt. That's straight out of a newspaper. They put those two together. I don't know if they're trying to tell me something or what. But this guy, Al Gore, is also the same bloodline. Hence he's now one of the two running for president. And so is this, which answers one of the great mysteries of our time. When I was a kid, I couldn't work out why, wherever she went in this regalia, Madam had to carry this thing behind her, this train thing. Well, now it can be revealed. It was to hide a friggin' tail. So obviously, that's what it was about. And it's funny, you know, how this thing comes together. There's a newspaper, you might have seen it, called the Fortean Times. Well, when I started to get this stuff out, because everyone thinks you're a bloody loony, I ain't bothered, I probably am, but they put a front page on. They were going to they're taking the piss really, because, you know, being brainless is not essential to work for Fortean Times, but it does not help with promotion, you know. But they came up with this. Which is quite an interesting one. This is their front page. And it's kind of an extraordinary thing to get our minds round, that actually this stuff could be true. At the very least, as we move along in this, there is a case to answer, and many questions about what the friggin' hell is going on. And it's interesting, I'll finish on this, another 22 minutes little clip coming up. It's one of the most extraordinary things I've ever seen on television, I must say. They wouldn't do it in Europe. But you have a Governor General, right, who is the Queen's representative in Canada. And they're just symbolic heads. They just do as they're bloody told. The real stuff goes on underneath and behind the scenes. But the way that this Illuminati have created this web works like this. I've been in 25 countries in about 3.5 years, and that gives me the gift of seeing that what appears to be happening in one country, if that's the only place you live, is actually happening everywhere. The same legislation's coming in, the same things are happening, the same solutions are being given to the problems. And the reason and the way that that can happen is this. It's a web. You have the epicenter in London, other places too, but particularly London. Then in the various countries, America, Canada, South Africa, wherever, you have what I call the bloodline branch managers. And what they do is orchestrate around them in their particular country, their sphere of influence, the financial, political, media control to bring into their sphere of influence whatever they are told to. So from the epicenter comes, now is the time to play this card. This is what we want to happen in the world. Down it comes to the bloodline branch managers like the Rockefellers in America and stuff. And they then orchestrate their country to deliver what is being centrally demanded. So when you people like me who are traveling around the world all the time, you're going, my God, this is happening everywhere. This is how it works. And so the Governor General in Canada is just a symbolic person, but it's extremely symbolic of the way it works, with the representatives of the different countries orchestrating that country in line with the central agenda. What happened here is that this lady, for people that don't know, I'm sure everyone knows here, I've just learnt it, used to be a television presenter, this present Governor General. And what 22 Minutes did was turn up at one of her official functions and ask a few questions. This is what happened. And that's an amazing example of the energy that's starting to change, where we stop running, we stop touching our caps and kowtowing to this network of control, and we start saying, I am me, I am free, and we start running at it. And this world's going to be free for the first time in known human history, and it's going to be free in our lifetimes, because the momentum has started, and it's gathering all the time. Okay, I'm just off to get arrested. I'll see you this afternoon. Okay, thank you. We'll carry on the story. Thank you.
David Icke.
The immigration and the police escort has gone home. What they've done, they've listened to my open remarks about what happened, and they've looked at 1,200 people and they've gone, nah. So we're all up. Hey, the revolution's here. I've got to whip through this afternoon pretty quick because I've got so much stuff to get in. And so I'm going to kind of move quickly over some things I usually dwell on a bit. What I was talking about this morning, obviously, was the way that these bloodlines keep turning up in the positions of power and how they come out of the ancient world, and they always seem to end up in the positions of power. But, you know, the human race is an amazing, glorious tapestry of physical form. It's one of the most wonderful things about being on the earth is that how different we all are. And so I think, from my own research anyway, that a lot of different otherworldly sources, if you like, have seeded different streams on the earth. And, you know, that's one of the reasons we all look different. All over the world. And one area that's come into my area of research in recent years, and many other people too, is actually the true nature of the history of Mars. It's amazing when you get into this just how much everyone is agreed on in relation to Mars. They agree that there was once a time when Mars had an atmosphere, water, rivers, etc., that could have been a home for life. They agree that somehow that planet's ability to be a home for life was devastated by some kind of fantastic cataclysm. The only question is, when did it take place? Conventional history and science says millions of years ago. More and more, however, independent researchers are saying, hey, maybe it was only thousands of years ago. And interestingly, the geological and biological record of the Earth proves beyond question that in a matter of thousands of years ago, there was a fantastic cataclysm on this planet, or affecting this planet, that almost destroyed its ability to be home for life, symbolized in the endless legends, again, which have made it into the Old Testament, of the great flood, the great cataclysm, the collapse of Atlantis, and all that stuff. It depends where you look and what your legend is, but the theme's the same. Massive cataclysms, Earth clinging onto life. And increasingly the research is suggesting that the cataclysm that did that to the Earth had the same source that did that to Mars. And if that's the case, then Mars, as a home for life, to the point where it was destroyed, does not go back that far. And maybe there are Earth races that come from there. And more people are starting to look at this, not least because of the stuff that's been found on Mars in a place called Cydonia. This guy called Richard Hoagland's written a lot about this, and many other people too. The so-called Face on Mars. And I've just seen a very interesting movie. I've just seen it, Mission to Mars. Very nice movie, that. And again, it has the theme that somehow Earth was seeded from Mars, but it takes the time scale of millions and millions of years ago. My feeling, and I can't go into it now because there's so much to get through to focus more on what I'm talking about today, is there's a very good chance that what we call the white race, or at least part of it, actually came from Mars originally and settled in the Near and Middle East. And again, it's interesting when you look at Cydonia and the relationships between these various apparently non-natural structures, that their geometrical relationship to each other is very, very much in line with some of the ancient standing stones and circles and stuff like Avebury in Wiltshire, which, if you want to do more research on that, the evidence is there. In fact, this area where the pyramids are, Giza, the ancient Arabic word for this area, the Giza Plateau, actually was their word for Mars. And there's other names and attachments and connections to the Sphinx, which link that to the name for Mars and the symbolic name for Mars. So I think that the Martian story is actually one that in the next few years we're going to see more and more evidence coming to light about, which leads to the fact that actually Mars as a dead planet does not go back that far, and in fact we may have many, many connections with it. What is interesting is that out of that ancient Near and Middle Eastern area, which some researchers link to this Martian race, which they say is the white race, or at least one of them, is a group of people called the Phoenicians. Now, in conventional history, the Phoenicians, who again were a white race, some wonderful books showing that what is said about the Phoenicians in conventional history is actually not true. When you follow conventional history, it mentions the Phoenicians, but like a footnote. Oh yeah, they existed, but now let's get to the important things, all the Egyptians. But the Phoenicians are actually fundamental to understanding so much about the world. They were very, very powerful in this area of the world, in what we now call Turkey. They had a place called Cappadocia, was one of their centers, and all around this area. Tyre used to be a Phoenician center, and they were great mariners. And not only that, they went around in ships a lot, you know. And when you do the research, you find that from this Phoenician group and their travels around the world came so much to explain some of the mysteries. About 3000 BC, they went around Spain and into Britain. And they took with them from the near Middle East so many of the classic British, Irish, Welsh, Scottish symbols. All the classic symbols of the British Isles didn't start in the British Isles at all. They came from North Africa, and provably so. And when the Phoenicians went into Britain, it was they that opened up the first tin mines in Cornwall. And they used to bring the tin back to the Mediterranean. And these Phoenicians, who also moved across land, but particularly by sea, took very advanced knowledge with them. And within these bloodlines, it seems to me, within this Phoenician white race, were some of these key reptilian hybrid bloodlines also. Interestingly, when you look at the Phoenician legends and symbolism and religion, you're looking at what manifested as the British culture. One of the deities of the Phoenicians was called Barati, the female, and they had the male Barat. Now, because it was an offshoot of the same white race that went into the Indus Valley, taking the knowledge and the stories that eventually manifested as the Hindu culture, you find names in the Hindu culture very close to Bharat and Bharati, and when you go right across to Britain, you find the same. Bharat became Baritan, and Bharati became Baritania. And this is a classic depiction of Bharati on an image of a Phoenician coin That image will become very significant soon. And here is a British penny symbolizing Britannia. And the basic legends of the British had about Britannia were the same as the Phoenicians had about Barati. They were the same person. Also, they had two other deities, interestingly, to mention, the Phoenicians. One was called St. George of Cappadocia, that place in what we now call Turkey. St. George of Cappadocia, who fought and defeated the dragon, another constant theme that emerges. And when St. George of Cappadocia went by ship with the Phoenicians, if you like, in their legends, when they got to Britain, of course, he became St. George of England, the patron saint of England, who defeated the dragon. The red cross on the white background that became the Templar symbol and is now the flag of England was the Phoenician symbol, the fire cross of the Phoenicians. And that other deity was St. Michael. St. Michael, which later became a Christian deity, actually was a Phoenician deity thousands of years before that. And when they went off to Britain and parked there, St. Michael started emerging all over the place. There's a place in Cornwall, where just down from where the tin mines are, which is an island just off the coast. It's called St. Michael's Mount, named after the fact that that deity with the Phoenicians, that's where they had a harbour bringing the tin out by ship down to the Mediterranean. People think that it all started in Britain. And if you look at it, this is important. It's not just historical naval contemplating, because what we call the British culture has, in so many different forms, become the world culture. And here is a depiction of a Phoenician high priestess. And what they used to use was the swastika. The swastika is an ancient esoteric symbol found all over the world. Now, what the Nazis did, and people think, if you don't do the research, that they invented the swastika. No. What the Nazis did, and what all Satanists do, is they take an esoteric symbol and they turn it around to consciously indicate the negative. This is why the classic symbol of Satanism is the five-pointed star reversed, so it's pointing down, not up. Reverse symbolism. You'll find this in the Illuminati all the time as they use this stuff. This is a Phoenician standing stone in Scotland. Again, the swastika, which the Nazis reversed to indicate the negative. Not surprising. Now, all over the west of England, in the chalk hillsides, are white horses, which conventional kind of histories can't understand or explain where they came from. Well, this one is the oldest, and it's on a place called Uffington, in the Valley of the White Horse, named after it, not really from Stonehenge, not too much of a drive. And conventional archaeology says this was created in 3000 BC or around then. That's just when the Phoenicians were arriving in Britain from the Middle East and the Near East with this advanced knowledge. Why would they put the Phoenicians, on the hillsides of Britain? Because the white horse was a symbol of the Phoenician religion. And so you look at the stone circles of Britain, and this one's Avebury, which is, again, even closer than Stonehenge to that white horse. The massive stone circle and lots of ancient earthworks which connect into it. It's like a circuit board. Here's the stone circle, and this is the biggest man-made or human-made mound in Europe, called Silbury Hill, just down from that circle that you saw. And there's many other earthworks, like, as I say, a circuit board. Now, again, who built these? Where did the knowledge come from? Well, the Phoenicians' arrival in Britain also corresponds with the window of time in which it suggested that these earthworks and these stone circles were created. This is Stonehenge. That's a crop pattern, 125 circles that appeared suddenly. And it's amazing how quick two blokes with a stick can work pushing. Isn't it amazing? Doug and Dave? It is amazing. It's amazing how quick. I mean, they must really move with them sticks. 125 circles. And that's the main road there, going from London to the west of England. Now, with the passage of the Phoenicians, there's a lot more to say about them, but I want to focus on the theme of the day. Came hidden knowledge. This is so important. That image that I showed earlier, the pyramid with ignorance in the main body among the masses of the people and knowledge held at the top is so important. I just want to go now through some of the knowledge that these advanced peoples, particularly these bloodlines, held in the ancient world, which allowed them to build these amazing structures, Stonehenge not least, and also the way that they have held it to the present day, and how they want us not to know about it. Again, there's that image. This is the idea. Create a structure. In the ancient world, it was mystery schools. Now it's the global secret society network. Keep the real knowledge here and them in ignorance of that possibility. And one of the great areas of knowledge is the fact that this planet is encircled and interpenetrated by a web of force lines, energy lines. Some people call them ley lines, other people call them meridian lines, the Chinese call them dragon lines. And where one or two of these force lines cross, you get a small vortex of energy, a very powerful point. Where lots of these vortexes cross, you get, or lots of these lines cross, you get a massive vortex of energy. Now, energy is neutral. It just is. You know, I mean, energy is just like energy. It's vibrating. And you want to say, what do you want me to do? I want you to be malevolent. All right, I'll vibrate to the malevolent vibration. You're a bastard. I hate you. You know. It's just energy. We impregnate energy with the vibration by our thoughts and by ritual. Of course, is the focus, very powerful focus of thought. Oh no, I want you to be loving now. All right, then I love you. I'll just vibrate a bit quicker. You know, it's just energy. It's neutral. It's not good and bad. So, you know, these energy sites are not like, it's the occult, it's the devil. It's just energy. It's how we use it. And it's interesting that at these major points where these energy lines cross, that's where these people with this ancient knowledge built the stone circles and these great earthworks. This is where Freemasons invariably stick their temples. This is where the ancient temples were put. This is where the pyramids were put, and a massive vortex point. They understand that. It's just energy. You can harness it for malevolent reasons. You can harness it for positive reasons. And interestingly, it would seem that the heart center of this energy grid, where more lines cross, the very heart center, is what we call the British Isles, which it seems is why all these ancient people headed there, and why the Illuminati have focused their whole operation out of there. And there are more stone circles, earthworks, and standing stones per square mile in Britain than anywhere else in the world. It's just extraordinary, because it is such a center of this energy. And they know that if you can harness and control the vibration of the energy grid by your action and by your ritual, you are vibrating the energy that we're all living in, because this is not empty space, it's vibrating energy, to the vibration that most suits your agenda. This is a key area of knowledge which we've been kept from, which has been used to control us. This is from a book, a very good book called Pie in the Sky, Pi, P-I, which looks at the energy grid of Ireland and Britain. And again, talks about the fact that this is a massive center in the Earth's energy grid. Also, this is, it's not a very sharp picture, but this is from Chichen Itza in the Maya country, the pyramids on this side of the world, the American continent. When you start to research this and where the Phoenicians went with this knowledge, it's extraordinary. Phoenician artifacts have been found in the rainforest of Queensland. And again, a lot of people don't know this, that in the Grand Canyon, unmistakable Egyptian, including mummies, Egyptian Oriental artifacts have been found in caverns in the Grand Canyon, in areas, incidentally, which are still barred to the public. The Phoenician evidence can be found in New England. The idea that Columbus was the first person to get to this side of the world from the other side of the world is utterly ludicrous, and with it, they took this knowledge. So when the Europeans, the ones not in the know, came to the Americas, particularly South and Central America, they were staggered to see the same basic stories with different names, and the same basic cultures and artifacts and ways of doing things were found. It's because they weren't the first people to come from Europe. This knowledge went out a long, long time ago. Another area of knowledge is astrology. Astrology. I mean, what is it? It's bloody mad, it's the devil. Oh, we know it's the stupid astrology. What is it? All astrology is the science of how the movement of the planets creates a vibrational expression which affects constantly the Earth's energy field. As we live in the Earth's energy field, as those planets move and combine, therefore change the energy field of the Earth, we are affected by it. When we are born, some people say when we are conceived, probably both are true, we take on an energy which reflects where we're born at the time we're born. And as we therefore, with that energy impregnation, go through our lives, we, born 29th of April 1952, are going to take on a different energy in that place at that time than someone born on January 16th, 1960. The point being that, therefore, as I go through my life, I am going to, with my energy, interact with the movement of the planets and their effect in a different way to someone born in a different place at a different time. It's just energy interacting. Now, they don't want us to know that, so they've demonized it. The Pope says it's evil. I love the Pope, don't you? I love the Pope. I love the Pope when he's going along on that Pope-mobile. Behind 3.5 inches of bulletproof plexiglass, you know. I love that. I mean, that's faith in bloody action, isn't it? Hey, isn't it? Anyway, now, while they're demonizing it and laughing at it, and of course when you read your bloody astrology in the bloody local paper, I mean, of course not everyone's going to act like that. It's too far out, too generalized. But I know from astrologers who are on retainers from transnational corporation CEOs, and I know from astrologers in Britain who I've talked to, who work with certain people that would, you know, people would be shocked if they knew, politicians and business people, etc., that the Illuminati do not cough unless it is astrologically right, because they know there are certain energy cycles when what you want to achieve has a much better chance of happening than if you do it at this cycle. They don't hold summits, takeovers, or anything unless it's astrologically right. But that's another area of information they want that they don't want us to know. And this is a massively important area of the hidden knowledge that these bloodlines have kept from us through their secret society network, the power of the sun. The sun is 99% of the mass of the solar system. It is the flipping solar system. When the sun changes, we change. It's pretty straightforward. And the Illuminati, illuminated ones, they use the sun symbolism constantly, as you'll see. They have known about the power of the sun. Again, it's two levels of knowledge, then as now. Back in the ancient world, of course, the mass of the people focused on the sun because it had an obvious effect on their daily lives, their crops, their ability to live, warmth, power, etc. But at that level, the Illuminati level, where they had access to knowledge these people did not have, they focused on the sun for a very different reason. They knew that the sun is more than a source of heat and power and light. It is a massive generator of energy which operates and projects its energy in predictable cycles. And at certain points, the energy coming from the sun, the so-called sunspots or solar activity, solar flares, are so powerful, they take out computer systems. They've done this. They've taken out power systems. And we're in the middle of a massive sun cycle at the moment, which hit its peak at the millennium. Now, what you're looking at is a sunspot. Some of these things, these arcs of energy from the sun, are 100,000 miles high, apparently. And a few years ago, or earlier in his life, there was a guy called Maurice Cottrell who did a lot of work because of his interest in sun cycles, working them out. He worked out small cycles, medium cycles, and great cycles of this sunspot activity. Later in his life, he came across the amazing information left us by the Maya people in Central America, where they left us a very different measurement of time and the passage of time. And they have small cycles, medium cycles, and great cycles. One of their great cycles apparently is due to end about 2012, not too long from now, when we start another cycle. And I think this is why so many things are happening now. This cycle of evolution is coming to an end, and all that's remained hidden is coming to the surface, which is why there's no way that this control is not coming down in our lifetimes. But what he found, to his amazement, is that his cycles of sunspot activity corresponded almost exactly, even over the thousands of year cycles, with the Maya measurement of time. In other words, so much of that Maya measurement of time was actually measuring sun cycle activity. And the Illuminati play these cycles absolutely to a T, because they know that all is energy, and if you know how to use energy, then you can achieve far more than if you don't. So this is why they time everything. People say, why don't they just take over? Because A, they can't. There has been a progression. And they play these cycles, and they play their cards, and their major cards at specific times. No earlier, no later, then, because they surfboard the energy to give them the best chance of success. So in the ancient world, you had a focus on the sun at the Illuminati level, because they understood what it was and how it was affecting us minute by minute. And if you know how astrological and sun cycles are going to affect us and affect us emotionally, you know that you're going to have humanity in a certain emotional state as a result of the energy changes and cycles around them, that if you play that card now, you play your war there, you play your economic collapse there, people are more likely to react to that in the way you want. So in the ancient world, again in Egypt, the focus on the sun, and gold became the solar metal. Associated with the solar metal. This is Rome. And again, the lion became a symbol of the sun. This, it seems to me, is why the lion got this symbol of the royal animal, the king of the jungle, the king of the solar system. And again, you'll find on Illuminati heraldry and flags and stuff, the lion symbolizing the sun and the knowledge of the sun. This is Sri Lanka. Again, gold, the sun. This is more recent. This is the sun chair of George Washington, the first president of the United States, inaugurated in 1789, a very, very high degree Freemason. Because the Freemasons, although most of them don't know it, is an organization through which this Illuminati work. It's an organization within an organization. Now this symbol has become an Illuminati symbol. It's the sun coming over the horizon. And it symbolizes the ancient son of God of Egypt, Horus. The Egyptians used to symbolize the cycle of the sun through the day as Horus, the sun, born at dawn. And so the symbol of Horus is the sun coming up over the horizon, coming over in the east. And then at the end of the day, hence, by the way, we get horizon, that word, and then you follow the cycle to the end of the day, and they used to symbolize then, as the sun went down into the dark place, setting, they used to say that it was their symbol in ancient Egyptian myth of the negative force, the dark force, set. Hence we have sunset. So when the Illuminati use this symbol of the sun rising over the horizon, it is a symbol of the ancient son of God of Egypt, Horus, which these bloodlines certainly go back to. And the symbolism of this sun cult, this Illuminati, is all around us in terms of flags and what have you. This is the Tibetan flag. You have the sun rising over the horizon, over the pyramid, over the mountains, coming up in the east. And Tibet, I mean, the Nazis, who were kind of into this esoteric stuff in a very malevolent way, they were sending people off to Tibet to kind of find out more and more information about this stuff. Tibet seems to be a real depository of ancient knowledge, some of which is used positively, some of which is used very malevolently. This is the seal of Arizona. Again, the sun over the horizon. You know, if you just saw one, you'd say, oh, well, it's just the sun over the horizon. You know, it's sunny in Arizona. But this comes up so often, this sun over the horizon, as you'll see as this day unfolds. This is Illinois, where the sun doesn't come out quite so bloody much. Again, sun over the horizon. And this symbol relating to the sun is where we get so many stories that have manifested as what I call prison religions. I think religion is one of the greatest forms. No, I think religion is the greatest form of mind control ever invented. And when you do the research into it, you find some strange areas of where it's come from and how it's manifested in the modern world. In ancient times, they used to use, this is long before Christianity, they used to use this symbol, which is not negative in itself, it's just a symbol of the sun's journey through the year, or the earth's relationship to the sun during the year, of course. They used to draw the circle. They used to put the signs of the zodiac around the outside. Zodiac comes from a Greek word meaning animal circle, appropriately. Then they used to break this circle up with a cross, creating the Four Seasons, who were a very good pop group in the 60s, as I recall. They had that Frankie Valli, who used to sing as if someone was squeezing something very hard. Do you remember him? Cherry. Anyone below my age is going, what's the prat talking about? Who's Frankie bloody Valli? But show my age. And then they used to put the sun on the cross in the center of the circle. I've heard that somewhere before. Now, at this point, the seasons break up with the winter solstice, December 21st, 22nd. At that point in the ancient world, long before Christianity, they used to say that symbolically the sun had died because it was at the lowest point of its power in its cycle, in the northern hemisphere anyway. 3 days later, on December the 25th, they said that the sun was born or born again because it had started its cycle back to the peak of its power in the summer. And so, deity after deity after deity, pre-Christianity, was given the birth date of December the 25th. If you want a son of God who died so our sins could be forgiven, born on December the 25th to a virgin mother, or even a virgin mother, then take your pick, because there's endless numbers of them. And when the sun reached this point, which we call Easter, it was a fixed point in the ancient world. The sun was symbolically entering the sign of the ram or the lamb. And at that point, they used to sacrifice lambs to the gods because they thought they would look kindly on them in their crops and stuff in the spring, what have you. And so you have the symbolism, thousands of years before Christianity, of the lamb who died so our sins could be forgiven. And what you've got is you've got religious texts, not least those in the Bible, Old and New, which are written in two ways with the same words. If you understand the knowledge, because you're initiated into it, you see the numerology, the codes, the symbolism in the text, and you read it in a certain way. If you are not in that knowledge, i.e. the masses over hundreds and hundreds of years, then you take the same texts literally, or you dismiss them. But for a long time they've been taken literally. And so you have, in the same text, an ability to pass on advanced knowledge to initiates who understand the coding, and texts which you can turn into a prison religion by taking them literally. And I'll give you an example. Something I said? I'll give you an example. One of the ways that it symbolized the sun in the ancient world was as the cycle of a man's life through the year. On December the 25th, they symbolized the sun as a baby. He grew up, and at the peak of his power, the sun's power, at the summer solstice, they symbolized this man, symbolizing the sun, as a massively strong man at the peak of, course, the sun's power in the year, with long golden hair being symbolic of the big rays of the sun at that time of the year. Hence, of course, the lion, the mane of the lion, the long golden hair, the rays of the sun. When the sun came down in this cycle, symbolizes this man, down towards the fall into the house of Virgo the Virgin, the house of Delilah, they symbolized this man's sun as having his hair cut short because the rays of the sun he symbolized were getting less and less powerful. And by the time they got round here, they symbolized the sun as like old Father Time as we do today. Of course, what have I just said? I have just described the story of Samson. Samson. And again, we're taking literally across the great spectrum of life and belief, stories and texts that are symbolic. Now, this is not a negative symbol in itself, I say again, but because of what it symbolizes, it became part of the secret language of the Illuminati. And you'll see as the afternoon unfolds how their secret language is all around us, and when you start to see the symbolism, you start to read what you couldn't see before. So this became an Illuminati symbol. This is what the Celtic cross is, the cross and the circle. I took this in a graveyard in Ireland. There again, you've got even almost a symbol sun on there. That's what this is. NATO, as we get towards the latter part of the day, we can see is a wholly owned subsidiary of the Illuminati, which is being manipulated to become the world army, the world police force. They want a world army. They're moving there vastly quickly. And, of course, the horrors and suffering in places like Kosovo, Iraq, and Bosnia have massively advanced NATO's ability to be cast in the role of the world army. Again, the cross and the circle. And that's what this is. This is the CIA symbol. Again, the cross and the rays of the sun. These are classic Illuminati symbols which turn up in the positions of power. I took this image in the city of London, just across from St. Paul's Cathedral, in the heart center of the Illuminati manipulation of the planet. And there you see the same thing. You've got the sun, a black sun appropriately. That image on the face is supposed to be Winston Churchill. Again, very appropriate when you do the research. But again, round there you've got the zodiac circle, and this is on a financial building in the city of London. Now, even in the street plans of the major Illuminati cities, you see this same symbolism, which they understand and other people don't. This is the center of the street plan of an amazing city called Paris. It's the Arc de Triomphe. There's the circle. There are 12 streets going off, creating 12 segments. Again, you've got that same image of the circle, that symbolizing the sun, the arch, and the elements that you saw in that original symbol. Now, in Paris, they've even gone so far as putting the sun on the bloody street around it, look. When you start to realize how it's done and what they're doing, you start to see that life in a very different way. This is a way that they put the cross and the circle, this symbol again, into Christian churches. Now, among the people who've been initiated into this knowledge over the centuries have been some of the most famous artists and writers. Mentioned that this morning. This is the famous picture by Leonardo da Vinci. Now, according to Holy Blood, Holy Grail, a very well circulated book in recent years, the elite secret society based in France, which is very much part of this bloodline orchestration and network, called the Priory of Sion. Sion, S-I-O-N. And when you look at the ancient Sanskrit word for the sun, which that white race took into the Indus Valley, which manifested as that culture, you find that Siona, S-I-O-N-A, just one letter difference, was the ancient Sanskrit word for the sun. For me, Priory of Sion is Priory of the sun, and it's massively connected, this secret society, to the Merovingian bloodline. And Leonardo da Vinci was a grand master, according to Holy Blood, Holy Grail, of the Priory of Sion. He was in the knowledge. And what he's done here, if you look at it, he has symbolized that very same recurring Illuminati symbol of the circle, the cross, and the sun on it in this picture. He's depicted Jesus as the sun. When you look into the ancient world, you find that the way they symbolized their sun gods was to put a halo around them, indicating they weren't literal people, they were symbolizing the sun. I'll give you an example of that in a second. And he's broken up the 12 disciples into 4 sets of 3. That's why that guy's looking the other way. And it's an interesting question. Did God create a law like eons ago that religious deities could only have 12 disciples or followers? Do you know? They're every bloody where. They've all got 12. I mean, is it in the contract or what? And you get King Arthur, the center, the sun, and the knights of the round table. The 12 knights of the round table. At the top of the SS, you had Heinrich Himmler, who was, he had this knights organization, and he was at the center of it, Himmler, and he had 12 knights around his round table. This constant recurrence of this same symbolism and this same knowledge and techniques. So that's what that was all about. And also, Leonardo da Vinci was another man, like Christopher Columbus and Nostradamus, who was employed by the de' Medici family and indeed funded and sponsored by the de' Medici family, a major Illuminati family from Venice, Italy. A lot of the so-called deities that supposed to have existed were symbolized with these classic sun symbol headgear and what have you around them. This is a Phoenician stone in Britain which symbolizes their sun god, Bel, which also manifested as Baal. But they called it Bel, B-E-L. And there's the halo they put around the head to indicate that it was symbolizing the sun, not a literal person. So out of this knowledge came, as I said earlier, prison religions that were created to imprison the mind. Instead of saying, well, I'll look at this religion, I'll look at that religion, I'll look at that religion, and what I think is right from all of them I'll take, and what I'm not sure about, you can keep that. I don't feel right to me. I'll come to my truth, thank you. Instead of that, you get an off-the-peg religion, and you have to contract to all elements of it, no matter how nonsensical you may be, because if you don't, you're not a Christian, you're not a Jewish, you're not a Jew, you are not a Hindu, you are not a Muslim, because you don't contract to all these things. Don't think for your bloody self. You take what we say off the peg is the truth. So let's have a look where some of these things came from. That sums up religion for me. There's these two old, kind of, Stone Age people, and they've got these two pile of stones here, like, and he's saying to his mate, doesn't Throng look silly? He must know that our pile of rocks is the real God, And that's the way that we've gone. We have been focused away from the fact that we are multidimensional infinity, not only part of the great I, we are the great I, into thinking that we have to look up to some deity that's been created, and there's always a middleman in between us and the deity. Have you noticed that? What I call the religious Mr. 15%. I mean, is it really not possible to talk to the divine without going through a bloke in a long frock? I mean, is it possible or what? I don't know. Maybe it's me. And here's something else I find interesting, because I'm a strange man. You look at the origin of all the major prison religions, and where do they come from? The same area of the world. Judaism, Christianity, Islam come from there, of course, but so does Hinduism, which was taken into the Indus Valley, the stories that later became the Vedas, the religious books, etc., by, according to conventional history, a white race from the Caucasus Mountains that went in there. And, as I said earlier, one of the focuses in the ancient world, the focus probably, of these particular bloodlines I'm talking about, was Babylon. And out of Babylon, funnily enough, just a coincidence, has come the blueprint for control by religion. In Babylon, they had, this is a Freemasonic symbol, but it symbolizes a lot of the Babylonian stuff. This manifested this image of the eagle looking both ways here as the Roman god Janus, of the face looking both ways. And one of the major mind control projects on the planet is the Janus Project, based at NATO headquarters in Brussels, Belgium. But in ancient Babylon, they had three deities in their trinity. That comes up again and again. One was Nimrod, the father, and then there was Tammuz or Ninus, the son, And they said that the Father and Son were one, and only through them could you get to heaven. And the female aspect of the Trinity was Queen Semiramis, who they symbolized as a dove. They symbolized Nimrod as a fish. And what they said about Tammuz Ninus, the sun, was that he died to save humanity. It's thousands of years before Christianity. And when they killed him, they put him in a tomb, they rolled a rock across the front, and 3 days later, when they rolled it back, Tammuz had scarpered. I think I've heard that somewhere before. And what you get is this recurring theme and these recurring stories, which, as the passage of time goes, just get put in a different context, a different time frame, with different names. And we're supposed to take them all bloody literally. I mean, like, you know, we take this guy literally. You see, when the Illuminati moved from their center in Babylon to Rome, not only did you get the Roman Empire, you got the Roman Church, which became the Christian Church. So we went from the place Babylon, where the blueprint of control by religion and the stories that so many of them came out of, they moved home to Rome, and suddenly we get another religion that's based on the same stories. The coincidences are amazing. Oh, he's got a big hat, look, you know. I love his hat. Actually, someone pointed out some of the symbolism of that. When you look at that hat sideways, it's like a fish head, you know. And the fish head keeps coming up in terms of Nimrod, which symbolizes a fish. Now, this is a wonderful example. You look at the deities who died so our sins could be forgiven, died at Easter, and born on December 25th, the Virgin Mother. There's endless numbers of them. This is a classic, one called Mithra. Mithra was basically replaced by Christianity. And the reason that so many people moved from Mithra worship across to Christian worship was because it was so bloody seamless. So just the names changed. Everything else was the same. They symbolize Mithra as a lion, the sun. They said that he held the keys to heaven. And there's the serpent, the snake, going around him. They said of Mithra, he was born to a virgin mother. He died to save the sins of humanity. They brought gold, frankincense, and myrrh to his birth. And on it goes. It's just a mirror. When you go back even further to ancient Egypt, on the left, you've got Horus, the son of God of ancient Egypt, that is constantly symbolized, as I've shown, by the Illuminati, who go back to the Egypt big time with the bloodlines. And on the right is Jesus. Some interesting little correlations here. Where are we? Jesus was the light of the world. Horus was the light of the world. Jesus said he was the way, the truth, and the life. Horus said he was the truth, the life. Jesus was born in Bethlehem, the house of bread. Horus was born in Anu, the place of bread. Jesus was the good shepherd. Horus was the good shepherd. 7 fishers board a boat with Jesus. 7 people board a boat with Horus. Jesus was the lamb. Horus was the lamb. Jesus is identified with a cross. Horus is identified with a cross. Jesus was baptized at 30. Horus was baptized at 30. Jesus was the child of a Virgin Mary. Horus was the child of a Virgin Isis. The birth of Jesus was marked by a star. The birth of Horus was marked by a star. Jesus was the child teacher in the temple. Horus was the child teacher in the temple. Jesus had 12 disciples. Horus had 12 followers. Jesus was the morning star. Horus was the morning star. Jesus was the Christ. Horus was the Christ. Jesus was tempted on a mountain by Satan. Horus was tempted on a mountain by Set. Did they have plagiarism laws in those days? I don't know. We seem to be following ourselves rather obviously here. And what these things kept doing was creating prison religions, not only prison religions that were fiercely enforced to keep people from expanding their minds to see the true nature and magnificence of who we all are, whatever our genetic background. This, you would think, is Mary holding Jesus. It's classic. This is how the ancient Egyptians depicted Isis holding the baby Horus. The cross supposed to be a Christian symbol. No. It goes back as far as you can follow history, the cross. So, I'm not going to go into this now. There's too much to do. But like I said earlier, there's a tremendous amount of evidence that a Roman aristocratic family, very much part of the bloodline, called the Piso family, wrote the original gospel stories, which have, of course, been rewritten and messed around with ever since. Now, the person who took those gospel stories and turned them into the religion we know today is a guy called Constantine the Great, the Roman emperor, who called together 318 bishops, it is said, at his palace at Nicaea, which is now Iznik in northwest Turkey, to make them decide what Christians should believe, because they were arguing among themselves like crazy, and so they should. Who's to tell anyone what to believe? But he wanted a creed which everyone would agree on, and then it would be fiercely enforced. They had a punch-up, apparently. They were kicking and cussing, and eventually he imposed what's called the Nicene Creed, which is still the basis of what Christians are supposed to believe to this day. This cross is part of the mythology that the night after, or the night before the Battle of Mithraean Bridge, when he was fighting to become emperor, that he saw this cross kind of manifest in front of him, and Jesus said, by this cross you will conquer, but in this sign you will conquer, to be absolutely accurate. Now that sounds like the bloody Prince of Peace, doesn't it? I mean, it really does. And Constantine the Great wasn't a Christian. He was a sun worshipper. He was one of the bloodlines. He worshipped a deity called Sol Invictus, the unconquered sun. And to him, he was creating just another sun-based religion for the masses to take literally, to keep them in line. And that's where Christianity came from, although the vicar didn't tell me that. And here's the Christian bloodline, getting back to bloodlines. It's amazing how this bloodline keeps turning up. The Piso family, the Roman aristocratic family, who I feel strongly actually wrote the original gospel stories, they were the same family, and admitted to this, of Herod the Great, who they put into their stories in an historical context. They were the same bloodline as Constantine the Great, who created Christianity as we know it through the Nicene Creed. Many of the Pisos, and this is provable fact, were the early popes in the Roman Church. King Ferdinand of Spain and Queen Isabella of Castile, supporters of Christopher Columbus's journey to discover America, they were the people behind the Spanish Inquisition that burned and killed anyone who didn't agree with every element of the religion that their early ancestors on the bloodline had created and sought to impose. And King James I, a Satanist, who gave his name to the most used English version of the Bible to this day, is the same bloodline. Just a coincidence, nothing to worry about. This is what's going on behind the theme. Joseph Smith, high-degree Freemason, the founder of the Mormon Church, Merovingian bloodline. Go into my website, you'll see some ancestors of this guy who are trying to expose the Satanism that goes on in the Mormon Church, because it's just an Illuminati front, although the vast majority of its people have no idea. Brigham Young, who took over as leader from Joseph Smith, Merovingian bloodline. Who created the Jehovah's Witnesses? Charles Taze Russell, Merovingian bloodline. They're there to divide and rule us, to create prisons of the mind that we will take and allow to disconnect us from multidimensional infinity. And of course, when they die, you see some evidence of their background. This is Charles Taze Russell's grave. He was ritually sacrificed on Halloween, and they put him in this thing, you know. I hope he'll be very happy, you know. Incidentally, at the risk of being accused of being racist here, but who gives a shit? Provably, both the Mormons and the Jehovah's Witnesses, who were massively connected at the top, were funded into existence by the Rothschild Bank in New York. because the Rothschilds couldn't give a shit about Jewish people. They have mercilessly manipulated them for centuries, and in this century most grotesquely. And if we are going to allow ourselves to get pulled into the idea that because they are claimed to be of a certain genetic background, that they're not going to treat their own people like shit, then we're going to lose the plot. And it seems some people in Vancouver this week have done. Now, working not only have you got a situation in which the bloodlines are working among themselves, they have created a secret society network, a pyramidal system through which they manipulate using people who are going to work, doing their job, going home, and have no idea what they're making a contribution to. The secret society network has been fundamental to hiding the existence of the bloodlines and introducing the agenda. And when you, I'll give you just an example here. When you start to look at these different secret societies like the Freemasons are supposed to have started in like the 1700s. No, that's when they got the name Freemasonry. These secret societies today go back right into the ancient world where the bloodlines came from, Babylon, ancient Egypt, etc. I'll give you an example. Around the time of the Crusades, in Jerusalem, 3 Knights organizations suddenly appeared, almost together, which still exist today and have among their number some of the top people in modern politics, business, banking, military, etc. One was called the Teutonic Knights, which relate to Germany, and it was through the Teutonic Knights network in this century that the Nazis were created and manifested in the horror of the first half of this century. Also about that time, a group of knights called the Knights Hospitaller of St. John of Jerusalem also appeared. Today, in their Catholic expression, they're called the Knights of Malta, and their official head is the Pope. And in their Protestant expression, they're called the Knights of St. John of Jerusalem, and their official head is the Queen of England. The other one was the Knights Templar, again, around the same time. Now, the Knights Templars' official history says that they were created to protect pilgrims who were visiting the Holy Land. Well, there were 9 of these buggers for about 9 years. You're going to protect a lot of pilgrims. I mean, it's just a cover story. By the way, the Knights Templar symbol was the red cross on the white background, which is the ancient Phoenician symbol. And what these 9 knights did is they parked their bums in Jerusalem, right next to Temple Mount. And suddenly, after about 9 years, things began to motor very fast. A couple of them came back and had discussions with this guy Bernard. You know, this guy St. Bernard, you know, the name the St. Bernard dog after and all that stuff. And what happened was that suddenly they started signing up many people, hundreds and hundreds of people, into the Knights Templar. And they were signing up the noble, royal, aristocratic families of France and then further afield. To join the Templars, you had to give them your wealth and land, so they became very wealthy very quickly. They set up 2 centers for their finances. One was in Paris, the other one was in London. These are still the terrible twins of Illuminati operational manipulation in the world today. By 1307, the King of France, Philip the Fair, who appears to have been anything but, he's up to his neck in debt to the Templars. The crown heads of Europe are up to their neck in debt to the Templars, just as their successors today have the governments of the world up to their neck in debt, because debt equals control. And what were they doing, the Templars? They were lending people money that doesn't exist and charging interest on it. Now, this is a scam that these bloodlines have played throughout history. They just do it on a global scale today. Now, Philip the Fair was really kind of fed up with this, and there are other reasons too, and he issued secret orders to purge the Templars on Friday the 13th in 1307 in France. That's why Friday the 13th has been considered unlucky ever since. I'm not saying all the Templars were malevolent and manipulators. I'm talking about the force that was controlling the Templars. So the secret orders weren't quite secret enough. And the Templars, most of them, got away, because they had a massive fleet of ships by this time that were doing all their trade, because they were a commercial operation. And when Philip the Fair went into the headquarters in Paris to get the loot, it was empty because they'd gone. Now, a lot of research has been done in recent years about where they went. These Templars were in the knowledge. They were part of this underground knowledge stream of this Illuminati network. The people controlling were anyway. And they definitely went 2 places, and they almost certainly went a third. They almost certainly was across here, because they knew, because of the Phoenicians who went there long, long before, that America existed. Now, one way they went was from their port in La Rochelle at the time of the Purge in 1307, down to Portugal, where they hid behind a Christian front, the Templars under another name, called the Knights of Christ. And they were a maritime organization. Of course they were. They had a bloody big fleet to use. And one of the most famous Grand Masters of the Knights of Christ, i.e. these Templars, fleeing Templars in Portugal, was called Prince Henry the Navigator. Now that's very, very significant, because one of the sea captains close to Prince Henry the Navigator was the father-in-law of Christopher Columbus. Christopher Columbus wasn't looking for the India and tripped over America. He knew basically where he was going because he was in this knowledge stream. And what were the flags that Columbus flew on his ships? The red cross on the white background, the Templar flag. Who financed him? Isabella and Ferdinand, the people behind the Spanish Inquisition. He was also financed by the de Medici family, who keeps coming up. And so what was happening was, this was a time the Illuminati wanted to populate America and the Americas and destroy that ancient knowledge that was there among those native peoples. And they did a magnificent job, but not quite good enough. Now, why did they call this guy Columbus? I like that one. When his name, he used to sign his name colon. They call him Columbus in the stories. I think they used to call him colon because he was full of shit. No, they weren't. No, they didn't. No. I'm kidding. Here's the Templars here, the red cross and the white background. There's the red cross and the white background. And this is the first, apparently, discovery of America, with Columbus coming over here. So let's look at old Chris. Interestingly, and I can't emphasize it enough, I mean, my chin has dropped to the ground over the years when I see the obsession with symbolism and code. I mentioned earlier that the female deity of Babylon was Queen Semiramis, and they symbolized her as a dove. Therefore, the dove has become a major Illuminati symbol going back to Babylon. It's played... See, we think it's to do with peace. So we see a dove and we think, oh yeah, it's a peaceful sign. It doesn't mean that to the Illuminati. And when the Illuminati moved from Babylon to Rome, they worshipped Queen Semiramis under the name Venus Columba, which means Venus the dove. The word for dove in French to this day is colombe. So Christopher Columbus was a code name for the dove, the bloodlines moving across and parking themselves in a new area of territory, which we call North America. So we have Columbia Pictures, Columbia University, the District of Columbia, British Columbia. It's all this dove Semiramis symbolism. There again, this is a Freemasonic symbol. The dove, there's the pyramid, which will become very significant as we go along here. In the regalia of British royalty, these stick shields, these septics or something, scepters, I don't know what they bloody call them, you have the dove, the dove. And in the Illuminati symbolism, the Queen of England is a manifestation of Queen Semiramis, because it's all ritual. And on Trinity Broadcasting Network, have you ever seen that? I have to turn it off to have a fix once. I turn it on to have a fix once a day. It's so bloody funny. It's a Christian Broadcasting Network, and they have the dove there because the Trinity Broadcasting Network is a front for the Illuminati, just like Pat Robertson's Christian Broadcasting Network is. Go into the website. Now, just as the Templars came down here and then manifested over here with Columbus, so the other place they went after the purge in 1307 was around the west coast of Ireland and into Scotland. There have been some good books written in recent years documenting this. They went into Scotland, and they went there for a number of reasons. First of all, a lot of the bloodlines manifested in Scotland, moved to Scotland. People think that a lot of the classic Scottish names like Sinclair and stuff are actually Scottish. Not true. They came from this area of the world, and originally, of course, back where the whole thing started from. And there was a family in France that was fundamentally involved in the creation, right at the start of the Templars, called the St. Clair family. When it moved to Scotland and Rosslyn Castle near Edinburgh, it evolved into the Sinclair family. And the Sinclair family are one of the major Illuminati bloodlines. Not everyone called Sinclair, of course, because the name has got, moved out. I'm talking about that bloodline going through that calls itself Sinclair, the main one. And so when the Templars were fleeing, they went into Scotland because they were going into very friendly areas with the Sinclairs, etc. And also, Robert the Bruce was having problems with the Pope. Scotland was excommunicated, so the Pope had also joined in the Destroy Templars thing through Philip the Fair, didn't have access to them there. Now this is not just historical naval contemplating, because the Templars manifested out of Scotland eventually under another name, the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry. The Scottish Rite of Freemasonry, with its 33 official degrees and many Illuminati degrees above that, is the biggest secret society in the world today. It pervades world politics, world business, world banking, world military, world media ownership. And it is the Templars under another name. It goes right back into the ancient world. Just changed its name to Freemasons, but it's the same seamless story going through history. This is one of the holy grails of the Illuminati, really, over the years. It's called Rosslyn Chapel on Sinclair land. And the reason I show this is because in the stonework are sweet corn plants and cactus plants that at the time this was built were only found in the United States, probably still are. That's significant because this chapel was built and that stonework put in place long before Columbus left on his journey. And there's a lovely book, it's a very rare book written by a Canadian, that shows that Prince Henry Sinclair, not Prince Henry the Navigator, Prince Henry Sinclair of Rosslyn Chapel of the Sinclair bloodline landed in North America in 1398, 100 years before Columbus, because they knew it was there, because they have knowledge that we don't. They just want to sell us a fantasy of history. Now, when the Illuminati moved into America and North America, the same will be true of Canada if the research is done. They wanted, as I talked about this morning, to take over America. Okay, and they could do that with the colonies and all that stuff to start with. But that was over control, and it had a finite life. They wanted to seamlessly move it into covert control, which can go on forever until it's identified. And to do that, they put several placemen into the founding fathers of America, people like Benjamin Franklin, in this illusion called the War of Independence, which the American army did not win. The English chose to lose. If you look at it, it was unbelievable what they were doing to allow the Americans to win, because that was the idea. And, in America, and I hold my hand up to them, I don't agree with their version of life, and I don't agree with many of their views, but some of the Christian movements in America are doing some wonderful work at the level of exposing the manipulation, financial and political. But they still go starry-eyed and glassy-eyed and tearful when they talk about the founding fathers. Well, I'd like to talk about the founding fathers, particularly this guy, Benjamin Franklin. Benjamin Franklin was a Satanist, and he was a wonderful believer in freedom. He used to buy and sell black slaves, this guy. Now, in the run-up to the Declaration of Independence and the War of Independence, this guy wasn't in America supporting Americans. He'd parked his bum at 28 a street near Trafalgar Square, 28 Craven Street. And he was operating in the secret society network, particularly a notorious satanic human sacrifice operation called the Hellfire Club, which included the Prince of Wales at that time. And he was operating in these networks with the very people the Americans were fighting, the people on the ground, the fodder. And I don't know whether you saw this, but it probably wasn't reported much in North America. But like I said earlier, and I'm going to unfortunately get into this a little bit later, when you follow these bloodlines, you follow human sacrifice and blood drinking, which may be because of the reasons I talked about earlier, or people tell me from the inside. But when they were renovating in the last few years 28 Craven Street in London to be a kind of a museum to Benjamin Franklin's life, they dug the floor up. And under it they found 10 bodies, 6 of them children, that had very strange things done to them. And according to this article, they've dated the bodies to the time that Benjamin Franklin and his mate were in there. And they've tried to explain it away in this article that they must have been into body snatching for medical research. Well, when you get into what the Hellfire Club was about, and this guy was a major player, maybe there was another reason why there's 10 bodies, 6 of them children, under the bloody floorboards. The first President of the United States, George Washington, was not just a high-degree Freemason. The whole inaugural ceremony was run by Freemasons. There's pictures of it, the bloody aprons as they walked down. They took over America under the guise of freedom. And then we've got old Thomas Jefferson, another bloodline guy. He actually wrote that all men are created equal while owning 200 black slaves. I mean, can I have a word, Nate? Just a little word here. I mean, you know what I mean? Because right up to the present day, very easy to say, you don't have to live it, you just have to convince the people that that's the case. Then you do as you like. It's called winning elections. And now we come down these bloodlines of presidents to this guy, George W. Bush. And maybe he won't win the election, but 3 years ago I predicted that he would be the next president of the United States. Not because I'm a genius or a prophet, but because when you understand the bloodlines and how high this guy up is in the hierarchy for a president, then everything starts to fall into place. This guy, George Bush, has an astonishing history. And if you just read my books or go into the website, you'll see the sort of stuff this guy is into. It is staggering. And he is the man named more than any other as a shapeshifter. Again, rising sun. And again, when you look in these Illuminati-controlled magazines like Newsweek and Time, you see the symbolism, rising sun. It may seem an obvious headline, but to them, it's symbolic. The sun is constantly used. Which brings me to this, the secret language. If you're running a secret operation, then you need your codes and you need your symbols that your initiates understand and can read, but the general population don't even know what's going on. And here's some examples of that as we go along, because these are all around us. The Illuminati, one of the great Illuminati symbols over the years, this was a Templar symbol, was the skull and bones. This is on a Freemasonic apron from the last century. And so, as a result of that skull and bones symbol of the Illuminati, we get one of the most notorious secret societies in the whole of North America, the Skull and Bones Society. Most famous member George Bush, soon to be most famous member George W. Bush. And his father, George Bush's father, George W.'s grandfather, Prescott Bush, was also a member of this Skull and Bones Society. Invitation by bloodline only. And the Russell Trust that relates to the Russell family and Charles Taze Russell that started the Jehovah's Witnesses are the people who funded the creation of the Skull and Bones Society. And the Russell Trust used to use Skull and Bones flags on their ships as they ran drugs into China during the Opium Wars for the British or the Illuminati based in Britain. Skull and Bones is a major symbol, but the pyramid is even bigger than that. And it's not just that the pyramid is a symbol in the coded language. The pyramid is a geometrical structure which does things to energy, particularly if you plonk them in these vortex points. And so they've used the pyramid not just as a symbol, but also to manipulate energy. A few years ago, during the reign in France of the 33-degree Freemason François Mitterrand, they staggered anyone with an eye for aesthetics by building this big glass pyramid right next to the Louvre Museum, this beautiful museum in Paris. And people were staggered. And they had a ritual opening of this ugly friggin' thing. There's Margaret Thatcher and all these other people here. All the heads of Europe were there. Now, why did they put that there? In a few minutes, we'll see why they put it there. The pyramid with the all-seeing eye, the all-seeing eye, the watchers from that hand by that Credo Mutua's artifact, is a massive Illuminati symbol. This is the guiding force that controls the pyramid. And this was put on the dollar bill, this ancient Illuminati symbol, by Franklin Delano Roosevelt, one of the major frontmen for the Illuminati in the 20th century, in 1933. And this is a mass of esoteric symbolism which the Illuminati initiates understand and the rest of us don't understand. It breaks down, it is said, all that Latin and stuff on it as he favors our undertaking new order of the ages, or words to that effect. And down the bottom, by the way, it says May the 1st, 1776. Now, people have taken that to be the year of the Declaration of Independence. That's why it's on the dollar bill. Or it doesn't say May the 1st, it says 1776. But on May the 1st, 1776, something else happened. There was the creation of a major element within the Illuminati network called the Bavarian Illuminati that was behind many of the manipulations and wars and conflicts in Europe which followed. Again, you see this. This is the R.J. Reynolds Tobacco Company. The Reynolds is one of the bloodlines out of North Carolina. And the R.J. Reynolds Tobacco Company was owned at one time, maybe it still is, by the Gray family that are very, very close to George Bush. In North Carolina, in the area that this company controls, people don't realize this, that race purity did not end with Adolf Hitler. In 1946, in North Carolina, in the area that this lot controlled, R.J. Reynolds and the families that control it, children were given intelligence tests, and those that fell below a certain level were forcibly brought with their parents in front of a eugenics court, and little boys and little girls were sterilized because they did not reach the desired level of intelligence. That was not in Nazi Germany. That was in 1946 in North Carolina. The Nazis and the fascists did not end in 1945. They just took the jackboots off and the uniforms and put on business suits and smart shirt and ties. Again, the all-seeing eye keeps coming up again and again. This, look at that, this is the symbol of British intelligence. Look at it, British intelligence. That, by the way, the fleur-de-lis, is a symbol of the Merovingian bloodline, and it goes back to, this is the Babylonian Trinity. You'll find that everywhere, particularly in relation to British royalty. This is MI5, and British intelligence is the premier intelligence operation in the world that controls, indeed created, the CIA, and certainly will be massively influential in affairs in Canada. Even the all-seeing eye is on the capstone at the top. Again, this is triads from China, same thing, because they all connect in the end at the top level. This is Fidelity Investments, again, the same thing, recurring. And the eye, the all-seeing eye, CBS television. And what does CBS stand for? Columbia Broadcasting. Everywhere you look, you see this stuff once you start to see what's going on. Now, what you're looking at here, and you know, if I saw this for the first time and heard what I'm about to say, I might say, don't be bloody daft. But when you put it together with all the rest, you start to realize that there is nothing that is a coincidence in Illuminati symbolism. This is Dealey Plaza. This is where they killed Kennedy. They killed him in a street plan of a pyramid with a capstone missing. That is a railway bridge that cuts off the join. Now, this area is very, very sacred to the Secret Society network. This is where they put the first Freemasonic temple in Dallas. And they killed him here, Kennedy here, in this, what is to them a sun temple in their kind of, the way that they see the world and their ritual. Now I'm going to come back to Kennedy in a second, because he fits in many areas. Now we come to the main Illuminati symbol, which you'll see all over the place. It's the lighted torch, or the flame. And this comes, not in part at least, from another recurring story from the ancient world. And that is of some hero who took fire from the gods, fire equaling knowledge, and handed it to humans. In other words, these bloodlines, it seems. Now, this is the most famous one, a Greek hero called Prometheus, who was supposed to have taken fire, knowledge from the gods, and given it to humans. Now, this, therefore, the flame became the major Illuminati symbol. Now, this gold statue of Prometheus is actually in the Rockefeller Center in New York. It was put there by the Rockefellers, the bloodline branch managers of America, and further afield. And there's a plaque there to that effect. Now, to the Rockefellers, that is massive symbolism, which they understand about the bloodlines holding the knowledge and using it for this agenda. Now, that's what that is. This is not the one in New York Harbor. It's the exact replica. I haven't been to New York recently. That's why you've got a fairground ride. This one's in Las Vegas, which is a massive Illuminati symbolism. My goodness me. You want to see that place? Now, what we are led to believe is that in New York Harbor is saying, this is the land of the free. What it's actually saying, because this was given to New York by French Freemasons from Paris, who knew what it really stood for, what it's really saying is, we're running the show, we're telling you, but you can't see, can you? What a laugh. And people that have studied Babylonian imagery and stuff say this whole package is very, very much along the lines of Queen Semiramis. Now, in an island in the River Seine in Paris, where this came from, to this day, a lot of people don't know that, is a virtual mirror image of the Statue of Liberty. So that flame and the torch is the Illuminati symbol. The illuminated ones, illuminated into knowledge we don't normally get in the public arena. Back to Kennedy. When they killed Kennedy, here, the grassy knoll, in the street plan, which is a pyramid with a capstone missing, the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry put up an obelisk, an ancient symbol going way back into ancient Egypt and before, of course, and on the top of it they put the lighted torch. We killed him, we're telling you, but you can't see it. And what have they put on Kennedy's grave from that day to this? The lighted torch, the eternal flame, the Illuminati. We killed him, we're telling you, you can't see it. And back to Paris. That is the place, the image, on top of the Pont d'Alma tunnel, the bridge or passage of the moon goddess on the ancient site of the Merovingian ritual chambers of sacrifice to the goddess Diana, where people take their tributes to the Princess of Wales. It is an exact and massive replica of the torch held by the Statue of Liberty. It's called the Liberty Flame, the thing there to say that on the side. It's standing on a black pentagram, and you can't get more satanic imagery than that. On her grave, Oldthorpe Park in Northamptonshire, you've got the flame. And again, Columbia pictures, Columbia, the dove, Semiramis, the lady holding the lighted torch. This is Christian Broadcasting Network of Pat Robertson, George Bush's big mate, who's pressing for George W. Bush to become president. Again, on the coin from America there. So when you start to understand the secret language and start to fit everything together as the layers come together, you can see that, or you may not see, but I can see anyway, or I choose to see, in my view, that there is a massive network of knowledge here which has been kept from us, which when you start to understand how it fits together, the world starts to change. Now, not only, I've got some amazing stuff coming up here now, not only do you get this imagery in the way that I've just described, you get it in the streets all around us, like I said earlier. Let's go back to this center of the street plan in Paris, the Arc de Triomphe. And the arch, of course, is great secret society symbolism, like the Royal Arch of Freemasonry and all that stuff. It's not just in terms of the street plans or the symbolism in general, that they're taking the mick. It's not even just a code. They know that everything affects energy. And if you put certain buildings and flows of streets in a certain relationship to each other, with certain symbols, you are going to affect the energy. And as we are living in energy, what that energy is doing is going to affect us. And if you can manipulate what this energy is doing, it's going to affect us mentally and emotionally. They understand how to do this. This is a wonderful example in Paris of how they fit it together. This is the Arc de Triomphe. We're going to start here, right underneath the arch, looking down the most famous thoroughfare in Paris called the Champs-Élysées. Dodi Fayed's apartment, where they were supposed to be heading but weren't, when the crash happened with Diana, is here somewhere. Now, we're going to be underneath the arch we are now, and we're looking down the Champs-Élysées. There's the flame, the Illuminati. And then we're going in an exact straight line, straight down the Champs-Élysées. The next thing we will hit is this. It's a 3,200-year-old original Egyptian obelisk from Luxor in Egypt, the Valley of the Kings, with the golden tip on the top, the golden penis of Osiris. We're going to go straight through the middle of that symbolically in an exact straight line. The next thing we hit is the arches of this structure, which is very much like Marble Arch in London. There's the obelisk right in the middle there. And we're going to continue to walk dead straight. And this is the next thing we hit. The big black pyramid that no one could understand why they would put it up next to this beautiful Louvre Museum. It wasn't there because it looked nice. It's there because it's part of the build-up of the manipulation of the energy we call the city of Paris. Same everywhere in the major cities of the Illuminati. This is from a book called Talisman of the United States. A guy who has looked at the street plan of Washington and focused on the amazing imagery and symbolism within it. And of course, they started with a blank sheet of paper, the Washingtons and the Jeffersons and the people orchestrating them when this was built. And a guy called Charles L'Enfant, a French Freemason who was brought in to do the original plan. Now, this is the Congress building, and he's identified what appears to be a Star of David. But of course, like I said earlier, this is not an exclusively Jewish symbol. This is an ancient symbol that goes right back thousands and thousands of years right across the planet. It is just an esoteric symbol. It became associated with Jewish people when the Rothschilds started using it some few centuries ago. And that's from Jewish historical sources. It's just an esoteric symbol. But you show that and they go, you're anti-Semitic. No, it's nothing to do with that. It's to do with what it is. He's also identified that key buildings in Washington line up with where the sun rises at the winter and summer solstice, which is what the ancients did with their stone circles and with their massive earthworks. I'm going to come back to Washington in a second, because I want to give you some background to understand the significance of what I'm going to show you in that street plan, however. What you're looking at is, in research into satanic ritual by the elite and the famous names, a notorious place. It's called Bohemian Grove. It's about 75 miles north of San Francisco, and it's next to the Russian River. It's not Russian at the moment because it's quite calm, but it's called the Russian River. Now, behind these trees in Sonoma County is 2,700 acres of redwood forest. And every year in July, the elite, the presidents, past, present, and future, the media owners, the bankers, the business leaders, the key Illuminati figures in North America and further afield turn up for a summer camp at Bohemian Grove. If you read Transformation of America by Kathy O'Brien and other works, you can get a feel for what really goes on in this summer camp. I took these pictures myself, as near as I could get. It says no through road there. You get up and you eventually become to Bohemian Grove some way up there. I've never been that far. Now, here's a picture from Bohemian Grove taken in 1957. This is Glenn Seaborg. I got it off a website telling the story of his life. It wasn't like from Bohemian Grove's website. Glenn Seaborg was one of the guys who helped to develop plutonium, etc. He's making a speech at Bohemian Grove in 1957. Look, over here we have Uncle Ron. I guess in 1957 he's still getting on and off his horse, is he? I don't know. I suppose he is. He's like an actor, B-movie actor. Over here, Tricky Dicky, Richard Nixon. Here they are in Bohemian Grove, another element of the Illuminati network, and both go on, despite their vastly different backgrounds, to become President of the United States. Like I say, they are selected by blood, not by ballot. Now here's another picture from Bohemian Grove, taken by a journalist on a long lens. What you're looking at during this summer camp is a ritual in which the elite of the world, or the elite of North America anyway, they dress up in long gowns with like hoods on. You know, Uncle Ron looks great in one of them, I bet, he used to. And here they are. It's much clearer on the original. It doesn't come down quite so sharp onto a computer. Now what we got here, a 40-foot stone owl. Did I come in late? We're talking to people you see on the Criminal News Network every day. What are we doing here? What we're doing is you have to look back to understand this. As a group around Sonoma County have begun to expose, and you can get a hold of them on the website, you go back in the ancient world and you find that the Phoenicians and the Babylonians and the people of that area at that time, they used to sacrifice children to a deity called Moloch or Molech. In the Old Testament even, you can see references to people being condemned for putting their children through the fire to Molech. When I've talked, and I've done so much research into the Satanism network, not least because to understand that staggeringly is to understand how the world's controlled and who's doing it. And I've talked to victims of this stuff, most of which don't survive, of course, but the few that have, comparatively. And I've talked to therapists around the world, particularly a great friend of mine in London, Vera Diamond. And they tell me that today, these elite names are still doing ritual sacrifices of children to a deity called Moloch or Molech, the same as they were thousands of years ago. So we ask the question, how do they symbolize Moloch as an owl? Which is staggering, considering this is what I discovered. It wasn't in the book. I just saw it as I was looking at the street plan of Washington. This is the Congress building, and all I've done is draw a red line around the roads within the Congress complex. It is a quite obvious owl, but don't take my word for it. This next one I have not even touched. It's a straight picture from a Washington Street directory you can buy anywhere in Washington. Not only is the Congress building in the belly of the owl, it's standing on a pyramid. The pyramid and all-seeing owl. And that in the belly of the owl, the Illuminati, you couldn't get much more symbolic than that. Now, if we move on, like I said with the Nazis, where they took a swastika and they turn it around to indicate the negative, what the Satanists do is they do two things. They either reverse symbolize symbols, the five-pointed star points down, Satanism, or they distort esoteric symbols to destroy their balance, and that also indicates the negative to them in their symbolic language. This here is the Congress building. This here is the White House. And the center of a pentagram is a pentagon, which just happens to be the shape and name of the very headquarters of the American military. So if we go back to this symbol, just let's take this example. Here's the White House. You go straight the way through there, that middle road, I think it's called 16th Street, from the White House. You get to here somewhere, and you find a very strange building in the street plan of Washington. And it's Icke. There you go. There it is. And here you have the symbolism of the Sphinx here, kind of feel. There you have the Horus, the magnificent it is when you see it live, sun coming up over the horizon, and here we have basically an Egyptian temple. Here's a close-up of or a closer-up of the sun, Horus, son of God of ancient Egypt. What is this building? It's the supreme headquarters, 33rd degree Scottish Rite of Freemasonry. Freemasonry did not begin in the 1700s. It is part of a seamless web of manipulation which changes its name from time to time so we lose the plot. And it goes back right to where these bloodlines come out of, or at least as far back as I've been able to research so far. And again, it keeps coming up. This is the imagery of the Rosicrucian organization. Thomas Jefferson was a Rosicrucian. Again, it's all Egyptian symbolism. There's the sun again, because that's where this stuff comes out of, that part of the world particularly. Now, this is not a political building, the Congress building. It's actually a temple to the Illuminati Secret Society network. The reason it's called Capitol Hill is because when the Illuminati was based in Rome during the Roman Empire and the creation of Christianity, one of their sacred places of worship and ritual was a place called Capitoline Hill. And so this became Capitol Hill when the Freemasons built it. And when Madeleine Albright, the high priestess of American politics, and I'm not kidding, was appointed by Clinton to be Secretary of State, her first overseas visit was to Italy and Europe, and she made an official visit to Capitoline Hill, which to her would have been a pilgrimage and a highly symbolic visit for those in the know of what's going on. So when you look at the Nazis, who were just an expression, another wing of this manipulation to create the divide and rule and the war that created 55 million casualties of all races, you find the same symbolism because it's the same gang. The Maltese cross, the cross of the Knights of Malta, classic on the Nazi uniform. This guy's won the lottery, he's got the lot. The skull and bones, the reverse sun symbol, the swastika, and the eagle, which evolved as a symbol out of the phoenix, the sunbird of the Phoenicians and of the Egyptians. Here's another Nazi, the flying sun disk, going back to ancient Egypt. It's the same symbolism because we're looking at two sides of the same thing. Now, the Heil Hitler symbol actually was a part of a ritual from a secret society called the Order of the Golden Dawn, which was most famously peopled by a guy called Aleister Crowley, a close friend of Winston Churchill, the Prime Minister of Britain during the wartime, and also very much operating in Germany, where the Nazis were coming out of the esoteric occult Teutonic Knights network through the Thule Society, the Edelweiss Society, and the Vril Society. And again, the heraldry and the stuff, this is the crown they crown the Queen with. I don't know what they bloody do, silly thing. Anyway, they have the Maltese cross. You find all the symbolism in all that stuff as well. And this is interesting. Liberty. You'll find this in the United States Congress. It's about liberty, you'll see, because we're free, you'll see. Very free country, you'll see, very bright. Well, what's that doing there, then? That symbol is the very symbol from which we get the name fascism. It's called the fasci. It comes from the Roman Empire. And why does it symbolize fascism? Because they tie rods, individual elements, countries, people, organizations together tightly, and they rule them from the top with an axe head, a rod of iron. It's what fascism is. I've just described the European Union. The European Union, which they want NAFTA to evolve into the America's version of, which is why they're crashing the Canadian dollar. They've got get the one currency and get rid of the Canadian currency. The European Union has a situation in which they have centralized control of the countries of Europe in Brussels, where bureaucrats make decisions, unelected bureaucrats, which override the national laws of the countries of Europe. That's classic fascism, even on the basis of the very symbol we get the word from. And this is the Colorado seal. Look at this. Colorado's a massive Illuminati center. not least Denver, where that airport is with the gargoyles. There you have, again, the sun and the symbol of the pyramid, but look, there again, the classic fascist symbol on a so-called free American state. And when you go to the Knights of Columbus, I took this in Eastern Canada, again, the classic fascist symbol. They understand at the top level what it means. They're talking to us. Again, ARCO, Atlantic Richfield Oil Company, you see it in the transnationals. That's the pyramid with the capstone missing, look out from above. This is the House of Lorraine, one of the great depositories of the bloodline. This is the double cross of the House of Lorraine, the cross of Lorraine, from where we get the term being double-crossed, being manipulated, and how appropriate then that we should find it in this Exxon oil company. This is from a copper operation in America, and according to the research of Fritz Springmeier in a book called The Illuminati Bloodlines, this was a symbol almost exact from the Bavarian Illuminati, which started on May the 1st, 1776. And so we get in America the Circle K operation. K and circles appear, I've not really worked this out yet, appear to be a part of the code. And there you have Texaco. Again, it's all esoteric symbolism. The circle, the pentagram, and the T-square of Freemasonry. And Bill Clinton's been there as well, as you can see there. I didn't see that. But because it could have been Christopher Columbus because he's so full of shit. No, he's not. No. The point is, though, that it's not just symbolism for, you know, let's take the piss. We'll put it out there. We'll know what it means, and they don't. What a laugh. We have a subconscious which picks up everything. And they have this understanding of how to speak to the subconscious. And the subconscious often speaks in imagery and symbolism. This is why we dream in symbolic ways rather than literal ways. And this is why the top copywriters in advertising and stuff, they know how to use imagery and to use certain words to talk to the subconscious. The idea is to put images and thoughts into our subconscious, which eventually filter to the conscious, at which point we say, hey, I've got a good idea. One of the things that happened, this is a famous story, is that what they used to do some time ago is they used to put flash frames of Coke bottles in the movie just before the interval. Now, the conscious level just couldn't see that. Boom, gone. The film never seemed to change. The subconscious sees everything. And until they banned that, Coke sales at intervals in cinemas went up significantly because it went in at the subconscious, came, I fancy a Coke. We think it's our personal thought. It's coming from the subconscious, and that's the way they go in. That's the way they go in with the mind control. Again, it's amazing how you see the Freemasonic floors in famous cathedrals because they control the religions. This is Westminster Abbey. And all over the world, I haven't seen a policeman recently in Canada, although I might have seen one earlier today if things hadn't have changed. But you see this, the black and white squares on the uniform of the police all over the world, in Britain, Australia, America. Again, Freemasonry imagery, secret society imagery. And I want to emphasize this. I'm not saying for a minute that Freemasons in any way influence the police force. I think it's just an ugly rumor myself, you know. So I'm going to finish this part of the talk by bringing in now an element which has come more and more into my research in recent times. These three things are all connected. When I started following these bloodlines, again, these ceremonies and rituals and blood drinking went with them wherever I went. And the more that time has passed, the more I've begun to understand how important this stuff is to these reptilian bloodlines. And I'm just passing on, I haven't been there, I haven't seen it, but I'm just passing on what I'm told by people who've been on the inside and seen it. That for some reason, these hybrid bloodlines need to drink mammal blood, human blood, particularly blonde-haired, blue-eyed people, because there's something in that bloodstream that makes it more effective than any other, to hold those mammalian codes open so they don't manifest in their true form. And the satanic imagery is all over the place if you know what to look for. Well, this is one kind of example. They wanted to build a statue to George Washington, the first president of the United States. I mean, there's someone in America who built a bloody statue. I mean, I feel it in me water. They must be somewhere. But no, they asked some guy in bloody northern Italy to do it, Florence, you know. So anyway, when George arrives on the ship and they unveil him, I mean, people are aghast, like, you know. I mean, their flabber's never been so gasted, as they say. They put George, he put his arm in the air and his arm down here, and they cover his Bill Clinton's with a piece of cloth, and he's naked from the waist up. Now, this is our esteemed leader, our first president. What are you doing? And it's like the Black Pyramid in Paris. You don't know what they're doing until you have a look at what the Templars used to use and what the Satanists use as the symbol of the negative force. From there to there. Naked from the waist up, that arm down, Bill Clinton's covered with a piece of cloth. This is the classic negative force symbol that comes up again and again. And here's another example. This is the satanic sign for Satan, or whatever name you want to put to that negative malevolent force. Very simple. This is another example of it. That is what the sign for Satan is in Satanism. Well, how about that then? That's what he did during his inauguration speech, or just after it, when he was first made president. And the number of times, it is extraordinary, you see world leaders at speeches, particularly when they get a great opportunity, when the applause starts, doing that. It's extraordinary, because that means something. And when you go through, somebody went through his speech, one of his inauguration speeches, and the symbolism in it is just extraordinary. When you know in detail what to look for. Oh, Henry looks pissed, doesn't he? This is Doris Duke, a tobacco heiress, American tobacco. She was massively into Satanism. Seems to have done her good, doesn't it, really? I mean, he looks pissed off with being with her, and she looks really pig sick with being with him, really. But this lady was actually ritually sacrificed, according to sources, number of sources that I've come across, because they, at the end of their lives, they tend to do that to each other. It's almost, again, part of their ritual. It's a very, very strange world that's controlling us. Anton LaVey, his Church of Satan had a number of famous people involved in it. This is Jane Mansfield, who was a high priestess of the Church of Satan. And an offshoot of the Church of Satan of LaVey was an organization called the Temple of Set that was headed by a guy called Michael Aquino, who is very much named by mind control victims as being massively involved in the mind control operations and the trauma-based mind control, which I'll come to in a second. I think he's died recently. The Temple of Set came to light when it was exposed that Michael Aquino was the head of the Temple of Set while being one of the leading lights in the American military's psychological warfare department. And when this was exposed, even in the mainstream media, the authorities said a person's religion is his own business. Well, it might be, but you know, if it involves sacrificing children, I think we ought to have a word in here somewhere. But that's the way that it was received and explained away in that pathetic fashion. This guy is Aleister Crowley. Again, a man who very much was involved with Churchill and the Nazis, and is like a hero in the satanic movement. And he actually wrote books in which he explained how to sacrifice children and the best ones to pick. And people say, oh, it doesn't go on, it's rubbish. Tell the kids that, for goodness sake. We've got to get out of denial, and then they might get out of servitude and torture and horror. This is Winston Churchill, who came to be a kind of classic Christian person, and there he is being inaugurated into the Druid religion. That's not to knock the Druid religion. Just because you're a Druid doesn't mean you go around sacrificing people. I know lots of Druids in England. They're really, really nice people. What I'm saying is, while they claim to be Christians because it's good for the CV and it's good for the kind of image, they're actually into a very different view of life. This guy, my goodness me, this guy is Ted Heath. He's named as I think I mentioned in the talk earlier this morning, as a shapeshifter and a conductor of satanic ritual. And I named him in The Biggest Secret, which came out in February in England, and February 1999. And a journalist went to him, read from the book what I'd said, and this guy's got a lot of money. He could have shut that book down if he was prepared to go to court and let me say my piece. All he said was, I think David Icke must be ill. And that was it. This guy is called Peter Mandelson. He's a guy who is very much involved in the manipulation at the heart of the present Tony Blair government. He's the present guy in charge of the negotiations in Northern Ireland between the various factions. And he's known by his colleagues, and this has been in the media, of course, as the Prince of Darkness. From my understanding, whoever coined that phrase was very inspired indeed, and possibly psychic. Now, these two people are apparently on opposite sides of British politics. They are sitting there together at a convention agreeing that Britain should go further and further and further into the European Union and lose more and more of its national decision-making, because they are two sides of the same force, and the same will be going on in Canada. The Mormons, again, this is the temple in Salt Lake City. The Mormons are a front, and most of them involved in the Mormon religion, like Freemasons, are innocent of this knowledge, but it is a front for satanic activity, child abuse, and child sacrifice. And if you go into my website, like I say, you'll see people from the inside of the Mormon church exposing that, not just me. We need to get out of denial of this. 666, from the number of the beast in Revelations in the Bible, is a code which is an obvious code for Satanism. It comes up again and again and again. So you have it there, and you see it in advertising a lot. Here's 666, look, in this particular advertising for, I don't know what it is, advertising something. And in this cold preparation is 666. Now, this is someone the audience here will know. Pierre Trudeau. Pierre Trudeau, on his car, he has 666. And according to a friend of mine in Vancouver, you can write me if I'm wrong, as to say, he was the man who put 666 into the federal government telephone numbers. Now, isn't it strange, therefore, a strange coincidence, that people like Kathy O'Brien name him as a pedophile, a child abuser, and a child sexual abuser? And he's involved in this same stuff. And she names other people as well, including Brian Mulrooney. But of course we mustn't talk about that on the radio, because we have regulations, you see. The game is broomsticks. It's satanic knowledge. It's basically esoteric knowledge which can be used positively as well as malevolently, used malevolently to control instead of being used to set free. And it's just the same knowledge which they use to control us that they want us not to know about. And like I say earlier, this lady was ritually murdered by the very same codes, by the very same symbolism and ritual that you see all the time. And I've talked a bit about, some of the symbolism surrounding it. Just a couple of three-dimensional things people don't know, because it's not appeared very much in the media, if at all. People still think that, or the official line is still that this was an accident. What a strange coincidence. There are 17 traffic cameras between the Ritz Hotel and the Pont d'Alma Tunnel. They've never gone down before. All 17 went down while that Mercedes was going from the Ritz Hotel to the tunnel. And if they hadn't have gone down, there would be no mystery about what happened, because everything would be on video. At the very same time those 17 traffic cameras went down, all the police frequencies in central Paris went down also. And that's just some of the evidence that that was no accident, quite obviously. But the symbolism surrounding the legends and ritual of the goddess Diana, surrounding her murder, are unbelievable. One of the other things is, one of the things that keeps coming up in the ancient legends of Diana are lakes, islands, etc. And what they've done is buried her on an island in a lake. And when you read The Biggest Secret, 60 pages on this ritual murder, the symbolism is just beyond belief. What's now starting to come to light is the scale of child abuse in the world. I've been talking about this for years, and many, many other people have too, trying to get a voice out there amid the sea of denial and suppression. In Britain now, it's starting to unfold. Some of the walls are starting to come down because the scale is so vast. There are many, many police investigations now investigating the way that phenomenal numbers of children have been abused systematically and sexually abused, and also satanically abused in the rituals and stuff. And the abuse is suppressed through a classic pyramid system. When this system comes down and is dismantled, the scale at which the children of this world of all races, Credo Mutwa talks in detail about exactly the same in Black Africa, the scale at which our children have been abused, sexually abused, violently abused, and killed in satanic ritual is just going to blow our minds, including me, because the scale I've established is nothing like the one yet that I'm going to. And the way it works is the classic situation. The Illuminati, through their various levels, make sure that they put their people in the key positions of power in these key areas which allow the abuse to happen, then fail to investigate it, can, even if it comes to court, then destroy the case, so that the lid is kept on the unbelievable scale at which this is going on. On my website, I got approached by the parents of a lad called Zach, a little 5-year-old kid here, who was in North Carolina, in that classic area where the eugenics was going on at the end of the last century. At the end of the last war, rather, just afterwards. And he started telling classic tales that I've heard all over the world. Amazing tales of how they were taken away from the preschool he was at, and they were subjected to horrendous experiences of seeing rabbits cut up, of seeing babies sacrificed, of being forced to drink blood. And when he started remembering this, and well, not remembering it, talking about it, and the reason he's a bloody courageous kid is because what these people tell them, as he and so many other courageous kids have confirmed, they tell them, if you tell anybody, including your parents, we are going to do this to you. Now, they've seen babies sacrificed. They've seen rabbits cut up in front of them alive. They believe it's going to happen to them if they speak out. They're also told, some of them, that their parents are involved, so you tell your parents, you're in real trouble. And so you've got kids all over the world who are living their little lives in terror of A, more abuse, and B, telling anybody about it because of what will happen to them if they do. And this is the structure which keeps it all quiet. And I tell you, I followed up this case in North Carolina. Do you know, it came to light in November. We are now in March. They have closed the case. And you know, the police have not even gone to that school center where he says it happened, and his mate, his little friend, is telling the same story in detail. They have not even gone and asked the other parents at that center if there is any experience they have had with their children that might lead them to believe their children have experienced anything like this. They just put the lid on, bang, bang, and left those two kids, and God knows how many more who are still there, to get on with their lives with those memories. It's not happening. Shut up. I don't want to face it. Nor do I, but if we don't, it goes on. And this links into this. mind control is fundamental at the very heart of how the Illuminati have manipulated the human race. Mass mind control, creating the herd mentality, and other techniques I'll come to as the afternoon starts to move into the modern world. But after the break. But this is individual mind control. It's called trauma-based mind control. They found, and in the Nazi concentration camps where they had an endless supply of victims, people like Joseph Mengele, the angel of death in the concentration camps, who after the war was brought to the Americas by a British and American intelligence operation called Operation Paperclip, and carried on his appalling genetic and mind control experiments in North America, not least at the China Lake Naval Weapons Center in California, and also very much in league with a guy called Ewan Cameron, who many Canadians will know, who was operating out of Montreal at the head of the notorious mind control project called MK Ultra. That was created by the Nazis, who were brought out by people like Alan Dulles, the head of the CIA, the first head, and British intelligence, out of Nazi Germany to avoid the Nuremberg trials, so they could continue where they left off in this part of the world. And what they discovered, and they've known this a long time, but the concentration camps gave them an opportunity to perfect it, is there's a mechanism of the mind which shuts out memories of extreme trauma. Therefore, when we have a bad road crash, we don't remember the horror of the impact because the mind puts an amnesic barrier around that memory. We can't remember it. Good thing. We don't want to keep remembering that stuff. But like everything, it can be used malevolently. And they realized that if you could systematically traumatize children, particularly before the age of 5 and 6, so you could rewire the brain and the neuron pathways, you could turn their minds into a honeycomb of self-contained amnesic barriers independently working by themselves and independent of each other. A honeycomb. And once you've created that honeycomb of amnesic barriers through putting people through a satanic stuff and this abuse that I'm talking about on this vast scale, you could then program these individual compartments of mind with things that you wanted them to do, assassinate people, whatever, or you could bring that compartment to the front of the mind. They would then experience sexual abuse by people like George Bush, one of the most famous pedophiles in the world, the proof of which and the evidence of which is more on him than anyone else. And they would feel and experience that abuse, and then you push that compartment back into the mind and you bring another one forward, and they do not remember being abused until they have the deprogramming, which breaks down the compartments, and then suddenly, my God, they remember what they never remembered before. And this trauma-based mind control, which has created something called multiple personality disorder, which is not multiple personality at all. It's multiple fragments of amnesic barriers operating independently from each other. Every single amnesic part of the honeycomb thinks it's the whole mind. And this is how they create assassins. This is how they create these kids who go crazy with guns at Columbine High School and other places. Guys like Thomas Hamilton, who went crazy with a gun in Dunblane, killing all those kids in Scotland. People like Martin Bryant, who went crazy with a gun, killed some like 35 people in Port Arthur, Tasmania. And it's interesting, when you do the research, this mind control network is centered, here we go, in London, at a place called the Tavistock Institute and its network of offshoots. It was created by a guy called John Rawlings Rees out of the British military's Psychological Warfare Department. And it set out to create an absolute explosion of mind-controlled people, which it could use to advance its agenda. Interestingly, Martin Bryant, one example, the guy that went crazy with a gun in Port Arthur, he was given psychological treatment, and his future treatment decided by a guy called Dr. Eric Cunningham Dax. Only the Tavistock Institute's Australia representative and a close associate for decades of John Rawlings Rees that set the whole thing up. When Timothy McVeigh was arrested for the Oklahoma bomb, USA Today reported, though not with the significance, that he'd been given a mental assessment after his arrest by a guy called Dr. As they call him, Jolyon West. Louis Jolyon West. Louis Jolyon West, to anyone that's done any research into mind control in North America, is one of the most notorious CIA mind controllers operating out of the University of California. It was Louis Jolyon West who was designated to give a mental assessment to Patty Hearst, the newspaper heiress, when she came out of that Symbionese liberation terrorist group some years ago. This is how it's done. And we're watching a movie on the news of manipulation and manipulated, mind-controlled people who are playing out a movie to get the reaction desired, which allows us to accept the agenda required. This is what's going on in front of our eyes, and this is why there's been so many efforts around the world to stop me standing here and saying it. Some of this brainwashing stuff and mind control stuff has actually got even into the mainstream media more recently. This guy, Sirhan, when you look at the research, and I've read his psychological profile and his psychological report, this guy was in an absolute friggin' trance when he's supposed to have shot Bobby Kennedy when he was going to be on the campaign to be President of the United States in the late 60s. He's still in jail now, Sirhan. They create these people because if you can create a lone nutter, no conspiracy, the whole thing can be swept away. Lone nutter, ever so sad, terrible about John Lennon, wasn't it? Oh, JFK, what a terrible thing. Oh, Bobby Kennedy, what a terrible thing. Martin Luther King, oh my goodness, wasn't it terrible? And away you go. You don't start investigating who's really behind it when you've got a lone nutter who appears not to be the full picnic. Very famous people are involved in this stuff. This guy, Bob Hope, is a major slave owner, as they call them. He is, of course, he's getting well on in years now, so he's kind of being eased out of this. But through his life, he has been one of the people designated to look after and continue the abuse of mind-controlled slaves so the compartments hold and expand into more. This is the nature of what is going on in our world. And when we finish the next break, I'm going to go into the structure of what's happening today, how the day-to-day manipulation goes on, and then into what we can do about it. What can we do about it? A handful, almost literally at the top, of people can only control and manipulate 6 billion if we allow them to do it. It's time to stop. It's time to call enough. And we've got to get out of denial, and we've got to get out of our illusion that these things aren't happening. Because as Credo Mutwa said most brilliantly, while we ignore their happening, they just go on unchallenged. We have a wonderful opportunity here, our generations alive today, to leave this planet an immensely better place than the one we found. That's our gift. We've chosen to be here, and this is the time to do it. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. God, I love that woman's voice. God, dear, the female voice, you know, when it's like that, unbelievable. Turn me up, I'm talking to myself. Just saying, that song's fantastic. I love her voice. Just kind of, it's like voice to die for. Can we turn the mic up? Is that possible? How am I doing? I've talked to myself twice now.
Mike's in your shirt.
My mic's in my shirt.
Best place for it.
Oh, it's come out. Do you know my mother always used to, she used to say, Dave, if you never forget anything else, never let your dingle dangle. Never let your dingle dangle, she said. And here I am, letting myself down in Vancouver, I don't know. Ooh, I'll undo my shirt, will that be nice? I'll do a strip for money and I won't do it for even more, you know what I mean? Because you've been eating, I don't want to put you off, like, you know what I mean? We're going to talk a bit about politics now. You know where politics comes from? It comes from two words. Poly meaning many and ticks meaning blood-sucking creatures. You know what I mean? So, can you hear me now? My dangle's not dangling in me dingle-dangle thing. Yeah, great. I love technology. I got a great friend, you know. I got a great friend who's into technology, a nice friend of mine, nice guy. He rang me the other day. He said, look, he said, I've invented a rocket, he said, to fly to the sun. I said, that was a bloody daft. I said, you can't fly to the sun. I said, the bloody thing will melt. He said, oh, no, sir. He said, I've sorted that one out. He said, I'm going at night. What we're going to do, what we're going to do now is look, because we've come a long way, and again, we're scratching the surface. There's so much to know, and the veil's lifting so fast. It's a great time to be alive. We're going to look at the way the story relates to what is happening in the world today, the agenda and the networks today. And this is the structure, it seems, that the world is designed to evolve into. And this is no longer, although it once was, a projection forward. I think this is what's going to happen. We are seeing this happen now in front of our eyes. The idea is for a world government, and the movement to superstates like the European Union and the evolution of NAFTA and APEC are designed to be one layer of that as we move towards centralization of power. And it's a very interesting reason, a very obvious reason, never mind interesting, why this is happening. If there is not many of you and you wish to manipulate billions, then diversity is your worst nightmare. The more that power and decision-making is decentralized, the more diversified it is, the more diversified the countries and the cultures are as we celebrate the diversity of human creativity and human form instead of scorning it and allowing that to be the divisions through which we're divided and ruled. It's your worst nightmare. If you're going to be a few controlling the very many, you have to do two things. You have to centralize power optimally on a global level, and you have to scorn diversity and create uniformity of culture. And that's precisely what we've been moving through this century. Under the world government, it's designed to be a world central bank, a world currency, which is designed to be electronic, not cash, for which there are fundamental implications for freedom. If you now go into a garage or a shop and you hand over electronic money, and you put the credit card in, and they say, oh, sorry, you won't accept your credit card. Terribly sorry. But you've still got a choice while cash is in circulation, which is, well, I better pay cash then. But what happens when there is no cash in circulation, and the amount of actual stuff you can hold in your hand now compared with figures on a screen is a fraction and falling of the money in circulation? When that computer, or whoever programs it, says no to your credit card or your microchip is designed to move into, then it's deciding if, whether, what, where you purchase, because if it says no, there's no other form of purchase. That's the idea. Not efficiency, control. The World Army, I've been talking about this and writing about this for years, is designed to be NATO, fusing eventually into the UN peacekeeping force to become the World Army. NATO being the dominant force. And as I've said in books over the years, and other people have too, watch for conflicts in which NATO can be used as a peacekeeper out of its normal duties, so that it sets the precedent of being the force which reacts to problems in any country. And because of Bosnia and because of Kosovo and things like that, we are seeing that evolution, which I'll come to in more detail shortly. And then there's the microchipped population, which was very funny when I first started talking about this years and years ago, except now it's being introduced. under this layer of world government is designed to be the European Union, which evolved out of a free trade area, the European Economic Community, just a free trade area, nothing to worry about, and then we evolved that, stepping stone style, to the centralized fascist European state. NAFTA, just a free trade area, nothing to worry about. Mr. Mulroney and Mr. Bush both got together and said, if you're ever so good for trade, oh, that was good, oh. And so we're now stuck with NAFTA, which has been great for the Canadian economy, apparently. And then you get the Pacific Union, which is designed to evolve out of APEC, the Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation, which was set up in 1994 at a meeting in which Bill Clinton was a main attendee. And under that come nation states and regions, which in Europe, of course, are now subordinate to that. And then you get to the people. That's the idea and the structure we're aiming towards. And again, when you turn on the news, you see the rapid movement towards that. This guy with the patch on his chest works for the CIA as a scientist, I mentioned at the start of the talk. He told me when I met him, 2-3 years ago now, that microchips were so small you could insert them with hypodermics in vaccination programs. And this picture, sometime later, has come out in a British newspaper from a university, Huddersfield University. It is a massive blow-up, as you can see, of an ant, and it's holding a microchip in its little pincers. That's how small they are, and getting smaller all the time. And the barcoded person symbolized in this picture, we are moving towards very rapidly as we become embroiled in a network of technology in which we can't go anywhere and do anything of significance without some technologies recording it. Again, that's the idea. And if George Orwell had called his book 1994, he would have been spot on. And George Orwell came from a level of knowledge that the agenda existed. Now, that structure I've just talked about, which we're aiming towards and moving towards rapidly, if that was offered openly, then there would be a massive reaction against it. People say, that's a global fascist state, we're not having that. We want to know, we want to decide what's going on in Canada. Come on. Not having that at all. So you have to use a technique, one of many mind and emotional manipulation techniques, so that you get the people who would normally oppose the agenda to actually see the agenda as a good idea or the only solution to problems you create. Now, in the upper levels of Freemasonry, they have a motto, Ordo ab Chaos. That means order out of chaos. The idea is that if you want to change society from the status quo to advance it into the image that you want it to be, if the status quo is working and you have harmony, you are going to have one hell of a job to get people to change that society. So you need to create problems in the status quo which you can then offer solutions to. They just happen to be solutions that reform society in the form that you want. And what the Freemasons call order out of chaos, I call problem, reaction, solution. And it works like this. If you were offering your agenda at this point openly, as I said a few minutes ago, there would be a reaction against it. So at this point, you break the status quo up. So the status quo appears not to be an option. You create a problem. You make sure someone else is blamed for it, like some lone assassin, and you make sure that it changes the status quo in some way. It could be a run on a currency. It could be the collapse of the Canadian currency's value. It could be a war at its most extreme. It could be a government collapse. Any of these things, a terrorist bomb. You then get the media, which you also control at ownership level, and by lack of vision and courage at journalistic level, often, you get them to report your problem in the way you want it reported and to blame the people you want blamed. Let's analyze this for a second. When a major event happens, like Oklahoma or a war or whatever, In the first 24 to 48 hours, Waco's another example, you are given the official version of that event. Just listen to the journalists talking and writing. FBI sources say this, White House sources say that, government sources say this. In other words, the explanation in the immediate aftermath of a major event is what the government explanation is. That explanation is at the top of all the newspapers, front page, because the event's just happened. It's at the top of every radio and news bulletin. That goes around the world. This is what happened at Waco. This is what happened at Oklahoma. Then people who are interested in what really happened start digging away. And again, the official version is demolished. Where is that reported? Not at the front page of every major newspaper, not at the top of every global news bulletin. In small circulation books, in small circulation newsletters and papers and magazines. And so, decades after the official version of these events has been demolished by research, stop anyone in Sydney, Australia, in London, in Vancouver, and say, Waco, Oklahoma, and they will regurgitate the version they heard in the first 24 to 48 hours, which just happens to be the official version. This is how it works. So stage one, you create the problem, you get the public to be informed about that problem in the desired fashion. So getting the public to say, something must be done, this can't go on, what are they going to do about it? Enter the sting. Those who've created the problem and glean that reaction then openly offer the solutions to the problems they have themselves created. In this way, people are demanding that an agenda is introduced or allowing it to be introduced when if it was offered openly they would oppose it vehemently. Problem, reaction, solution. And when you look at Oklahoma, just as an example, whether Timothy McVeigh was involved or not is open to debate. What is not open to debate on the evidence, I would suggest, is that not only he was involved. As independent bomb experts who spent a lifetime in the military have confirmed, the bomb that caused the Oklahoma horror, 168 men, women, and many children, killed and maimed others, could not possibly have been caused by a fuel fertilizer device in a Ryder truck. It had to be caused by a very high-tech device on some of the pillars, or the building could not have fallen like that because it was an immense building. And it's interesting that some of the parents of children who died in Oklahoma started doing some research, made themselves very unpopular, and they established that the target, apparently, of Oklahoma, the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco and Firearms Department that was involved in Waco, nobody from that department was in the building when the bomb went off, but they were in full combat gear around the building an hour before the bomb went off. And when you look at the background to Oklahoma that you're not told about, quite clearly there is a great more information to know than we're being told, which would put a totally different light on what happened there and why. And why did it happen? Problem, reaction, solution. You have to have the solution to the problem. Purely and only because of Oklahoma. Anti-terrorism bills went through Congress on the nod, not a word of challenge, which took away basic freedoms in America and gave more fascist powers to the security forces and the military. Within 24 hours of Oklahoma, Bill Clinton was calling for an easing of restrictions on the military's involvement in domestic law enforcement. Problem, reaction, solution. And there's no better example of that than the Second World War. Wonderful example. You had this Illuminati, this global elite, and this is documentedly provable. They had, by this time, created Russian, which became Soviet communism. Lenin and Trotsky were funded from Wall Street and London. Provable. Why? Because if you're going to create a conflict to divide and rule and change society in your image, you have to create the sides to play off against each other. So by the time the Second World War was about to start, they had their front man in Russia called Joseph Stalin. In Britain, they had another front man who came to power just when the war was about to start, in earnest, Winston Churchill, from the Marlborough bloodline, Blenheim Palace, was mentioned earlier. Aleister Crowley's mate. And in America, they had one of the great frontmen in the presidency for the Illuminati of the 20th century, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, who's related to the Bush family. Over here, the Teutonic Knights network of the Illuminati was bringing to power, through these various secret societies, the network that manifested as the Nazis. And the Nazis were funded from Wall Street and London. The Rockefellers funded the Nazis through Switzerland. The American and British German subsidiaries in Germany funded the Nazis. One of the funders of the Nazis was the Harriman Empire in America, who funneled money through an organization called the Union Banking Corporation, Director Prescott Bush, father of George Bush, and that Union Banking Corporation interfaced with the banking and steel empire of Fritz Thyssen, who was exposed publicly after the war as being one of Hitler's major funders. And the Harriman organization, incidentally, was one of the major funders of the eugenics race hygiene movement, now called population control in the Third World, where they are using aid to force women to have abortions and be sterilized even if they don't want to be. And if people want to talk about being pro-choice, then they have to have a choice, women, both to be sterilized and to have abortions and not to have them if they choose. Dr. Ernst Rudin was one of Hitler's, in fact, probably Hitler's main race hygiene experts. He occupied a whole floor of a German university to experiment in his race hygiene insanity. Who paid for that? The Rockefellers from America. The world is not black and white, it's shades of grey. And so you had this situation where the two sides were created and then they were played off against each other. And what happened? You had 55 million casualties as a result of that war, of all different races, colors, and cultures. Massive problem. The second global conflict in just a few years. The end of that global conflict, this world, particularly Europe and North America, was mentally, emotionally, physically, spiritually exhausted. What did they say collectively, understandably? Something must be done. This can't go on. What are they going to do about it? Solution? An explosion of globally centralized bodies, the United Nations and others in finance and politics of various kinds. Why were they created and justified? As a solution to the problem of global war, which the people that introduced them had created. Between the two wars, the First and Second World War, a document came to light out of London, and an American congressman held it up in Congress and said, "What the hell's this?" It was called Propaganda in the Next War. The interesting question when it was exposed was, what friggin' next war? No talk of a Second World War at this time. And the Truth Shall Set You Free, I print what it says in detail. What it says in summary is this: we're going to have a problem manipulating American public opinion to go into another war in Europe and allow their sons to go into another war in Europe so soon after the last one. What we need, it says, is for another country to attack an American state, so creating a problem, an outrage, which leads to America going in the war. I kid you not, it says in this document, Japan would be perfect. 1941, Japan attacks Pearl Harbor. Problem. Reaction, outrage. Solution, America's in the war. This is how we are constantly manipulated. And so that has produced a complete change in global society, exactly as it was designed to be. And if anyone thinks that or anyone thinks that it's not possible for a few to control the world, that is the proof of it. Because the simple question, how many people in America, in Britain, in Canada, in Australia, in South Africa, and all these countries that sent their sons to fight in that Second World War, how many of them wanted to be there? How many in Germany wanted to be there once they saw the horror of what war really was? Hardly any of them. So why were they there? Because this little hierarchy manipulated this country and its soldiers to believe they had to fight this country. This country's hierarchy manipulated its young people to believe they had to fight this country. And these two hierarchies lock into one hierarchy that was playing both sides. Because if you want to control a game the way the Illuminati want to control a game, which is to know the result before the game started, controlling one side is no good. You will influence the game, you can't decide the outcome. There's unknown quantities. They want to decide what the result's going to be before it starts. So they work through all sides, so knowing what the outcome's going to be, because they're controlling it. And there was a song, I think it was written by a Canadian, Buffy St. Marie, which was recorded by a guy called Donovan in the 60s, which sums up the futility of war, but also where the real power and responsibility is for this. Because wars only take place because we fight them. If we didn't, they wouldn't take place. And the song went like this. He's 5'2" and he's 6'4". He fights with missiles and with spears. He's all of 31 and he's only 17. He's been a soldier for 1,000 years. He's a Catholic, a Hindu, an atheist, a Jain, a Buddhist and a Baptist and a Jew. And he knows he shouldn't kill, and he knows he always will. Killing for me, my friend, and me for you. And he's fighting for Canada, he's fighting for France, he's fighting for the USA. And he's fighting for the Russians, and he's fighting for Japan. And he thinks we'll put an end to war this way. And he's fighting for democracy, he's fighting for the Reds. He says it's for the peace of all. He's the one who must decide who's to live and who's to die. And he never sees the writing on the wall. But without him, how could Hitler have condemned him at Laval? Without him, Caesar would have stood alone. He's the one who gives his body as a weapon of the war, and without him, all this killing can't go on. He's the universal soldier, and he really is to blame. His orders come from far away no more. They come from here and there, and you and me, and brothers and sisters, can't you see? This is not the way we put the end to war. And if we could just learn one thing as a human race, we could end so much of this manipulation. When we stop playing the game, there is no game. The horrors of what we do to our fellow human beings did not end in Germany. What about Rwanda? What about Burundi? What about East Timor? What about Cambodia? It didn't end in 1945. Just changed its face. And unless we start facing not only the reality of what's going on, but get out of our black and white vision of reality and start looking at who's behind it, then we're going to see more of this in more countries. And we're going to call it a free world. And I just want to mention this, because it's about time the black and white mentality was put to rest before it allows this to run its course. The Rothschilds are, they claim, Jewish. When you mention the Rothschilds, you're anti-Semitic. Well, how about if the Rothschilds have mercilessly manipulated Jewish people for centuries? What about if they're still doing it now? Let me tell you a quick story for those who have a problem with talking about the Rothschilds. When I was in South Africa with Credo Mutwa and met Winnie Mandela and talked to her too, I got this strange call from the daughter of P.W. Botha, the apartheid president of the 1980s. And I was asked through his daughter if I wanted to go and talk to him because he'd seen me on the media talking about the manipulation and was interested in what I knew about South Africa, because I went along to meet this guy not expecting to like him because of the apartheid thing. I left feeling what a pathetic experience, because he seemed to know genuinely so little about the manipulation that goes on. He named the classic names that were manipulating South Africa, but he didn't realize all the other countries are naming the same names. And we talked about the Rockefellers, and we talked about the British royal family and the manipulation from Europe, and then the Rothschilds came up. And he said to me, you know, I had a very strange experience, he said, in the 1980s. He said, I got an invitation to meet what he called the English Rothschilds in Cape Town with his namesake, but not related, it seems, Pik Botha, the foreign minister in South Africa during apartheid. A serious piece of work, this guy, and very much an Illuminati frontman in South Africa, Pik Botha. And he said, when we had this meeting in Cape Town, this is in the 1980s, he said, the Rothschilds told me there was massive wealth in Swiss bank accounts that used to belong to German Jews that was available for investment in South Africa if they could agree an interest rate. This is the very wealth that in the last few years has come to light in Swiss bank accounts. The Rothschilds, who if you name them you're anti-Semitic, have been using it horrifically to make interest profit on since the war. The world is not black and white, it's shades of grey, and if we don't realize that, these guys are going to walk all over us. Along with problem, reaction, solution comes this technique, the stepping stones approach. That is, you know where you're going, but you know if you go in one leap, people are going to look up and say, what's happening? What's happening? What's going on here? So you do it in little steps. This is how we've moved from a free trade area in Europe to the centralized superstate. Little steps. And every little step is projected to the public as totally unconnected to all the others. So after a few years, you look back and you think, well, how did we get here? I didn't agree to this. Been done in stepping stones. Exactly how it works. James Madison said, I believe there are more instances of the abridgment of the freedom of the people by gradual and silent encroachments of those in power than by violent and sudden usurpations. The stepping stones approach, being used on us all the time. This is how NAFTA is being manipulated into the American Union. Now, the structure of secret societies is that you create a pyramid structure and you have to go through different levels of degree, and until you get into the higher level you don't know what knowledge is held at the level above you. Compartmentalization. Keep them in the dark and feed them bullshit. It's a wonderful system. Now the world is controlled by a global version of that. If it works, why change it? Which is this. Every organization today is a pyramid, if you look at it. Virtually every organization anyway. There are very, very few exceptions. Every bank, every business, government, university, a media operation. It's a pyramid. You've got the tiny few at the top who know the agenda of that organization. How it works, how everything fits together. As you come down the pyramid in these organizations, you're meeting more and more people, but they know less and less about the big picture. They just go to work. They're not trying to manipulate the world. They want to earn some money, go home, give their family a good life. But they don't know, someone here in the military, for instance, how what they're doing fits in with what somewhere here in the drug corporations are doing, or somewhere over here in banking. The only people that know how this fits together are the tiny few at the top. Same in every organization. And the structure by which the world is manipulated is pyramids within pyramids. So you'll have a bank pyramid. Someone down here you hand the check to over in the local bank won't have a clue what's happening here, and he won't have his clue what's happening here, etc. The bank then goes into the next pyramid in the structure, and eventually you have the global banking system pyramid, and at the top of that, the same families control the financial system. Here you have a transnational corporation, which in itself is a compartmentalized pyramid. It goes into the transnational global network, and at the peak of that, they're owned and controlled by the same people, and they're the same people that own the banks. It's very, very lonely up there. The same names keep coming up. And all the way through this, politics, education, media ownership. And this centralization of power, which has been going on incessantly, is now in our face. Every time you turn the telly on or open a newspaper, some mega global banking or industrial or media empire is fusing with another mega empire. What's remained under the surface is now becoming visible as it manifests into the structure it wants the world to be. And this pyramid structure is so important to understand how it works. So throughout this century, for instance, we can see in all these areas how power has incessantly centralized and gone into fewer and fewer hands. This is not an accident. It's because they all fuse into the same basic core, and down from that core comes the same agenda of global centralization, and it manifests here in our everyday lives. It's the same with the political parties, the one-party states. I've done this for America and Britain, but it's the same everywhere. Down here, where they knock on the door and they put the funny hats on, the congresses and stuff, and they say, vote for Ethel, they genuinely believe they're in different parties. But when you go up to that level, you again fuse into the same people. In America, the present Democratic president is Bill Clinton. He locks into the Rockefeller network. The last Republican president was George Bush, who massively locks into the Rockefeller network. Quite possibly, as I speak, the next president is going to be George W. Bush, who locks into the same network. But of course, in the last two elections with Clinton, we've had Ross Perot. Thank God. Lord, thank you for Ross, an independent man. Ross Perot. Billionaire, multi-billionaire. He ran a little company, you see, in Texas. And he got on the road to billionaireship because he had this massive contract from New York State. Now, there's plenty of companies in New York State could have fulfilled the contract, would have kept the money flowing in New York State. It's what you might think the state might do. But no, it gives the contract to this little company in Texas, and Ross is on his way. Who gave him the contract? Nelson Rockefeller, 4 times governor of New York. Same group. Locking in to the same network. Now, if you're going to run the prison without the bars, controlled by covert manipulation rather than overt dictatorship, you've got to give the people the illusion they're having a choice and a say. So we go through this farce called an election, and you choose which puppet of the same force you'd prefer. And because we think we have choice, we're okay. Well, I live in a free country. I do have a vote. I put a cross on a piece of paper every few years. It's great. And I've no friggin' say between that point. And who attracts the money? It's cuckoo land amount of money to run for president. Who attracts that? The people they want that can spend that kind of money on politics. This is how it works. The one-party state. But we have to think that it's a multi-party state. Here's, you know, kind of, oh my, Tweedledum, and Tweedle-friggin-dum, you know. This is British politics version of that. This is Tony Blair, Illuminati frontman extraordinaire. When I was in Australia a few years ago, I predicted, not because I'm a genius, but you do the research, it's amazing what you can predict. You don't always get it right, but it's much easier. I predicted that not only would Tony Blair be the next Prime Minister of Britain, he was the opposition leader at the time, but that they would bring him in on May the 1st. I just knew he was so important to them in the next few years, they would bring it on in on a major ritual day for them, May the 1st. Well, we get May Day and all this shit. In Britain, the sitting Prime Minister decides when the election's going to be called and when it's going to take place. Guess months and months and months and months later when John Major, the sitting Prime Minister, called the election, May the 1st, and in went Tony Blair on May the 1st. It's all ritual and it's all cycle. Now, this guy's an opponent of him. Is called Michael Heseltine. This guy's a Bilderberger, come to the Bilderberg group, and this guy is called Kenneth Clark, who is a conservative opponent of him, and they attended the same Bilderberg group meeting in Greece in 1993. These are together, these opponents, at an event I mentioned earlier, where you have an all-party group wanting to push Britain further in to the European community net and web, because these are Illuminati frontmen. Low level, this guy, but Illuminati frontmen. This is how it works. And in public, apart from the agreement on the agenda, these people would argue with each other, therefore giving us the illusion that we have choice. There's these two. Conservative, opponent Labour, at the same meeting agreeing Britain should go further into the web. Positions of power, we're led to believe as the politicians walk the world stage and the media report them, that politicians are here in the decision-making process, like presidents, prime ministers, head of NATO and stuff like that. In fact, they're here, and I'm probably being optimistic, in these levels where they control the money, the finance and the media, they put into positions of apparent power people who will introduce their agenda. They are not actually powerful people, although of course they have power over people below. They are administrators of an agenda. And I would emphasize this point. You know, when people like me speak, you know, you go on the bloody media or stuff, or they're writing about you, they go, he's a conspiracy theorist, thinks conspiracy. Well, actually, I'm not a conspiracy theorist because, A, most of it's kind of provable, and the rest of it we can debate, but the point is, it's not a conspiracy. Oh, not at its heart, it's not. It is an agenda. It's an agenda for the centralized takeover of planet Earth and the control of its population through a microchipped network in all of us, etc., etc. Where the conspiracy comes in is in three ways. One, manipulating and conspiring to remove those people and organizations that are a threat to that agenda becoming reality, making sure they don't get an opportunity to speak and say what's going on. Two, conspiring to put into positions of power politicians and bankers and stuff that will make that agenda become reality. And three, conspiring to create problems in the world which through problem, reaction, solution will get the public to allow or even demand that your agenda becomes reality. The conspiracies relate to making the agenda happen. The agenda is at the heart of what's going on. The health pyramid. Wonderful. Pyramids are wonderful. What you have is the transnational drug corporations here. They have a wholly owned subsidiary called the World Health Organization, you see. The World Health Organization then makes announcements, for instance, that it's, there's going to be a measles epidemic or something, and coming through the World Health Organization Codex, which is trying to make life very difficult for alternative methods of healing and stuff like that. Not that they're alternative, they've been around for thousands of years, they've been around for 10 minutes. They come down through European and national government legislation to the medical profession, when they're not on flipping trips to the Bahamas paid for by drug companies. Oh, I think you know, I've heard of this new drug, you know, which I understand might be very good for your ailment, you know. They never tell you they heard about it in the friggin' Bahamas, paid for by the people that make the flipping drug, do they? So, the scam is this. Transnational drug corporations, through the World Health Organization, announce there's going to be a measles epidemic. This comes down, European and national governments spend advertising, get your children immunized, there's going to be a massive measles epidemic, and the medical profession then administer the measles vaccine, which is provided by the transnational drug corporations to set the whole thing in train. This is how it works. I mean, I've got nothing against doctors, I just don't see them. You know what I mean? I just don't go to them. I have no problem with that. But, I mean, have you ever seen American television? You must have done, it's Canada. But American television, you you couldn't have American television paid for without the drug adverts. Have you seen them? Unbelievable. You're eating your dinner, you're minding your own business, and it comes on, doesn't it? Do you suffer from constipation? Right, but they don't say that, do they? Because it's middle-class America. It's, are you too regular? Have you seen that? That's middle-class America speak for got the shits. Are you too regular? But I'd love a real straightforward advert. Got the shits? Take this. Right. But the thing I love, you must have seen this one. It's got as far as Britain now. The great line in American drug adverts, because we have to give our power away to people in suits, is, a doctor recommends it. Have you got that one? A doctor recommends it. You know, my reaction is, why don't the doctor friggin' take it then? Just leave me alone, you know? Anyway, there's this one this advert. It's wonderful in the way they manipulate us. And it's this elderly couple, right? They're walking down this beach, right? And they're obviously on a good pension because he's got nice silver hair. And every time I see older people with nice silver hair, they seem to have a good pension, you know. They seem to be well off anyway. They're walking down this bloody beach, and they've got the rocks and the sand and the sea, you know. And suddenly she stops, because she's got nice silver hair as well, you know. She stops and she goes, darling, I've got to go back. And she turns. And because he's a good husband, like, he's got the concerned look on his face. Ooh. And they walk back, you see. And then comes the punchline as they walk back. Do you have a weak bladder? Right? She wants a wee, you know. Anyway. And then they tell you about this drug that doctors recommend. And then they cut back to this couple, because she's obviously taken it and it's worked, you know. And now they're walking down the same bit of beach, you know, and the rocks and the sand and all that stuff. And he turns to her, because he's a nice husband. He says, darling, would you like to go back? And she sticks her nose in the air, because she's had the pill like now. And she says, eventually. And walks on, you see. Now, when I first saw that, I don't know about you, when I first saw that, I'm screaming at the screen. For God's sake, woman, don't walk away all back to the bloody restroom. Have a wee behind that rock like the rest of us do. Ridiculous. Can you imagine? You're 3 miles from the restroom and your partner says, I'm going back for a wee. You say, get behind that bloody rock. I ain't walking down there. They must think we're mad. I love it. I love it. This is increasingly now, as more and more people research this, this is a network which is being more and more exposed. When you start to get into this network of manipulation, this is often the first network you hit, because this is very much an operational network, day to day, and it's operating very, very much out there compared with some of the more elite ones that work behind the scenes and take a lot more research to uncover. This network started with a British-based secret society called the Round Table that was started the end of last century, early in this one. And its first head was a guy called Cecil Rhodes, after whom Rhodesia was named, now Zimbabwe. And if you ever get round to watching the second video in the Reptilian Agenda with Credo Mutwa, the way he describes the way that people like Cecil Rhodes and his network came into Africa, destroyed the cultures. And what they did, and he talks about this very eloquently as he talks about everything, they told one tribe that this tribe was going to attack them and was planning to destroy them. This tribe then fight this tribe in fear of getting your retaliation in first, as an old football manager used to say to me. And when one of the tribes started to get slaughtered exactly as planned, Cecil Rhodes turned up and said to the tribal leaders, the chiefs and stuff, the only way you're going to survive against the onslaught from this other tribe is if you come under the wing of the British Empire. So the British Empire takes over control of that tribal land, takes control over the tribal laws from the chiefs to save them from the conflict the same people had manipulated. This went on all over Africa, as Credo talks about in great detail. And he was a man who talked openly about wanting to see a world government centered in Britain. If anyone wants to talk about racism, then they ought to have some research into Cecil Rhodes. So when Cecil Rhodes died in 1902, he left money to fund something called Rhodes Scholarships, which bring people from countries around the world to Oxford University, the center of the manipulation of global education, to be paid for to have an education of an Illuminati variety. And the ratio of so-called Rhodes Scholars who come back and enter positions of significant power in their countries is enormous compared with the general student population. The most famous Rhodes Scholar in the world today is Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton's chief advisor at his 2 election victories is George Stephanopoulos, Rhodes Scholar. The guy, Bob Hawke, Prime Minister of Australia, was very much behind the manipulation into being of APEC, Rhodes Scholar. On and on it goes. Now, the Round Table elite were in the war cabinets in the First World War of Britain and America. The very same people, therefore, who manipulated the First World War were appointed to the peace conference in 1919 at Versailles near Paris to decide how the world would be redrawn as a result of the war they had created. Classic. And also, while they were in Versailles, they met at the Hotel Majestic in Paris in 1919, and they started the process of creating offshoot organizations around this central core round table, which would advance this agenda through the 20th century. The first one created was the Royal Institute of International Affairs in 1920, or 1919 to be absolutely accurate, and that created, 1920, that's right, 1920 that was started, and then that created offshoot organizations around itself in its own network. Its American arm, created in 1921, was the Council on Foreign Relations, very much orchestrated by the Rockefellers, and that is subordinate to this in London. The Council on Foreign Relations was followed in 1954 by the Bilderberg Group, set up at the Bilderberg Hotel in Oosterbeek, Holland, and the first chairman from 54 to 1976 was Prince Bernhard of the Netherlands, Prince Philip's big mate. The Club of Rome came in 1968, which has massively manipulated the environmental movement. The United Nations we know about, and in 1972 came the Trilateral Commission, another Rockefeller operation, which pulls together this agenda between America, Europe, and Japan. Now, these organizations, which work as one unit, different masks on the same face, have among their number the top people in global politics, global business, global banking, global military. Some examples. The Bilderberg Group. The last 6 Secretary Generals of NATO. Willy Claes, Joseph Luns, Lord Carrington, and Javier Solana, the present one, George Robertson. All these people, members of the Bilderberg Group. The Secretary General of the biggest military organization in the world is an appointment by an organization that hardly anyone has ever heard of, including journalists. The head of the World Bank, James Wolfensohn, Bilderberg Group. Prime Minister of Britain, Tony Blair, Bilderberg Group. President of United States, Bill Clinton, Bilderberg Group. Chancellor of Germany, Bilderberg Group. On and on it goes. And yet we, as a people, have no idea this thing exists. And I can't give you a better example of what I'm talking about here, pulling this together, than what happened during the Bosnian conflict. The Bosnian conflict, and Kosovo was stage 2, was created to advance the agenda of the world army, to NATO becoming the world police force. The start of the Bosnian conflict, the status quo when there was a problem was the United Nations peacekeeping operation. Had that been allowed to work, it would still be the status quo. Instead, as we saw the horrific pictures coming out of Bosnia on our televisions every night, the United Nations peacekeeping operation in Bosnia was massively, calculatedly exposed as inadequate and useless. Problem. Reaction, especially with the horrors we're seeing every day, something must be done. This can't go on. Solution? A 60,000 strong world army in Bosnia, the biggest multinational force since the Second World War, under NATO control. So when they played stage 2, which was Kosovo, there wasn't even a mention of a UN involvement. In went NATO immediately. The agenda was advanced. So let's apply that to this. The first peace negotiator appointed in Bosnia to stop the war by the European Union was Lord Carrington, chairman of the Bilderberg Group since 1991, Trilateral Commission, and Royal Institute of International Affairs president. The war went on, stands back in amazement. He was replaced by another English lord, David Owen, Bilderberg Group, Trilateral Commission. And the war went on, and he was replaced by the European Union by the former Swedish Prime Minister, Carl Bildt, Bilderberg Group. At the same time, the United Nations was appointing peace negotiators to stop the war, and they were working alongside the European Union appointees. The first UN peace negotiator in Bosnia, Cyrus Vance, Bilderberg Group, Trilateral Commission, Council on Foreign Relations. He was replaced by a Norwegian, doesn't matter what country, same coordinating bodies, Thorvald Stoltenberg, Bilderberg Group, Trilateral Commission. The war went on. Suddenly, amid worldwide publicity, came an independent peace negotiator, Jimmy Carter, who turns up from time to time. Jimmy Carter, first Trilateral Commission President of the United States, Council on Foreign Relations member. The war went on. Eventually, the point had been reached in public opinion and all aspects where the sting could be played. Onto the scene came Richard Holbrooke, Bill Clinton's peace envoy, who negotiated the so-called Dayton Agreement that put into place the World Army, NATO World Army in Bosnia. Richard Holbrooke, Bilderberg Group, Trilateral Commission, Council on Foreign Relations. He answered to the then Secretary of State, Warren Christopher, Trilateral Commission, Council on Foreign Relations, and the Defense Secretary, William Perry, Bilderberg Group, and they answered to the President Bill Clinton, Bilderberg Group, Trilateral Commission, Council on Foreign Relations, who answered to the unelected David Rockefeller and Henry Kissinger, major executives of the Bilderberg Group, Trilateral Commission, and Council on Foreign Relations. The first head of the World Army in Bosnia was Admiral Leighton Smith, Council on Foreign Relations, and the civilian operation was given over to the High Commissioner, Carl Bildt, Bilderberg Group. Just a coincidence, nothing to worry about. This is how these events are orchestrated behind the scenes with a hidden hand. Now, don't expect the media to tell you about this stuff. Catherine Graham won't tell you, the owner of the Washington Post, because she's a member of the Bilderberg Group, Trilateral Commission, Council on Foreign Relations. The Los Angeles Times, the Wall Street Journal, the New York Times, the NBC, CBS, ABC, the three networks in America, all owned and controlled by members of these organizations. Tell you about the media. Have you heard of something called the Hollinger Group? They seem to own rather a lot here. Have you noticed that? Conrad Black's operation. Does he own a few newspapers or something, like most of them? Interesting little story. Do you know who owns those newspapers in truth? British intelligence, with the symbol we saw earlier. Hollinger Group has an interesting background. It was started by an elite aspect of British intelligence during the war called the Special Operations Executive, top people of which created the original CIA. They started this Special Operations Executive, a front organization during the war, for covert purposes, called War Supplies Limited. The two agents designated to run this scam this front for British intelligence were Edward Plunkett Taylor and George Montagu Black. After the war, they kept this going, but they had to change its name because it was called War Supplies Limited. They changed it to Argus. And more recently, they've changed it to Hollinger. The present head of Hollinger is Conrad Black, the son of George Montagu Black, that started the whole thing in train for the British intelligence elite special operations executive. Conrad Black is not just a member of the Bilderberg Group, it's one of its inner core elite, and he hosted their meeting in 1996 at King City, Toronto. This is the hidden hand in the prison without the bars that's going on. And this is a wonderful one. I love this one. One of the great foundations of the manipulation of the planet has been through the money system. And if you follow these bloodlines from the ancient world to now, they keep playing the same scam, lending people money that doesn't exist and charging interest on it. And it means this: you get people, businesses, and countries up to their neck in debt, therefore control. People think that when they go to a bank, they're lending money, or they're borrowing money rather. No, they're not. You go to a bank and you're asked to borrow $50,000. They don't create $50,000. They don't print it. They don't move precious metal anywhere. They type in your account $50,000. Because of laws passed by politicians controlled by the same people who control the banks, laws have been passed which allow banks to lend at least, and my God, it's at least 10 times what they have on deposit. So every time you put $1 in a bank, you're giving it permission to lend at least 10 it doesn't have, and charge people interest on it. It's what the national debt is. It's ludicrous. And this means this. The only difference, because people think that when you say to them, who creates money, they say, well, the government does. Money is absolutely overwhelmingly created by private banks lending non-existent money called credit. Now, there's one difference, and one difference only, between an economic boom, when we have jobs, when we have abundance, when we have prosperity, materially anyway, and a depression when we have no jobs or massively fewer jobs, when we have poverty, when we have hunger, when we have need. That difference is the amount of money in circulation at the time. It's a funny thing, you know, it's amazing the things you kind of realize. Do you know, when there's an economic depression, it's not because people think, I don't want this nice house anymore, I'm going to live in the street. They're not created like that. People don't think, you know, I'm putting a bit of weight. I think I'm going to stop eating for a week. You know what I mean? That is not how it is. Depressions are created because there is not enough money in circulation for those purchases to be made. Who controls that? The private banks, controlled by the same few families. And this is how the scam works, and it's been played for years. What I'm going to describe very briefly is what economic correspondents from there with smart suits and good wages and stuff, and reporting from the stock market, the casino. Yeah, I'd love that. I'd love to do a television program where you kind of did, you know, casino reports from Wall Street. You know, I'd do them from Las Vegas. They wouldn't see a difference. Hello, John. What's happening in Bellagio Casino today? Oh, well, blackjack seems very popular. A lot of people playing blackjack, and a lot of people playing poker over here. Yeah, so that's just what a report from Wall Street is, in truth. It's a casino. It's a game. It's nothing to do with people. Anyway, the way it works is this: the economic cycle is what I'm going to describe. Stage one: you put lots of money in circulation because you're making more and more loans, and you're making more and more credit available. It ain't costing you any money. In fact, it's making you a fortune. You put credit out there. The more money in circulation, the more money people have to buy things. The more they buy, the more production is needed, the more people are employed. the more, and one of the things that happens when you're in one of those booms is people get confident. So they think, oh, you know, we've got lots of orders and things are great, so I'm actually going to, I haven't got the money, but I'm going to have a bigger house. I'll take on a bigger mortgage, and I'm going to have 2 holidays this year, and I'm going to have a bigger car. I know I can't afford it, I can't pay cash, but I'll borrow money, it'll be fine. People and businesses, they take on more debt because they want more plant and machinery and expansion to meet the demand caused by the expansion of money, credit in circulation. So what happens during a boom is people get into more debt. When you get a loan, you sign over as collateral real wealth, your house, your business, etc. So at an optimum point, the people that control the financial flows, i.e. the few, through the creation of money and through the stock market, etc., they start pulling the plug. One of the things they do during a boom is they push interest rates down, so they make loans cheaper, so people are more likely to get them. What happens then is they start to change the economy, and I'm seeing signs of this in the world today. They start pushing interest rates up. They start putting inflation in the economy by pushing up oil and gas prices, which affect everything. And what they do is they slowly create a depression. The first stage is throwing the fishing rod out. They start pushing interest rates up, and they start withdrawing credit from circulation. This means there's less money in circulation. People can't buy so many things, so fewer jobs are needed. As fewer jobs are needed, people can't pay the loans and the interest on the loans that they've taken out. People start losing their homes. They start losing their businesses. And they start losing their jobs. And we start moving towards a depression. They're pulling out credit, money in circulation. It's now not enough to create the economic activity you had there. Now, as people go bankrupt and businesses go bankrupt and people lose their homes and everything, the banks take that wealth that does exist into their coffers. And what they've done is exchanged massive wealth that does exist for credit that cost them nothing. And what you see there with the fishing rod going out here during a depression is taking the fishing rod in. And this economic cycle, totally manipulated, of creating a boom, getting that situation, pulling the plug and reaping the rewards, has been played again and again over hundreds of years. It's being played today. And it has sucked the real wealth out of public circulation into the hands of the few. And it has left the masses with, in truth, worthless money and figures on a screen. And it coordinates with the tax system and all the other stuff. I saw this wonderful thing. I think we ought to do this, me. It's a Snoopy is saying, Dear Revenue Canada, I'm writing to you to cancel my prescription. Please remove my name from your mailing list. I think no one wants to hear this, but I've got a great solution to the economic problems and national debt of the world. Jam jars. I'm serious, jam jars. We've got this program, it's a kids program in Britain called Blue Peter. And every year they have an appeal, and you collect jam jars and like tops off milk bottles, and they make money out of them and do very good things, good causes and stuff. But jam jars, we ought to have a Blue Peter jam jar appeal and collect all the jam jars, and they have to be empty. And what we do, when we've got the jam jars together, we put the lids on, so trapping the air, right? And then what we do is we deliver the jam jars en masse to the banks and say, just paying back what we borrowed, and it's all over. I think we ought to do this. It's only fair. I believe in paying my debts back with what I've borrowed. So there we go. You have fresh air, darling, and sort that out. And ludicrous as that sounds and silly as that sounds, it is actually what we are in debt to. Debt equals control. This is why this financial system is so important to the Illuminati. What? Oh, I know. It's terrible, isn't it? Have you had enough of that? No. Hey, What are we doing, letting the world be controlled, by this? I'll just finish this bit. With just a very quick demonstration of what I'm talking about with the one-party state. I'm just going to show very quickly, and this is just a selection. This is not the whole administrations who are members of these organizations. This is just a little selection. It's the last 4 American administrations. Last 5, actually. 3 have been Republican, 2 have been Democrat. And we're going to start with Jimmy Carter in 1976. He was a member of the Trilateral Commission, and he had an administration that was awash. I mean, it doesn't come great over the computer, but this says CFR, Council on Foreign Relations, and Trilateral Commission, TC. His administration between 1976 and 1980 was awash with members of these organizations. Here's another selection, the ambassadors. You can't become an ambassador in the United States without being a member of the Council on Foreign Relations today, a private organization. So you get to 1980 and you think, I'm in the land of the free, I'm fed up with that Jimmy Carter, I'm going to give the Republicans a go because that Ronald Reagan seems a nice man and he's different. Well, Ronald Reagan was a non-member, but he didn't have to be, he just read the autocue, Ron, didn't he? But he was a member of Bohemian Grove, the Knights of Malta, and other connections into the Illuminati. But look, his special advisors to NATO Security Council, David Rockefeller, Henry Kissinger. And now we have a different administration because it's now Republican. Awash with members of the same organizations. You change the administration, but you don't change the coordinating force, which is why the agenda unfolds whoever's in government. So now we move from Reagan to George Bush. And he changed the administration, and again, same coordinating bodies, same again here and there. So you get to 1992. And just after he went to his first Bilderberg meeting, onto the scene came Bill Clinton, and he was a Democrat, very different to the Republicans apparently, and he said he stood for change. Well, he's got the full set, Bill, CFR, TC, Bilderberg Group, and his now Democratic administration, it says here, is awash with the same coordinating body of all the others. And this is how the prison without bars works. Right. Well, that's got this far, and I'm just going to now turn and start looking at what we can do about this, which is plenty, and just have a bit of a stretch break. I'm just going to play one song. It lasts 3 minutes, and then we'll get into what we can do about this. There you go. We can talk, and I have for a long time, about the way the world's manipulated, and we can talk about Bilderberg groups and secret societies and bloodlines and all that stuff. But in the end, the suppression that makes this manipulation possible, and always has, is the biggest suppression of all. The suppression of knowledge of who we are and the nature of life itself. Without that suppression, none of this would be possible. And that's why, through this historical period we've been talking about, the effort has been to destroy the ancient knowledge, to destroy those in the native peoples that have ancient knowledge about the nature of who we are, the fact that we are not ordinary men and women in the street, as we have been conditioned to believe. There's not an ordinary man, woman, child, blade of grass, breath of air, drop of rain in existence. There's just the extraordinary. We are extraordinary. We are genius waiting to remember we are genius. And when we remember, this is all over. That's where we're going. And if we want a world of harmony in which we don't see a person's skin as a manifestation of who he is, but the fact that he is eternal spirit, the same eternal spirit that I am. If we want a world of harmony between all races, all people, between us and other expressions of the divine in the animal kingdom and in the world of what we call nature, then we have a simple thing to do. Let's create it. Because the great knowledge that's been lost is that this world is just an illusion. It is a physical manifestation of us. When we have hatred and conflict and division within us, it must manifest as physical reality. If we change us, if we heal ourselves, we will heal the world. It cannot fail to be healed because it is an expression of us. And it's interesting when you look at some of the background. We talked about religions. But what about science, or what passes for it? Again, we have two opposames here. We have apparently opposites who conflict with each other. Religion or science and all that stuff. But they have one key thing in common, which the Illuminati will have orgasms over. They are both saying, one says, you are subject to some god, which is always a bloke, have you noticed? It's always a fella, you know. And he decides what happens to you. Science says there is no bloke. Random accidents decide what happened to you because you're just an accident of evolution that comes into consciousness for a few seconds or 100 years and then goes back to oblivion. Life's a bitch and then you die. You get letters after your name for coming up with this bloody nonsense. It must be a nice way to earn a living. But these are not opposites, they are opposames because they both have this key point in common. They are both saying, you are not in control of your life, you are not in control of your destiny, random accidents or some deity we invent is. And when we believe we are not in control of our destiny, we do not use the power we have to manifest the destiny we want. And that's the idea. The idea is to keep us in ignorance, multidimensional infinity manifesting as a herd of sheeple. There is nobody stupid on this planet. There is nobody stupid in the whole of creation. But if we allow ourselves to be so mesmerized and conditioned by the manipulation that comes through the eyes and ears every day, at the same time we cut ourselves off from the full magnificence of infinity that we are, we can actually do wonderful impressions of people being flippin' stupid. This is what we've done. Now, we're told, because I read it somewhere, that we're the physical body. That's what we are. It's the physical body, you see. That's what we are. We're just physical. In fact, I would suggest, and metaphysics is increasingly confirming this, what this is a vehicle, a magnificent vehicle, for our eternal consciousness to experience this dimension of physical life. If our spirit did not take on an outer physical shell, we could not interact with this physical world. My consciousness, like all consciousness, is vibrating at a speed, at a frequency, which is beyond the physical senses, which are just a frequency range which allows us to observe this frequency we are experiencing. There are other frequencies, like all radio and television stations are sharing the same space that my body is now. They're not interfering with me, they're not interfering with each other unless they're very close in frequency because they're sharing the same space, but they're in a completely different universe, vibrationally. If my consciousness tried to experience this world, it could not. My consciousness couldn't hold that in its hand because the frequency of that is so different to the frequency of my consciousness. So we take on this outer physical shell so we can interact at this outer level of ourselves with the world we've come to experience. We have got manipulated into believing that this is what we are when it is a genetic spacesuit for us to experience part of our eternal journey. And we've got manipulated into believing that what we are experiencing is what we are. It is not. When you're trying to get a fix on someone, you say, what are you then? And you say, oh, I'm a New Zealand airline pilot. Oh, really? And you get a certain fix on them, don't you? And you say, and who are you? Oh, I sweep the streets in Vancouver, I do. And all this stuff, right? Now, that is not what those people are. I don't care if you're the Queen of England or you're sitting on the streets of Vancouver. That is not what you are. That is what you are experiencing. What you are is infinity, with an infinity of potential and power to change our destiny and our experience whenever we choose. But people in that mode, and my goodness me, we're starting to gather in number, they are a manipulator's nightmare. So you want to disconnect people from the true understanding of who we are and the nature of life, so that we believe we're all just ordinary men and women in the street. What can I do? I've got no power. Piece of cake. To manipulate. They want us in this symbolic image, within the fear shell, operating on a fraction of our potential. And they've got billions there. And like I said right at the start, that's not a problem. If people want to do that, that's fine. The danger comes when they who are in the shell want everyone else to be there also. That's when the few can take control of the world, which is what they have. Now, more and more, it's obvious that it's control of the mind and control of the consciousness that is at the very heart of what we're doing here. Bill Hicks, a wonderful comedian who died in 1994, he once said as part of a joke something so incredibly profound. He was describing as a very profound man, very, very bright man. And he said this, and it sums up my feeling about life just magnificently. He said, matter is merely energy condensed to a slow vibration. We're all one consciousness experiencing itself subjectively. There's no such thing as death. Life is just a dream, and we are the imagination of ourselves. And when you get to the very core of this global manipulation, it is this. It is the manipulation of humanity's imagination of itself. And if we can just imagine ourselves to be what we really are, then this house of cards must fall, because we stop holding it together. And more, technology as we move along is starting to show that we are more than just the body. Photography like this, photographic techniques which show this energy around the human form. And what's interesting is as people change their emotional state, the colors in what's become known as the aura change, which again seems a mystery. It's a mystery. How do they do that? It's so simple. Everything is a vibration. Every color is a vibration. And when we feel emotion and when we feel thoughts, what we're doing is sending out vibrational waves that are vibrating to the frequency manifesting as that thought. Hate has a vibration. Love has a vibration. And so as we change ourselves emotionally, those waves of emotion and thought go out through our energy, and the frequency subtly changes. Every frequency manifests as a color or shade of color, so as we change our emotional state and the frequencies we're sending out through our energy, the colors in the aura change. And you can see again and again as we get more and more open to this stuff that these things are happening. This is just some psychic lady actually drew some paintings of what she's seen in auras around people. I'm absolutely convinced. Are Byron and Bruce around? Because I think this woman's just had a visit from Revenue Canada. I mean, she looks really pissed. I think they ought to get on to Byron and Bruce. You'll feel better then. Again, this is a human finger. And through these techniques, you can see the energy emanating from it. We are magnificent electromagnetic energy sources. This is why we're affected by the movement of the planets and the changing of the Earth's energy field. We're interacting with energy because it's seamless. This is just an illusion of division. Between us is energy, so there's one energy. Just as water, clouds, and ice manifest in very different ways, but are actually the same substance manifesting in different ways, so everything that exists is the same energy in a different state of being. We are the rain. We are the sky. We are the sun. We are everything that exists. We are just our individual expression of it. We are like droplets of water in an ocean of consciousness. We are individual to an extent, but together we are the ocean. You look at an ocean, it's made up of droplets of water. And if those droplets connect with all the other droplets, every droplet is the ocean. We are the ocean. And we think we're ordinary men and women in the street. What a scam we've had played on us all these hundreds of years right up to the present day. Here we have... Here we have a leaf taken with this photographic technique. You see the energy. What they find is when the physical expression dies, the energy removes, and the physical level just goes back to the pool of energy. But the source, the life force, who we really are, the thinking, feeling, spiritual us, goes on. We're on an eternal journey. This is just a fraction of it. Anything to fear? My goodness me, we live forever. We live forever. We are on an eternal journey of experience. And we're frightened. And like I say, this is how astrology affects us and the movement of the planets, because it is affecting energy and we are energy. Now, I took this image from a Freemasonic kind of book because I haven't found a better image yet. I've been looking for one, a reflection image, because it symbolizes a really key area here. There was a writer who wrote a story about a guy who drowned fighting with his own reflection in the water, which seems very silly. I think his name was Longfellow or something like that. He was a big chap anyway. And it seems very silly. You drown fighting with your reflection in the water. We've been doing it for thousands of years, and we're doing it now for this reason. When we send out thoughts and emotions, we are resonating our energy to the frequency they represent. That draws to us like energy, like frequencies, other energy fields that sync with what we're putting out. We call them people, places, ways of life, experiences. And so we are creating our reality by what we put out. We are drawing towards us a reflection of ourselves, our inner self. So the people, places, and experiences that we draw to us are our creation. They are an expression of us and the state of being we are in. Now, if that's the case, then if the Illuminati can manipulate us to believe that the answers to the world and the answers to the problems and the changes we want in our lives are out there, we're always going to be trying to change the reflected, or the reflection rather than the reflected. So if you take this image, this is the inner self. This is our vibrational state. This is our inner emotional and mental state of being, which is represented by the vibrational frequencies of those thoughts and emotions. This is the physical world, which reflects in its creation what is coming from the inner self. If we are looking here to change this, it's basically like having a projector in a movie theater and trying to change the movie by changing what's on the screen. You can't do it. you've got to go back to the source to change what is being projected. So if we want to change our lives out there, we need to change our lives in here, even on a very simple level. If I have hate in my heart, I am going to take consequences for that in what I create in my life. If I have love in my heart, I am going to create very different circumstances. This is a very basic truth. You only have to experience it to see it. And so, if we change what's in here, we must change what's out there, because this is just a reflection of this. And what happens is there's two ways of evolving and from this. And it goes like this. People think that, responsibility is like, oh, responsibility. Responsibility is freedom. Once you take responsibility back for your own life, you start to realize what freedom is. There's two ways of evolving. One, which more and more people are opening up to, and the other, which is where humanity has been for so long. It goes like this. First stage, you're putting out your state of being, your mental emotional state where you are. You're drawing to you, as a result of that, people, places, ways of life and experiences that reflect what you're putting out. Now, in the conditioned state, we are conditioned not to look at the source of our creation, why we've drawn these people in who are pains in the arse instead of people who are going to be nice. We are conditioned to look out there. So when people come into our lives that we don't like, we go, she's terrible what she's done to me. I'm in this state, because of this woman. And I tell you what, I'm also here because of that person. 1963 it was a Tuesday. What she did to me, that's why I'm in this state. What this means is that what we're doing is looking out there to find the answers. As a result of that, what's creating this, what we're putting out, is not changing. And what you do when you get into this cycle, and we've all been there, my goodness me, we're all there to a certain extent still, is you see the cycles in your life, where people of the same type keep coming in, where the same things keep happening in your life, and you get really pissed. Ethel, you'll never guess, it's only happened again. And we think we're so bloody unlucky. We don't realize we're creating it. It's a wonderful line I came across. If you've always done, or if you always do what you've always done, you'll always get what you've always got. It's a brilliant line. And so we get into these cycles. And because humanity has been given its power away and its mind away for so long, we've got in the cycle over thousands of years of constantly being subordinate to a force of manipulation and control. There's another way, however, of doing this, and that's to take power, therefore responsibility, back. And more people are doing this. As the penny starts to drop. At this stage, you put out your mental and emotional state, you draw in a reflection of it. Now, instead of looking out there and blaming everybody for the state we're in, we start looking in here. Why have I pulled this pain in the arse into my life? And I tell you what, I've pulled some serious pains in the arse in the last few years. I can't tell you. And anyway, I pull them in, you pull them in, and you say, what is this saying about me? How is life speaking to me? What is it saying about me that I'm drawing this in? Or is it trying to give me an experience so I can learn something about the bigger picture? Whatever, you're looking here. Now, when the penny drops, right, I've learned from that. I know what this experience is about, which I've created. Your imagination of self changes, either subtly or if it's a massive experience, very significantly. Now, your mental and emotional state has changed, the vibe you're putting out has changed, the people and experiences you pull in change, because you're no longer syncing with the old ones, because your vibrational state has flipped and moved as a result of the change of imagination. So the awakening people are now going, why did I create this? Got it. Change what we pull in, move on. Oh, why have I created this? Got it. State changes, vibrational state changes. We don't pull that in anymore. They go out of our lives. That experience goes out of our lives. We've moved on again. But most of humanity, who is stuck in blame and all this stuff, is actually still saying, it's her fault, it's your fault, it's their fault. And the fact is that the Illuminati are manipulating the world. And they have manipulated it for a long time. But the truth is, they're only doing it because of us. We are giving ourselves a massive experience here as a human family of what happens when you give your power away and what happens when you let someone else think for you. And we are now at the cusp, as this veil lifts, of a massive evolutionary leap when we understand the consequences of giving your power away and you start to take it back. If you give power away around your own life, you give power over your life away. If enough of us do it, we give the world away, and that's what we've done. And we can take it back without stockpiling weapons, without violence. My goodness me, what's the use of meeting violence with violence? You get twice the violence. Oh my God, we've moved on. Just by being who we really are. That is the revolution. And more and more, as the research unfolds, you start to see some of the more open-minded scientific research supporting these themes. When you put out fear, you draw towards you the energy of fear. This is why we keep constantly drawing to us what we most fear. When I was a kid, I was terrified of dogs, me. Terrified of dogs. We had this little, in Leicester in England where I was brought up, I lived on this big council estate, see, and there was this green between where I lived and the shops. It was only one stop on the bus. I used to catch the bus because every time I was terrified of dogs. When I walked across this green, I'm surrounded by dogs. They're yapping at me, they're jumping up at me. My mates, they're not frightened of dogs. Dogs go nowhere near him. Nowhere near him. And so what do? You go into victim mode, don't you? You go into victim mode. I'm so unlucky. See, you're not frightened of bloody dogs that don't come near you, and I'm so unlucky. Oh, victim, victim, victim. And I went into my mate's house, and he had a real docile dog called Prince. And when I went into his house, this friggin' thing took a piece out of my jacket. Went berserk. And his mother said, oh, he's never done that before. I thought, no, I'm bloody here, ain't I? Now, I would probably, had I not drawn that to me, spent years of my life being frightened of dogs and creating a situation in which I kept well away from them. As a result of facing that fear, as a result of pulling in what I fear, I was able to overcome the fear of dogs when I was a kid. And that's important, you know. We talk about punishment and all that stuff. It's evolution, it's love. If we don't draw to us what we most fear in this genius we call creation, then that area of our evolution to which our fear relates, it's over. We don't normally say, oh, I'm frightened of that, here I come. We go, oh, change the subject, not going there. So we draw it in, face it, look at it, move through it, let it go. This is what it's about, love, not punishment. It's the same with facing the consequences of our actions. So when we are in fear of something, we draw it to us. This is why fearing, so many people in this area that I work in, who I've met over the years who were fearing the consequences of doing what they're doing, the number of them that got the very consequences is unbelievable. Fear, or letting go fear, is the freedom. And it's the same with love. People say, I've got enough love in my life. Well, be loving. If you be loving, you'll draw love to you. The two go together. They have to. What you put out is what you get back. It's the ultimate justice. And more and more research is showing how we are affecting the world. We ordinary people in the street, when you go to the supermarket, your state of being is affecting the environment around you, the energy around you. In the Heart Math Institute in America, they've shown in their research that if you put a piece of DNA, even in this basic level, in a jar of electrons, the electrons move around the DNA, and when you take the DNA out, they hold that structure. In other words, even on that level, you are affecting the world around you by your state of being. They've also shown that fear, the emotion of fear, is a very long, slow wavelength. So that when we are in fear, which of course in various forms most of the humanity is, that feeling of fear, that emotion of fear, is constantly resonating a slow vibration through our consciousness. The Illuminati's greatest weapon is the manipulation of fear, which is why they completely lose the plot when people aren't in fear of them. And love, they found, is a very fast wavelength. So when we are in the emotion of love, our energy is vibrating very quickly because of that emotion that's going out and making that happen in frequency terms. Now this is important to so many things. In an ideal world, when our spirit becomes incarnate in this dense physical reality, we hold on to our connection with our multidimensional self. Then we have absolutely everything we need to manifest the divine in this physical world. We have eyes and ears information giving us a fix on the world immediately around us, but we have our higher dimensions of love, understanding, wisdom, intuition, through which to manifest also into this world, in which to observe our behavior and what's going on and what we need to do. That's an ideal world. What happens, however, in this manipulated one is that when consciousness becomes incarnate in physical form, from the moment we become conscious in the body, the programming conditioning starts. Through education, through parents who have been programmed to condition their children, not through malevolence, but through conditioning. Through the pressures you feel if you want to express your divine, and it's outside the hassle-free zone. So we tend to go in these boxes, into these eggshells, which shut out our higher levels, because once we let them in, there's no bloody way anyone's going to tell us what to think or do. So we become disconnected from the higher levels of ourselves. Symbolically, it's like this. You know when you're a spaceman on the moon, and you're in that big spacesuit, symbolic of the physical body, and you've got eyes and ears information giving you a fix on the world around you, the planet you're on. And you've also got mission control speaking in your ear, giving you the big picture, the big guidance. Then you're in an ideal situation. But just imagine what would happen if someone came along and either cut or massively reduced the connection to mission control. Suddenly that spaceman's behavior and perception of reality, what he should do, etc., would be dramatically changed within seconds and minutes, let alone hours. Because now this is the only source of information on which to get a fix on what to do and what's going on, and some vague and fading memory of what he should have been doing now. What happens when we come into physicality is exactly that. We get disconnected from mission control. And if we disconnect from the higher levels of ourselves, that means that the place we look to get a fix on reality, who we are, what's going on in the world, etc., is this direction. And who controls that? Your starter for 10. So if you can, and this is the way it works, control the information that these receive while disconnecting us from our infinity of knowledge, wisdom, inspiration, and intuition that would filter this information, you have got people exactly where you want them, caught in the headlights of an oncoming CNN. And it's amazing. I was in the old city of Jerusalem in 1993, and it really struck me. I was near that big mosque thing, you know, Temple Mount. And these little Muslim kids are playing soccer. They're only about, I don't know, 5, 6, 7, 8. They all seem to be called Mohammed from what they were shouting for the ball. It's quite funny. But if you've ever been to the old city of Jerusalem, I found it a very moving place. It's a very small area within the city walls, but even so, it's still broken up into quarters. There's an Armenian quarter, a Jewish quarter, a Christian quarter, and a Muslim quarter. Because bloody hell, we don't want to live together, do we? We might start a trend. And these Muslim kids were playing soccer, and I looked at them and I thought, by that age, 5 or 6, they would already have a fix on who they are, the nature of life, God, and Jewish people. Yet, had that consciousness become incarnate, literally in the old city of Jerusalem's case, 5 minutes down the street in the Jewish quarter or the Christian quarter, that same consciousness would now have a very different fix at the same age of God, of life, and of Arab people. And the only difference is the conditioning that consciousness has experienced in the first 5, 6, 7 years of its life. A friend of mine brilliantly summed it up like this. He said, if you're born to loving parents and they tell you 2 and 2 equals 5, and you go to kindergarten or something and nice teachers tell you 2 and 2 equals 5, you go off to high school and university, and very nice professors, you know, with letters after the name, we're very bright, tell you 2 and 2 equals 5. All the people around you are telling you 2 and 2 equals 5 because they've been through the same system. The media is constantly confirming 2 and 2 equals 5. There's a bloody great chance you're going to go through an entire physical lifetime believing that 2 and 2 equals 5. It still goes on equaling 4, but you're not aware of that because you're not getting that information. As Gandhi said, even if you're in a minority of one, the truth is still the truth. And this is the way the system conditions us. Now, coming back to those frequencies of love and fear, let me make this point. If the higher levels of ourselves, and I don't care if you're Henry Kissinger, the Rothschilds, the Queen of England, George Bush, whoever you are, whatever things you're doing in this physical world, at that level, whether you are reptilian, mammal, or whatever the hell you are pure love. And you are a unique and equal expression of the big I. However, so if at that level of our infinity, the divine level you might call it, we are love, pure love, then that has a vibrational frequency, a very, very fast one. If this incarnate consciousness in this world is manipulated to resonate to the frequency of fear, which it is, fear is a comparatively to love, very slow, dense wavelength. What has to happen in purely mathematical vibrational law? The incarnate fear has to vibrationally disconnect from the infinite love. There is no way it cannot be so. We have feared our way into this abyss. There is one and only one way of getting back to multidimensional infinity, and that's to love our way out of it. There is no other way. When we start manifesting pure love, a love that says, I love you, Henry Kissinger. I love you, George Bush. I love you, Queen of England. I'm not standing for what you're doing because you're imposing your will on others, but you are part of me and I am part of you. I don't care if you're reptilian or what you are. I love you for what you are, me. We have got to start realizing, and the reptilian bloodlines have got to start realizing, because they've forgotten this big time, that we are all each other. There is no one that has a right to control this planet. No one who has a right to control and impose their will on another individual. That's not what creation is about. It's about abundance, and it is about freedom for all to express the glory of what we all are, each other. And if we start in Israel, people want the Jewish people of Israel to be kicked out. The Jewish people, some of them anyway, want to take over land that Arabs have. Hey, it's one planet, it's one land. Let's live together, respect each other's differences, and stop fighting. in Northern Ireland, so you believe in Catholicism, so you're a Protestant. Who gives a shit? You go to a Protestant church, you go to a Catholic church, and let's live together. I won't stop you doing that. Don't stop me doing this. Surely we can create a system in which each of our realities has the ability to manifest. Why do we have to have laws that dominate and impose from one culture or one race? It's ludicrous, it's childish, and we're entering adulthood as this great cycle reaches its fruition. We're waking up, we're remembering who we are. It's a great time to be alive. So the idea, oh, no good crying over spilt water. The idea has been to disconnect us symbolically with this circle here from multidimensional self. This level of ourselves resonates to the frequency range of low vibrational emotion, guilt, fear, resentment. And we are all, and my God, I'm full of shit. I mean, you know, let's be honest here, I'm full of shit, me. And it's fun. It makes life interesting being full of shit. I don't want to be perfect. It's a bore. But, I mean, we all have this unsuppressed emotion and stuff within us. And the more that we take it on, the more this frequency level is filled with energy resonating to this frequency within ourselves. Because we're multidimensional, we all have this level within us, within our multidimensional self. And if this low vibration emotional frequency within us gets so full of unprocessed emotion, hate, anger, aggression, fear, guilt, which were all wonderful expressions of fear in their various way, then we disconnect from higher levels of ourselves because the incarnate part of us keeps hitting this barrier. When we clear this out, we can then become multidimensional beings, which answers another mystery, I would suggest. Have you ever got caught in the corner? Or, no, let me start it this way, better way of putting it. You know when you start walking this spiritual path, like, you know what I mean? When you decide you're going to be spiritual, right? Did you get the impression, like I did, like 10 years ago, that I've gone spiritual now? So life's going to change because I'm spiritual. And I'm going to walk down lovely country lanes. And I will hear harps. And nymphs will play trumpets as I walk. And there'll be beautiful colors. What happens when you start the spiritual path? All friggin' hell breaks loose, right? When I started 2 years into my journey, conscious journey, I thought, if this is spirituality, darling, you can stuff it, because this is no fun. And what people can't understand is why, when they go spiritual, all hell breaks loose. Because the greatest energy and state of being to change this world and to change our own destiny is the one I call anyway, intent. Intent has absolute amazing power to change. Some people call it will. Intent. This is what I intend to do. Because what we put out, we always bring back. When we say, I intend to do this, what that intent energy will do will bring towards us all we need to achieve that intent. So when you go on the spiritual path, you say, I want to be spiritual. I want to be everything I can be. And that intent goes out and it says, okay, this is what you need to achieve that. And you start looking and you see what's coming towards you. And you go, I'd like to transform, but not that sodding badly. Thank you very much. Right? Because of the challenges that comes towards you. Now, what's happening here? If this level of ourselves that vibrates to all this unsuppressed emotion and fear needs to be cleared out if we're going to clear the passage to multidimensional infinity, then when we put the intent out, I want to be everything I can really be, then intent brings towards us experiences, pains in the butt, that will make us face this and heal it and diffuse it. So, this is why all hell breaks loose when we start this path. We draw to us those experiences and people who take this from here and go, boom, there you are, darling, have some of that. Where it cannot be denied. Change the subject, don't want to talk about it. Boom. Now, this is where most people fall down because they walk away at this point. If we stick with it, and this breaks down, and we let go of the shit that we all carry, we become multidimensional infinity again. And once we do that, this answers another mystery. Have you ever noticed, have you ever got caught in the corner with one of these people that's just starting to wake up, you know, and starting to think differently? And they're reeling off all the coincidences that have happened that week. Have you noticed? Oh, and then so-and-so came up and went to the sacred site and the sun came out just as we got there. It was a miracle, always ever so synchronistic. You know? And you're giving it, it's at the time, darling. Oh, bloody hell. The point I'm making is that when people start to wake up and think differently and open up to this stuff, they start to notice synchronicity in their life that they've never seen before. Why? Because when we're in those eggshells, thinking we're ordinary men and women in the street, we're not just shutting out consciousness. Consciousness is energy, and it carries a very powerful vibrational magnetism when we let those higher levels in. Now, when we're in this eggshell state, we're like a tiny, tiny little magnet that pulls a couple of iron filings half an inch. And that manifests with a life experience of, my life's ever so boring. Nothing ever happens to me. You know, I get up in the morning and go to work, and then I come back, and then I watch the telly, and we have fish on Thursday sometimes. That's quite exciting, but nothing ever happens to me. It's ever so boring. Why? Not because that person is stupid or has no potential. He's the big I, for goodness sake. Because that person is shutting out that high-powered energy which he could bring in, impregnate with his unique state of being, and put out there. Because there's a tiny little amount of vibration coming off him, very little comes the other way. My life's ever so boring. Doesn't see synchronicity, doesn't see coordination in life, doesn't seem to be going anywhere. My life's... and all that stuff. Now, when people start to wake up, and more people are doing this, the reason they start to see synchronicity is this. As the eggshell cracks, we're now allowing these high-powered vibrational energies into our space. We impregnate it with our consciousness, our state of being, and then that goes out. Now we're not a tiny little electromagnet with no energy. We are a massive magnet which pulls towards it everything it needs to achieve the intent. We are creating our own destiny by opening up to the magnitude of who we are. It's a wonderful time. So, when people wake up, they start to see synchronicity because they're pulling it towards. People say, you have to seek enlightenment. No! We are enlightened. We don't have to seek enlightenment. Enlightenment is just outside of our little eggshell saying, let me in for God's sake. We are enlightened. What we do... what we do is we put the barriers up between ourselves and enlightenment and disconnect from it. Get them down, let the eggshell go. I am me, I am free. We become enlightened. It's our natural state. We've been manipulated out of it. So, this is the time in the cycle when we are breaking the eggshell. And there is more and more evidence that this vibrational frequency of the planet is changing. There are changes in the sun, and starting way back, it seems, talking to scientist friends of mine, actually in the heart of the spiral of the galaxy, there is a different vibration, a different beat of the drum coming out, which is starting to affect us all. This is why all that's remained hidden is now being lifted. This is the cycle that is coming to fruition around 2012 that is bringing all that's remained hidden to the surface. This is the cycle that's acting like a spiritual alarm clock to wake us up. And this is why the Illuminati are so desperate in this period to get these structures of microchip control and political control and military control in place, because they know they've got an awakening population to deal with very shortly. In fact, it's happening already. And what research has shown at places like the HeartMath Institute is that we connect into the Earth's vibrational field through the heart vortex, not through the head. And it comes into the heart vortex, it goes to the brain, and then out to every cell of the body. And so we start in every cell, when we open this thing and connect with the Earth and connect with the Earth's vibrational change, we start every cell of our body vibrating to the new rhythm, the new vibration of change, enlightenment, understanding, love, and freedom. This is why some people are syncing with this now and changing their lives, and others are still not syncing with it. They're just not on the vibe at the moment, but they can be any time they choose. And so if we shut off our hearts, shut this heart chakra, we're actually shutting ourselves off from this changing rhythm, which is going to transform and is transforming life on Earth from a prison to the paradise it is going to become as we manifest our multidimensional divine enlightenment in this physical world. That's the only thing that we need to do to remove the prison and introduce the paradise that's coming. The energy field of the Earth is changing. Its vibration is getting quicker, and there's more and more supporting evidence that what people have been saying for years is happening is happening. In 1899, something was discovered called Schumann cavity resonance, the base resonant frequency of the planet. Between 1899 and around 1986, when I started to wake up, consciously wake up, it was pretty much a stable 7 cycles a second. From 1986, which is when a lot of people started to wake up, this Schumann cavity resonance, the base resonant frequency of the planet, has started to get faster and faster and faster. And it's gone through 9, some say it's gone through 10 by 1998, and it's heading, some say, to 13 by 2012, probably much faster than that. At the same time, the magnetics of the planet, and it's a natural cycle, nothing to panic about, is also falling. And someone explained something to me, which I think has a lot of truth in it. About 2,000 years ago, the present cycle of the Earth's magnetic field reached its peak. It was at its most dense and most powerful. And in energy terms, when it's in that state, it's like trying to walk through treacle. And have you noticed, as more and more people are, I certainly have, that what you put out is coming back quicker? Anybody notice that? Right. There's a reason for this, and I think this is close to the truth, if not, there's more to know. There's always more to know. When your thoughts are being projected and your thought forms are going out, the manifestation of who you are, in a very dense magnetic situation, those thoughts take a long time in that dense situation, like treacle, vibrational treacle, to manifest themselves. The more the Earth's magnetic field thins out as it comes to this part of the cycle, the more the treacle thins out, and therefore the quicker the thoughts, because they're operating in a much smoother and less dense energy environment, the thoughts can manifest quicker and quicker from the time they are created to the time they manifest their creation. And I think as this cycle moves on towards 2012, the speed with which what we put out is going to come back is going to stagger us. And of course that's a wonderful way to evolve very quickly, because you realize that we do really manifest the consequences of our actions. So the idea is, because the Illuminati have known this cycle is coming for a long time, the idea is to get all these situations in place, because they need to try to suppress as much as possible this awakening, which is going to destroy the very base of their control. which is thousands and millions and billions of infinity expressions, acting like a herd of flipping sheep. And someone showed me this. I don't know whether this will work. They told me something about cycles and how they start slow and tend to end very quickly. And I don't know whether I'll be able to do this. We'll have to see. This sums up what's happening. When a cycle starts, it's slow, and then the end becomes very fast. And we're now at a cycle which the Mayans talked about and many of the ancient peoples and others talked about, where everything's getting faster. More and more things are being invented. We're changing quicker. We're understanding more quicker. We're waking up quicker. Everything's getting fast, fast, fast. And this is having an effect on our relationship to time. I don't know about you, but things tend to be happening quicker. I mean, did Christmas happen or what? I can't remember. Everything's happening faster. And our relationship to what we call time, which is another illusion, appears to be getting quicker. Everything is changing. And this is there at this time of all times to try to head this off. If we can just break out of these eggshells, everything else comes from that. If I stood on this bloody stage now and said, what we need to do is we need to start this group and then start this bloody pressure group and we need to protest there, what am I? I'm just another expression of the old energy. We set ourselves free. Everything we need to do for our unique journey will come towards us because we'll manifest it. We don't need to be told what to think. We don't need organizations. We just need organization. And we need to set our infinite potential to control our destiny free. And everything will come for that without stockpiling any guns and without pulling any single triggers. We are going to transform a world of conflict with peace. We're going to transform a world of hate and violence with love and peace. We are not going to change violence by more violence. We're not going to change hate by more hate. We're going to change by manifesting a different vibration and a different beat of the drum. And Bill Hicks used to finish his talks like this. He used to say about life, he used to say life's like a ride in an amusement park. And when you go on it, you think it's real because that's how powerful our minds are. The ride goes up and down, round and round. It has thrills and chills. And it's very brightly colored, and it's very loud, and it's fun for a while. Some have been on the ride for a long time, and they begin to question, is this real? Or is this just a ride? Just an illusion we create? And others have remembered, and they come back to us, and they say, hey, don't worry, don't be afraid ever, because this is just a ride. And we kill those people. Shut him up, I've got a lot invested in this ride. Shut him up. Look at my furrows of worry and my family and my big bank account. This has to be real. It's just a ride. But we always kill those guys that try to tell us that and let the demons run amok. But it doesn't matter because it's just a ride. And we can change it anytime we want. No job, no savings of money, just a choice right now between fear and love. The world out there today is a manifestation of fear in all its forms, including the people protesting against me this week. They're just manifesting fear. I wish them well. We are going to transform the world with love. And the world that we can create, summed up by a guy, before I say that, don't think it, know it. One of the great lines, when you think it, you're still not quite sure you're going to do it. When you know it, you manifest it. No thoughts, no possibilities. Yes, I am going to manifest this. And you know something much more powerfully than you think it. We think too much and we feel too little. That's the problem. This guy down in California wrote new words to the American national anthem because, people think, that when you're against centralization of global power, you're into kind of nationalism and flag waving, As Bill Hicks said, he was talking about flag burning in America, A lot of controversy about burning the American flag. Some people were protesting a few years ago. And he said, people come up to me and they say, My daddy died for that flag. You know. And as Bill Hitt said, you know, oh really? I bought mine at Kmart. No violence necessary. Nobody dies for a flag. They might die for freedom, which, incidentally, includes the freedom to burn the friggin' flag if you choose to. And so I'm not into flag waving and nationalism. You know, I'm into freedom to express who we are. I mean, when I was, I'm British, you see. People say to me, you know, are you proud to be British? And I say, just let me think about that a minute. Am I proud to be British? Why am I British? I am British because my parents had sex on a piece of land which at the time was called Britain. A few years ago it was called bloody Albion or something or other. Britannia another time. Now, because if I'd have not been born on a piece of land, I would have bloody drowned, I had to be born somewhere, right? So I'm born on this piece of land that they call Britain. So I am apparently friggin' British. Am I proud of that? I'm not sure. Actually, while my parents were doing it, I was on another dimension screaming at them. Do it in Paris, do it in Paris. I like French food, do it in Paris. They did it in Britain, so I'm British. I'm proud of that. I mean, what a nonsense it all is. And so, when we say, I am British, I'm a television presenter, I'm a road sweeper, we are seeing ourselves in such a narrow form. I mean, when you go up to somebody, they say, who are you? You say, oh, I'm a road sweeper, pleased to meet you. How many times do people go up to another person and they say, hello, who are you? And you say, I'm all that exists, pleased to meet you. We don't say that, do we? We don't say that. And the other person says, oh, yeah, thought I recognized you, so am I. Pleased to meet you, yeah. That's what we are. So this guy used words the American national anthem to get away from this. And it went like this. Oh, and this is the world we can manifest, and we are going to manifest. It is our destiny. Oh, say can you see, by the one light in all, our earth to embrace at the call of all nations, where our children can play in a world without war, where we stand hand in hand in the grace of creation, where the rivers run clean through the valleys pristine, where the cities stand tall in the clear skies of freedom. Oh, say do our hearts sing out for harmony and love forever on this planet of our birth, blessed with peace on earth. That's not a dream. It's not a utopia. It's a change of mind away. It's a change of feeling away. It is our destiny to create it. We have lived probably many times the experience of this prison. I think we deserve it, and we owe it to ourselves to see what paradise is really like. And we can create it, and we are going to create it. This is a wonderful time to be alive. I hope you got something out of it. Thank you very much.